joining us because, coming up from grabbing their coffee after Jimmy finished downstairs. Good morning and welcome to the Law, Government and Policy. I'll keep getting it round the wrong way. I'm Judy Parnell from the BBC's R&D department, and I'm the track host for this session. So we've got various panels, conversations, speakers coming up this morning. I'd like to start by introducing Dawn. Dawn Foster is the Director of Open Source Community Strategy at VMware. She is an Open UK board member, probably known to many of you, well experienced in the industry, experienced speaker. You've probably heard her, seen her around, looking good and distinctive with a coloured hair as well. Always easy to spot. So Dawn, please come and have a talk to us.
Thanks, Judy. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my talk about leading in open source and taking a strategic approach while you do it. My talk today has 3 sections. So I'll start by talking about the dynamics of collaboration in open source projects between individuals, companies, and communities, before moving on and talking about contribution strategies and plans. And then the last section will have some tips for sustaining those contributions over the long term. And then we'll wrap it up with links to some resources and a few final thoughts. First, I'll start by telling you just a teeny tiny bit about me. I have been in the technology industry for well over 20 years, working mostly on open source projects from within companies like Intel and Puppet. And now at VMware, as Judy mentioned, I'm responsible for our open source community strategy, and that sits within the Open Source Program Office. I'm a board member of Open UK. I'm a governing board member and maintainer for the Linux Foundation's Chaos Metrics project. I'm co-chair of the CNCF Contributor Strategy Technical Advisory Group, and I also have a PhD from the University of Greenwich from here in London, where I researched how people collaborate within the Linux kernel. Now, before we dive into talking about leadership and the importance of having a solid open source strategy, let's talk just a little bit about how collaboration works in open source projects and the complex interactions that you see between individuals, companies, and communities. Now, while there are a few exceptions, contributions to most open source projects are centered around the individual. Contributions come from individuals rather than companies. And when someone submits a pull request to fix a bug, add a feature, maybe update some documentation in a project, that change comes from an individual. Commits usually include a name and an email address. But in a lot of cases, unless the person actually uses their corporate email address, you can't even tell where that person works, right? But to make this even more complicated for companies, in most open source projects, the leadership positions stay with the individual if that person changes jobs. So this means that an employee can take their leadership position in a project right with them to their next job. So companies are well served to make sure that these people are happy and well compensated and enjoying their work. Now, in most projects, there's no direct ways for companies to participate, other than dedicating time from individual employees who contribute on behalf of the company, which is becoming increasingly common. At VMware, we have people working full-time on open source projects like Spring, RabbitMQ, Kubernetes, and a bunch of others. And if you aren't sure how to contribute as a company, you might be able to hire an existing contributor, or possibly even a maintainer as an employee to do the work on the project on your behalf. And in addition to devoting time from employees to the project, companies are also in a position to help open source projects by providing additional resources. Open source projects need funding. They need in-kind sponsorships for loads of things like infrastructure and legal representation. And they also appreciate sponsorships for events or other activities. And I'll talk more about all of this as we go through the presentation. Open source communities include a wide variety of individuals who are working together within open source projects. Now this includes developers, release teams, localization and translation, marketing, community managers, tech writers, users, and lots of others who contribute to the projects in various ways. And some of these people contribute as part of their day job on behalf of their employer. Others contribute in their free time. They're all important. And all of these people are working together as one community to accomplish a common goal, to deliver on an open source project. So it's important to remember that the community or project needs have to come first. And as a company, your strategies have to take this into account. An approach that dictates a specific solution might not be accepted by a project. So your strategies need to include flexible ways of approaching resolving issues or creating new features so that you can work jointly with the community to find solutions that work well for everyone. Part of the role of an open source program office, if you happen to have one, can be to help everyone navigate balancing these individual, company, and community needs. The various groups within your organization, they really need to understand that individuals need to be able to collaborate and build consensus within the community to come up with innovative solutions for anything that your company might need. And trying to force something into an open source project can impact employee satisfaction and retention for the individuals who are contributing, since the employee can't meet the needs of the company without jeopardizing their employment. And that is just not a good situation for anyone to be in. And by taking this dynamic into account when building your open source strategies and best practices, you can help managers and leaders understand this dynamic so that your employees can meet the organization's objectives while also being good corporate citizens within the communities. All right, now that we have a better idea of how collaboration works for open source projects and companies, next up, let's talk about how to build contribution strategies and plans for participating in open source projects. Having a solid open source strategy and plans are important because successful participation in open source requires a long-term commitment. The individuals and companies that we just talked about spend months and years building trust and reputations in specific open source projects and communities. And all of that hard work is for nothing if those people keep getting pulled off of the open source projects to work on other things within the company. And in this section, I'll talk about how to build strategies and plans that support your business goals so that you can then justify this work over the long term. The most important part of building strategies and plans for your open source contributions is to align them with the overall business goals for your company. If your open source engagements don't support the overall strategies of your organization, then you'll drastically reduce the chances of being successful. By taking some time and effort to make sure that you support the overall corporate strategy, then it's going to be much easier to justify continuing these efforts during the next planning cycle for your organization. On the other hand, when your goals are not clearly aligned with the overall strategy, people will look at that open source participation as something that they can just cut or maybe starve of resources until it goes away on its own. So this will help you make the case to senior management and company executives who are not involved in the low-level details the way you are. Explaining how your open source contributions support the goals of the company can help the executive team understand the strategic importance of the work that you're doing. Now, most of our organizations use so many open source projects that it's easy to get distracted and not know where to focus. It can help to think about maybe which open source projects are strategic in some way for your company. Maybe there are projects that your operations team uses to run some critical piece of your business infrastructure. Are there any development or deployment tools that impact your ability to release the products that generate revenue for your organization? Is there other software that's important for your ability to deliver customer-facing products or services? And all of these questions will help you think about where to focus your open source efforts. And these strategic projects should get more attention than less maybe other important projects. And these strategic projects should be a big part of building your open source strategies. So by showcasing how you use certain open source projects and how the products and services that you deliver to customers rely on these projects, you can use these strategic projects as a way to frame some of your strategies in a way that your leadership will understand how important it is that the work continue over the long term. It's also important to think about risk as part of your company and product strategies. Evaluating risk is important, right? Because your business could be disrupted in ways that impact your employees, your customers, and even the broader ecosystem as a whole. And it's also important to think about risk as being on a continuum, right? Like with most things in life, there are no sure bets, and no project or technology, open source or not, is completely without risk. There are only projects with more or less risk across a variety of categories. And you should accept that, you should think about whether to accept that business risk or not. So some projects are more risky than others, and it's going to be a business decision about risks, which risks you're willing to accept and which ones you aren't. You don't want to build a key product on top of some very risky open source technology, like building a key project on something that's maintained by a single person, for example. So it's important to think about which elements of an open source project might introduce risk and how to watch out for warning signs and then mitigate potential risks. But this is bigger than just thinking about individual projects, right? It's absolutely critical for us to be thinking about security and risk holistically across our entire supply chain, including every little package that goes into our products or our infrastructure. A potential vulnerability or a malicious attack can be in any link in the chain where it can go unnoticed unless you have processes in place to detect it as early as possible. And your company's open source strategy should incorporate some thinking about how you can detect potential issues and mitigate the risks that might be associated with them. Most of us have some combination of projects that we've open sourced within our company and other open source projects that we contribute to. And this is also a decision that benefits from a strategic approach. In some cases, it makes sense to release a brand new open source project. And other times, the best solution would be to contribute to an existing open source project in ways that would help it meet more of your needs moving forward. And there's no right or wrong answer to making this decision, but I encourage you to look hard at your company's strategies and plans for the future to make sure that whatever decision you make is aligned with what your organization is likely to need over the next few years, rather than just thinking about what's the easiest thing to do right now. As part of your open source strategies and plans, you also need to figure out how to find people who can make the contributions that you need on behalf of your company. As I mentioned earlier, companies contribute to open source projects by having employees participate and collaborate within those projects. So you'll need to figure out how many people you need for each project and what skills are required for those people. And in some cases, you might have employees with the skills you need who have already contributed to open source projects in the past, which makes for a really great starting point for new contributors. But the thing to keep in mind is that contributing to open source projects requires very, very different skills than participating in internal projects within your company. These people need to be comfortable in very ambiguous environments where they're going to receive feedback, possibly difficult or negative feedback, and they're going to be expected to respond to this feedback in the public in a professional manner. And keep in mind that not every engineer wants to be in that public spotlight, which can feel a bit like being under a microscope sometimes. And if you don't have the skills internally, you might be able to find some existing contributors that you can hire. But you also need to be a little bit careful about this option too, because you don't want to get a reputation within an open source project for aggressively poaching employees from other companies. So it requires a bit of nuance to sort of make it known that you're interested in hiring people to work on an open source project without really aggressively hiring them away from other companies. If you make it easy for your employees to contribute, your employees are more likely to reduce technical debt by contributing patches, bug fixes, and new features back into the upstream projects where they belong. And you should think about whether your guidelines or processes help people engage in open source in ways that work well for your organization. While you do need to provide guidance about some things like licensing, not disclosing confidential information, that sort of thing, this can be done in a more educational way. And my caution about guidelines and processes is that they can be written in ways that discourage contributions, especially when they make really heavy use of really scary legal jargon where you talk about how you're going to punish people when something goes wrong. But you're better off writing your guidelines in ways that help engineers understand what you need them to do and why, and language that they can easily understand. Now, as with any good strategies and plans, the outcome and results should be measurable so that you can tell whether your efforts were successful. Now, I love data, so it sounds weird, but measuring project success, project health is kind of a hobby for me, and it's something I'm pretty passionate about. So I tend to get a lot of questions about it, and usually the questions are focused on how to decide what to measure. And this is kind of the wrong approach, and my answer is always the same. It depends. What you measure depends on what you're trying to achieve, which is why this slide is in the strategy and planning section. So ultimately, you need to look at your strategies and plans to come up with criteria that will help you measure whether or not you're successful. So for example, if you want to improve the performance of a particular piece of software, you are measuring things like numbers of commits is not going to tell you that, right? You need to put some plans in place to measure increases in performance along the particular thing that you wanted to improve performance in. If you want to gain influence within an open source project, maybe you look at increases in contributions or the number of employees who are moving into leadership roles or positions of influence within the project. And once you figure out the criteria, you need to make sure that you can actually get the data to measure it and start measuring it now, get a good baseline. And there are loads of tools to gather data about open source projects. Some of the commonly used tools can be found in the Linux Foundation's CHAOSS project. And many big projects already have dashboards using these tools or others to display contribution data for projects. I also recommend maybe over-measuring a little bit and gathering as much data as you can about participation so that if your strategy shifts in the future, you're more likely to have some data to start out with. And having some extra data can also help you investigate other ideas for how you might want to improve your contributions to the project. Now, in this last section, we'll cover just a few tips to help you sustain your contributions over the long term. Upstreaming your patches is one of the most important things you can do as you work toward taking a long-term strategic approach to your contributions. Maintaining open source patches internally is easier in the short term, right? Because you just make the patch and move on to other work. But this creates technical debt and more work for your team over the long term. This can create security vulnerabilities for your company and your customers if your employees put off this difficult work of reapplying and possibly even rewriting some of your patches if things changed in the open source project. And when you have patches that can be submitted back upstream, it gives your employees a solid starting point for contributing to an open source project, especially in the cases where you have small patches that fix bugs that maybe other people in the community would benefit from. And the project's likely to welcome those types of changes. And it gives you something that you can really use to engage in that community. And these early interactions can build and grow into long-term strategic participation in those projects and build relationships that allow you to contribute in more significant ways over time. You want to make sure that you spend time discussing proposed changes in the community before you start making them. By talking about contributions very early in the process, you can get feedback on ways to architect the changes so that they'll be consistent with the expectations of the project. You can also learn about anyone else who might be working in similar areas to avoid hopefully conflicting changes that won't work when they're merged together into the project. And these discussions also help to avoid surprising people, especially if you're working on new features or any other kind of really big change. It can also help to break those changes into several smaller, easier to digest contributions. It's a lot easier for maintainers to find time to provide feedback on smaller contributions, and it gives you time to make corrections if anything you're doing maybe isn't quite right. And this allows you to iterate on the feedback through several contributions, making sure that it's less likely to have bigger fundamental issues. And by participating in open source projects over the long term, your employees can build trust within a community and build the relationships needed to eventually move into positions of increasing responsibility. By moving into leadership positions, people gain additional insights into the future of the project and have increased influence into the direction of the project. These people are also more likely to know how to approach new features and other changes in ways that are already aligned with the direction of the project, and then can be easily merged into the open source project. And you can rely on these open source leaders to help you refine your strategies, since they will likely have ideas for what can be done within a project and how to best approach your work within that project. These leaders can also help mentor and provide guidance for other employees when you decide that you need more contributors within an open source project, which can help you build open source skills more broadly within your company. A lot of the work that we do in open source projects is based on the relationships we have with other people. My PhD research was based on collaboration within the Linux kernel. And as part of that research, I interviewed a whole bunch of kernel developers. And in all of the interviews, they talked about the importance of their relationships with other people. Almost all of them talked about how existing relationships made it easier to collaborate with others. All of the people I interviewed mentioned in-person collaboration at conferences like this one and other meetings as something that was important. People talked about how it's sometimes easier to walk through really difficult, big issues at conferences. It's easier to communicate with someone online later if you've met them before at a conference and maybe shared a meal or a drink or just had a really interesting conversation with them. Knowing the human being on the other side of the keyboard can make a bigger difference than a lot of people realize. And if your employees are working on open source projects, then you should see if there are any conferences where large numbers of other community members attend. By having some key employees attend those conferences, they can build deeper, lasting relationships with others that will benefit your company and those employees. And I've spent a lot of time at open source conferences over the years, probably more than I want to admit. And I have deep and lasting connections with some of the people that I've met at those events. And now when I need to do something new or have a question about something, I probably know someone who can point me in the right direction. And I often make introductions for other employees to some of those people when we need to learn something new or we're solving some tricky issue. You should also take maintenance expectations into account when building your open source strategies. Putting large chunks of code into an open source project, disappearing, and expecting someone else to maintain it reflects very poorly on your organization. So you need to think about how you're planning to maintain the contributions that you're making. Now, if you fix a small bug or make minor changes, somebody else is probably responsible for maintaining that. You really only need to think about this when you're making large contributions, like a new feature or, in the context of a kernel, a new driver. And you need to make sure that you have a plan for how your employees are going to maintain the code over the long term before you contribute it to the open source project. If you want to open source a project because nobody's using it, it's old, it's crusty, and you don't want to maintain it anymore, please don't do that. That shouldn't be open sourced. Dumping your project into the open source community and hoping that someone else will be just dying to take it over for you is at best a wee bit naive and generally makes your company look bad. So make sure that you're open sourcing projects for the right reasons. So for example, wanting to collaborate and innovate with other people is a good reason to open source it. If a project will need to integrate with loads of other technologies, open sourcing it can make it easier for people to help you integrate it with technologies that you might be less familiar with. And your company needs to be prepared to maintain the project over the long term, just as you would with something you released under a proprietary license. This takes time and resources, so you should take that into account when you're building your strategies. Now, before I wrap up this talk, let me leave you with a few resources you might find useful. And these slides are uploaded into Sketch, so you should have a copy of them if you want the links. But the to-do group has a whole bunch of guides that have great info about all aspects of how companies work with open source projects. The CNCF contributor strategy tag has a governance working group and a contributor growth working group, which provide templates and guidance about contributor experience, sustainability, governance, to help people develop strategies for maintaining healthy projects. And the Open Source Way guidebook has loads of details for building and maintaining open source projects. So these are all good starting places to understand best practices for open source projects. In open source projects, relationships and trust facilitate collaboration and allow your employees to more easily contribute to the projects that are important for your organization, and then move into leadership positions within those projects. These relationships and trust networks are built over time and require a long-term commitment. By thinking strategically about which projects are most important for your organization and allocating people to work on those projects over the long term, you can maximize the impact that your open source work will have for your organization. With that, thank you for coming to my talk, and I think we have a few minutes for questions.
Thanks, John. That was very insightful. I love the diagram for the Nebraska lone maintainer. I've seen it a few times in open source conferences. Are you able to share with us with VMware, like how you go about identifying that lone maintainer in terms of engaging with them? Because that's often the case for big companies, right? And it's a sensitive subject because it can be accepted or it can be rejected.
Yeah, it's actually pretty difficult sometimes to engage in some of those single maintainer projects. One of the things that we do, we try to figure out which projects are going to be strategic for us over time. And for those strategic projects, we have people who go and they do health assessments on those projects. So, are there enough contributors? Are we involved in the project? So Masai over here actually does that for our third-party projects, those health assessments. So we would catch something like that for a project that's maybe strategic for us. We also have loads of projects that we rely on that are smaller, single maintainer, and we frankly don't have a good way to figure out whether some of those projects are at risk or not. So I'm starting to look at ways that we can do that maybe for, at least for some projects that we rely on, but it's a hard problem, right? Because you look at a big complex enterprise product that probably has hundreds of open source packages within it. And then if your company, a company the size of VMware, we have loads of products, and each one of those projects has, hundreds of open source packages within it. So how do you scale those assessments and do some of that in a more automated way, I think is a problem that a lot of companies have been thinking about really since the OpenSSL Heartbleed situation where, we realize that something that all of us rely on is maintained by a couple of people part-time. So I think that those are conversations we need to continue to have, and we need to think about scalable ways to measure that. Yeah.
Hi, I'd just like, not so much a question, but just a couple of comments. First of all, I think your speech is very good. Your talk is very good.
Thanks.
I think the slide, which was towards the end, but about strategy, so no dumping in the bay, is one of the key questions. I used to work in governance within a big organization, and you have a lot of projects come towards you and say, oh, I want to do open source, and let's go through the compliance process. Do I have to read MEs? Do I have to write license? But everyone forgets to say, well, why are you doing this? And just putting it out there on GitHub or whatever is the beginning of the journey, not the end. How are you going to interact with the community, that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
so I think this is really an important question.
It's really important, and it's actually something that we've built at VMware. We've built into our compliance process. So when somebody wants to open source a new project, that's actually the first questions we ask them. Brilliant. We ask them questions about how they're gonna sustain it. Is it strategic? And if it looks like they're open sourcing it for, say, marketing reasons, which you occasionally get, that's a short-term win and not a long-term commitment, so those don't get open sourced. And if they're trying to dump it, those don't get open sourced either.
Exactly. I'd also like to add on a reference to your final slide. So the OSPO Alliance, along with OW2 Eclipse, has the Good Governance Handbook. So I know a bit of blatant plugging going on here. If anyone is interested in governance and OSPOs and that kind of stuff, there's also this reference.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great point. That's
a
good reference as well. Thank you. Other questions? Last call? Okay, got another one in the back.
Thanks. It's a pretty niche question.
Yeah.
I'm really interested in the chaos tool that you were talking about. And I see that looking at the website, I see you've been supported by the Sloan Foundation.
Yes.
Some of my work at the Internet of Production Alliance around open hardware data standards has also been supported by them. And I was curious about what you think the motivation of a scientific research foundation like the Sloan Foundation is in supporting chaos.
Yeah.
Because funding these initiatives is always a big question.
Yeah, the Sloan Foundation, along with the Ford Foundation, do provide quite a bit of funding for the CHAOS project. So some of the people that work on it more full-time are funded out of grants. And in particular, a lot of the work on our software is funded out of grants. Because if you look at a lot of academic papers, academics who are basically writing papers and analyzing open source data, a lot of them use CHAOS tools. So when I was getting my PhD, I started it actually before the CHAOS project existed, but I used the tools that became the CHAOS, they sort of morphed into the CHAOS project tools. But I used those to do all of my academic research during my PhD program. So a lot of academics use the CHAOS tools. And in particular, well, both of the tools actually, Grimoire Lab and Augur, are developed by a lot of people who work at universities and are engaged in kind of the more academic side of things. So I think from a research perspective, it's a pretty good alignment with something like the Sloan Foundation.
Well, thank you for your work on it, because I'm really interested to use it.
Yeah, great. Do we have time for one more, or are we out of time, Judy?
We can do one more. If we've got the panelists for the next, so Lonica, Chris and Leanne in the room, if you wouldn't mind coming over here and just getting mic'd up while we're waiting. Thank you.
Okay, there was one more question, I think, over here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Apologies. Sorry. Yeah, I was just wondering what's the, I suppose thanks for the talk, it's really interesting. What's the choice process that goes on between actually choosing whether to use an open source project or whether someone tries to build internally, or do you get involved in that?
I don't typically get involved in that,
Yeah.
because I work in the open source program office, and so we're under the office of the CTO, so we're kind of a neutral body that helps and provides advice to all of the different business units. And in most cases, the business unit makes that decision based on what they believe is the best need for their product.
Yep.
So we will occasionally get involved if they have questions or want advice about something, but we, as an OSPO, don't typically get involved in that decision. And it's a hard decision to make, right? And I wish that individual engineers thought more about that decision, because I feel like sometimes things just get kind of incorporated and they're like, oh, there's this library that already does this, I'm just gonna grab that, without really thinking about what they're grabbing and whether or not it's gonna be sustainable over the long term. So yeah. I wish more people thought about the risks and the implications of these, what seem to be sort of random decisions.
Yeah, I was sort of wondering that. Yeah, thanks.
It's a hard problem, for sure. Okay, I think my time is up.
Perfect.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Dawn. So now we move to a conversation between our three panel members on the road to sustainability with open technology for EV charging. Yes, please, as the owner of an EV who has got to charging points again, I can't plug in. Yes, please. So we've got three panel members who are delighted to welcome. Lonica Driesen is the operational director of the Open Charge Alliance, which is a consortium of public and private electric vehicle infrastructure leaders who've come together to promote those open standards through the adoption of the Open Charge Protocol, and is responsible for EV charge testing facilities. Then we have, find the next part of my page, so Chris Lloyd-Jones is the head of open technologies at Avanade and a Microsoft MVP. And he channels his passion for open technologies and scalable design and sustainabilities into contributions at the Green Software Foundation. And Leanne Kemp is the founder and CEO of Everledger, you'll find her, she's a prominent figure in the tech sector, lots of awards, lots of, including Entrepreneur of the Year, Innovator of the Year, and at the Woman in IT Awards. And she was appointed as Queensland's Chief Entrepreneur in Australia in 2018. So well done, Leanne. She was the first woman to have that role. And very prominent in the blockchain community as well. So if I'd like to invite the three of them to come up and take up the stage.
Those two seats. Cheers. Hello. Thank you very much for the introduction, Judy. So yeah, it's great to be here with Leanne and Lonica today to talk about open charging and talk about the blueprints that Open UK has been working on. So background to set some context, Open UK over the last few years has been producing blueprints around open technology. Last year we launched the Patchwork Kilt, the open data center blueprint for renewable data centers. We're about to launch the open EV charging blueprint. We've worked with devolved governments, with the UK government, public and private sector to produce that. Leanne and Lonica have been critical to that. So we're going to be talking today about the road to sustainability through EV charging, around policy, around what's going on in the battery sector, the open charge sector. So with that, I don't know if Leanne, first of all, you want to set your thoughts on where you're seeing sustainability going and how open standards are contributing to that.
Yeah, sure. So I can bring to the conversation supply chain traceability and transparency when we think about the EV space. Largely the requirements there is around critical minerals, lithium, cobalt, nickel, manganese. Without these critical minerals, there's no possible way that we can make the structures to support charging stations or even the battery that's inside of the car. It's clear that the light at the end of the tunnel is an oncoming train, rather it being the beautiful end state of sniffing nice roses and daisies. And what I mean by that is 2030 is a ticking time bomb, so that we have to realise those open and transparent supply chains. And arguably, I guess some of the challenges that we see in the space is recognising a really good data taxonomy, bring the right alignment in this lexicon of language across industry, where arguably a mining company has to somehow become sort of battery ready, as well as taking sort of the leap forward when it comes to understanding the Sustainable Development Goals or some of the United Nations, cry for action.
So that's great context settings. We've talked a little bit there about batteries, about minerals, the limited resources we have. So I think that moves us nicely onto Lonica. Lonica, obviously, you've been heavily involved in establishing, setting up, and deploying the work of the Open Charging Alliance. So do you want to set some context there around moving from batteries to charging and how you see that supporting open standards?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chris. So the Open Charging Alliance basically started in 2009 when EVs were actually almost non-existent. And the general opinion on electric vehicles was that it was a sympathetic idea, but it was not feasible, and it could never compete with the combustion engine cars that we all used to drive back then, and a lot of us are still driving now. In the first few years, it was mainly a tech development. Some people with a vision who said, well, this model of fossil fuel cars is not sustainable. We should look for greener alternatives. And that was also the time when the whole open source way of thinking entered the EV charging space. What you see now is that the transition to electric vehicle is also becoming a very strategic and a political aspect. So not only the European government or the UK government or the current American administration have committed to phasing out fossil fuels and transitioning quickly within the next decade to only sustainable transportation means. And a big part of that will be electrical. That, of course, given the current political climate, also means that if you want to achieve those goals, you have to have vehicles, you have to have the critical minerals, you have to have the infrastructure. So there's a lot that needs to be done, and it's very important to governments, to industries, and that also immediately makes it very political. And all the things that you might expect that could happen in such a new topic are happening. And we are really glad and optimistic that we've went the open source way from day one, and we're sort of grounded by that, and that's a stronghold. So no matter what happens, no matter if it's the oil industry or it's the Chinese industry or utility industry or whatever who's trying to dominate it too much, we have this open source community and this open source mindset to make this development work well and work for everybody.
Okay, so you mentioned there it was very political. Are you seeing any particular regions or sectors more strongly drive the adoption of EV and open charging standards, or are you seeing any areas where there are issues?
Well, in general, the adoption of electric vehicles is going very fast in 4 basic regions. So first of all, it's China. China wants to develop a lot of technology. They want to move towards sustainability. And of course, they see this as an opportunity to gain terrain in the automotive sector. The incumbent or the automotive sector is quite complicated. And an electric vehicle is basically very simple. It's a battery with software. So it's much easier to venture into electric vehicles than it is to other vehicles. So there are many motivations why China is moving very quickly, and they are very agile, and so they are doing really well. The second region is Norway. As you know, Norway is very rich because they have a lot of oil and gas and natural resources. So Norway as a country is very wealthy. And the good thing is, a part of that wealth, they are investing into electric vehicles. So they are the #1 country when it comes to how many electric vehicles are on the road. The third region is California. Also, California has a very progressive government, I think, relatively, and they have renewable goals. And of course, they are a tech-minded state. So California is sort of the 4th state, and the 3rd state, and the 4th state is the Netherlands, the country that I'm from. And sometimes people ask us, so why is the Netherlands moving so fast with EVs? I'm not quite sure. We're also, of course, a wealthy country and open to new things. So those are the 4 regions that venture into EVs. Those are the sort of the regions where adoption is going quickly, and of course where the industries reside that are affected by this transition are, of course, where car companies are mainly. And that is, of course, Japan has a large automotive industry, Europe, Germany, France, of course, and again, the United States. So those are at the moment a lot of players that are active in the transition to EVs. However, at the Open Charge Alliance, we're open source, so everybody can download the information and use it. It's very good to see that. We also see a lot of interest from countries like the Philippines, Rwanda, and even though they may not be leading, of course, because they don't have the wealth to go first, they are helped by all the work that's being done in these more affluent parts of the world. Through the open source standards, they can just download and profit from everything that's being learned and developed there. So that's also why open source really helps not just as part of the planet, but everybody who's open to it.
I only wish the battery industry started in the same world of open charging and alliance. It certainly isn't the case. It's mostly dominated by incredibly deep proprietary. Whoever's got the deepest pockets, the loudest voice wins. So, the formation of these standards really started in around 2016 timeframe. I was a part of the World Economic Forum at that stage, and it was subsequently spun out as the Global Battery Alliance. But it's definitely largest voice, deepest pockets win in terms of the formation. And so we're starting to see, whilst there's some form of alignment of data taxonomies, but it's not necessarily reachable across the entire globe. And so now you're going to face this sort of unfairness and disconnected network. Certain brands will lead, Audi, Tesla, BMW, they're government funded with significant deep pockets, but arguably the new players in the space that are coming with new forms of battery technologies, not limited to lithium ion, it could also be vanadium and redox. Hydrogen batteries are definitely coming straight towards us. Again, no one has really put their arms around it from an open perspective. And I think if I could turn back time, I probably would have been a lot louder and a lot more noisier, and probably said open charge and storage alliance maybe probably would have been a good place to start.
So nice. So focusing in on there, you mentioned about open, you mentioned about standards. So thinking about regulation, I've heard things about the EV battery passport. Can you enlighten us a little bit about what's happening in that space?
Yeah, I mean, it was formalised as a part of the Global Battery Alliance just in Davos in the last month. So, you know, all of the secrets and the cats are out of the kitchen, I guess you can say. Predominantly looks at the battery from underlying the EU directive. And the EU directive is very clear that says there's an extended producer responsibility when it comes to the battery. And if you are an OEM, a car manufacturer, Ford, Audi, whoever is manufacturing cars, they can't relinquish their responsibility for the battery beyond its end of life. So the EU battery directive is very clear in that you need to provide a transparency across the supply chain, from the source of critical minerals, looking at human rights, child labour, as well as greenhouse gas emissions. And then the OEM is responsible for the battery at its end of life. So it's invoking this entire passport, not just looking at it from a source of origin, but also the circular economy begins to kick in. So whilst there's an EU directive, and it's very clear, and I think that's really the signalling globally to the large manufacturers, but it's also signalling deep-pocketed mining countries like Australia, where mines want to be battery passport ready. But, and you can speak a lot about this, the problem in terms of legislation is really where there is probably, in the European Union particularly, there's a bias against open source, right? So it flies in the face of transformation as far as I'm concerned. So whilst there's good-hearted willingness of countries and governments around the world to bring a better transparency to these opaque supply chains, it's held back in an openness state because of the EU.
Okay, I think that's a very good segue. So in the EV charging space, obviously we've got charge point operators, we've got the miners, we've got the manufacturers, we've got regulation. Monica, would you like to set the scene as to why you developed the Open Charge Point Protocol, and then how you're working with standards and regulation to try and drive that forward?
Yeah, sure. So basically, when we, as I mentioned before, when we started in EV charging back in 2009, we wanted to work with the standard. And of course, when there's nothing, there is for sure no standard. So we just started writing something, and from day one, it was provided as open source. And it was very limited, very simple. Just start charging, stop charging. Basically, that was everything we had. And we started building those charging stations and those networks and just operating them, however small the industry was back then. And in a sort of agile way, as we learned and as the industry grew and more use cases became apparent and more companies joined, more countries joined, the protocol sort of in an agile way developed. The first protocol version was not perfect. We're now 6 versions later. It's still not perfect. It's still not complete. But the industry, of course, is still not perfect and complete. So it's sort of logical. What you see when it comes to the maturity of the market and also the strategic aspect of it for the European Union or for the American government or for Korea, governments now want to take more and more control, and they mean well. So I think that's the basic fact that the governments, they really mean well. They want to put in place legislation, and then you see that governments from that point on take a different approach, where in the United States, for example, or Korean governments do not hesitate in requiring open source standard in their legislation. The European Union is very conservative and will not regulate open source standards. And their argument is that they have never done so and that they rely on standards organizations, ISO, IEC, institutions that have been around for a long time, have been done really well in the past, are 100 years old. For instance, the IEC, the first president of the IEC was Lord Kelvin. So can you imagine what a long time ago that was? But the thing is, those institutions do not necessarily develop standards in a way that is fitting with this rapidly evolving, agilely evolving industry. And And this is something that is, I think, not a challenge for EV charging regulation, but in general, where if you are as a country or a region conservative in your approach, it doesn't match well with innovation, and particularly for the European Union, when regions like Korea and regions like the United States are embracing open source and moving faster and in a better way, in a more sustainable way. And then if you're sort of stuck with your old ways, then you're never going to be able to compete at a global level.
Okay, so in the charging space, it sounds like we have an open standard that's not yet ratified by a standards organization. In the battery space, we have a ton of regulation and people focus on standards, but they're not necessarily open source or being shared. Why is that a problem, and why should standards be both open and open source?
Oh, I mean, we're all converted.
Yeah.
We're in the church of open source right now, are we
Yeah, just
not?
talking
So,
about, yeah.
yeah, I think history has really pointed to the reasons as to why this should be. I mean, I'm deeply concerned about just the proprietary nature and the imbalance, I guess, in the formation of batteries, when clearly the critical minerals space, as well as anything to do with renewable energy storage, whether it be in the car or even resident on the side of a building, doesn't form, a series of sort of open protocols. We might as well call it, the BMW battery passport. And I think we have an incumbent responsibility to ensure that we can innovate as fast as the supply and demand curves are being produced, rather than it being the deepest pockets win.
And I guess, like, for you, who do you think is missing from this picture? So we have the charge point operators, we have the battery manufacturers, we have vehicle organizations. Are there any other bodies or sectors that you think should be more involved in EV charging?
Yeah, definitely. So any electric vehicle needs to be connected to the electricity grid, because they have to charge or discharge towards an electrical grid. And of course, in Europe and everywhere across the world, there are utilities who are responsible for the electricity grid. In some regions, they are private monopolies. Sometimes they're regulated monopolies. Sometimes in Europe, you sort of have like the grid operators are regulated and monopolies, but the energy retailers are competing. But definitely, the utility industry is crucial for the installation and the operation of the charging infrastructure. You need the power, or you need the grid to absorb the energy that may be fed back into the grid by the vehicles. The nature of the utility industry is that it's very fragmented. So there are, in Europe alone, there are thousands of utility companies. In the United States, I think a couple of hundred. And by nature, and you can't blame them, but they're a very conservative industry. They've been around also for a little over 100 years. They're responsible for a very important aspect of society. So they are a big stakeholder, and they are crucial to the transition for e-mobility. So they should also be included. There is a very good development from the Linux Foundation Energy, which is a new entity under the Linux Foundation that's working towards open source and energy. There are a lot of utilities, Dutch utilities, but also French utilities. I'm not sure if there are US-based utilities there, but they are also starting to embrace open source as a utilities, and I think that's something to be encouraged.
Okay.
For us, it's the open source community that's missing. The race is on for rare earths and critical minerals. So all of the stakeholders that are taking profits, that know that there's a race to get that consumer consciousness into the front end of the motor vehicle purchase. But what's missing is the cost of the planet, right? How do you get this aligned to a point where there's a consciousness about that supply chain, and open source is here so that we can elevate the standards and bring the community closer? That's what's missing.
So we have LF Energy, we have the Green Software Foundation, we've got the Open Charge Alliance. So in the open source sector, there's a strong focus on the technology around batteries and charging. Do you think consumers are aware of the problems that exist in this sector when they buy an EV vehicle?
I think consumers, from a human rights and child labour perspective, always just look towards cobalt in the Congo DRC, with these sort of atrocious photos that are shown. And that's not detracting away from the Congo. Part of our work in Everledger is traceability of diamonds. So when it comes to blood diamonds, there's no other company in the world that knows it better than us. So I do think there's an element of sort of ideation that consumers are having. It's not driven by millennials. But really, it's not the consumer that's driving this change. It's policy, it's geopolitical separation, and it's the supply and demand curve. We simply cannot drive the renewable energy transition without transformation of global supply chains. Australia is the largest producer of lithium in the world, and we have a lot of dirt in Australia. We produce 55% of all lithium quality in the world, and it's never going to go away from Australia. But the problem is we can't get it out of the ground quick enough. And so we have to be able to bring a whole new sector of miners to the table, and for them to become shovel ready is at least another 10 years away. So I just know in my lifetime, I'll be looking at the transformation when I'm in a nursing home. I don't think I'm going to see it and grasp it in my role as the CEO of Everledger. I think it's going to be next generational lift that I'll get to see it, unfortunately, because we can't get the mines online quick enough. Now, what that's causing is really incredible opportunities economically for countries that have never necessarily been formalised in the mining sector before. And that's causing a whole bunch of other concerns around mine safety, and friendshoring, as they call it, right? When you talk about the defence relationship with the US government, they're coming on strong when it comes to manufacturing onshore, they're coming on strong with mining, but arguably they're not as good as Australia when it comes to mines. Right? We know our mining, and so it's still a decade in the making.
And Monica, the same question for you, so that is consumers, are they aware of the developments in this space and the impact that buying an EV might have?
I think it depends on where you are. In the Netherlands, if you're driving an EV, we've had, for instance, like roaming. So you have a EV services provider, and we've had roaming, so you can charge at any charging station since 2015, like you have with your mobile phone, with your bank card. We have a lot of charging stations in the Netherlands, so you can always charge. So Dutch people sort of wrongly assume that everything's already been sorted, and that the one thing that they're waiting for is the prices to go down, so the EVs become more affordable for them. But basically, the Dutch perspective is, okay, well, it's all like, yeah, so it's done. If you look at other regions, I listened to when we were introduced that a lot of places, it's for consumers, it's hard to find a charging station and a charging station that works. Currently, there's also a big discussion ongoing in the United States about uptime. Like there are a lot of chargers out there, but they're down a lot of the time. So there's still a lot for EV drivers and consumers there's still a long road to go. I do think that it's going really fast. If you look at car manufacturers, they're really on board and they're developing a lot of models. Indeed, currently they are still using the lithium-ion based batteries. But of course, the internal combustion engine took 100 years to develop into the car that it's today. Also EVs, the EVs that are on the road today or will be on the road in the next decade is not the final picture. So there will be ongoing development, and consumers will have, we think, a very different EV driving experience 15 years from now that they're having today. I do think, as opposed to you, I do think we will see this in our lifetime.
Very positive.
Yeah, so I think we're sort of hopefully similar age, and maybe I'm a bit older than you, but I think in the next 10 years you won't recognize. And the good thing is that if you look in the Netherlands, they're on the road everywhere. We see the first electric trucks coming to the roads. I think truck drivers are going to have a wonderful time because of the torque and just the way EVs drive. When you translate that to truck drivers, I think consumers will be, in that part of the EV consumers will be very, very happy with this new transition. So I think to summarize, I think it depends on where you are on the planet. Mm-hmm. If as a consumer you think you're being well served, or if there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, sparsely populated countries like Australia, we have density on our coastlines. We love living near the surf, but I could drive 500 kilometres to get to a petrol station, and therein lies some of the challenge, right? Some of the vastly populated centre, Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, even Perth, potentially have some networks, but once you drive within 45 minutes outside of that densely populated city, you've literally got 250 kilometres to 500 kilometres between each petrol station. And therein lies some of the challenge that we have in Australia. And our population's small.
I like that you flagged population density and communities there. So shameless plug again for the Open UK blueprint, which will be launching on the GitHub following the end of this conference. The final segment that we haven't yet covered is community and the impact that EV charging can have on community. Bear in mind, as you mentioned, Monica, the development of battery charging technology, and as you mentioned as well, alternative minerals and ways of charging. So I was wondering what your thoughts are on, should EV charging and charge points aim to improve the community in which they're sited? Bear in mind that some people might just want to zip down the motorway. What do you think?
Well, I think when there's a lack of charging infrastructure, you can sort of see infrastructure, whether it's a road or it's a petrol station or it's a charging station, is like a facility in a country. It's something that citizens, like water supply, it's infrastructure. It's something that governments could choose to provide. In the United States, with the current administration, there is a lot of funding that's is going to be available for infrastructure. It's called the Biden-Harris administration infrastructure bill, and they are spending a lot of money on infrastructure. Part of that is for subsidies for interstate fast chargers. So exactly to tackle the issue that you mentioned, if you go further away, you have to have these like places where you can charge up. So the United States is putting up a lot of funding. The Korean government is putting up a lot of funding. So governments can choose to invest or subsidize or help or sponsor setting up infrastructure. I know that particularly in the United States, part of those funding are dedicated to what they call disadvantaged communities. So to make sure that more disadvantaged communities do not miss out on EV charging. In the Netherlands, we used to have this wrong notion that the first users of electric vehicles would be more wealthy citizens, like people with a lot of money or with a company car. So at first we thought we only needed charging stations in richer areas. But one great example, what we learned was that in the area of the airport of the Netherlands, Schiphol, there are a lot of taxis. And all the taxis around Schiphol are electric. And those taxi drivers, at the end of the day, when they go home, they live in, not in big villa mansions, but they live in regular neighborhoods, and they want to charge their cars there. Or like people who do have these small logistic vehicles, they take the cars home with them in the evening, and they do need charging infrastructure. So it is really important, I think, for the transition as a whole, that you don't only focus on the more wealthy group, but also on, basically on everybody. Because in the end, within the next decade, everybody will need to have to make that transition to EVs.
I think it's a really good point. I don't think governments and planning organisations see it from the perspective of human first. I have this amazing story when I was the chief entrepreneur and I was driven with the Premier to look at all of innovation across the state of Queensland. And a part of our problem in terms of innovation is that regional Queensland literally has no connectivity when it comes to anything to do with data or wire. And as I began to sort of crawl through the back blocks of government, there was a significant amount of road infrastructure that had been built. And as I was sort of planning through a lot of these files, I found that a significant amount of fibre optics was actually installed across the road. So when we have incredible bitumen roads across all of Australia. There's some in the middle where it's just total dirt, but for the better part, you can actually drive on a very good sort of highway or an M1. And what I found was that the mains roads department that came in built excessive amount of infrastructure for a single time use. And they built these fibre optic cables to enable the safety control of a large long haul truck where they could actually Wi-Fi in and or call out for the safety. But as the road was built, they'd literally just pick up, turn it off and walk away. It was insane to me that this entire infrastructure was already there. And so how do you literally go back and turn it back on from a community perspective that then gives that sort of secondary benefit? I think governments have a lot to awaken to when it comes to understanding how they can put this infrastructure at the centre of community, particularly for remote and regional locations. You can think about in Australia, particularly in those remote regional locations, the post office, the pub and the petrol station's one building. So when you're going there not just to fill up with fuel, you're doing life's business. And I can see that becoming a transformation event with charge stations. And not only that, when you think about kind of these virtualized grids that are running in communities where they don't have access to 24/7 power, particularly in places like India, and there's brownouts, you can imagine that becomes a peer-to-peer type exchange of energy, and the world changes.
So we'll shortly
Not
open
in
up
our
for
lifetime.
questions. Before we open up for questions, if you just want to summarise your final thoughts and any key takeaways that you might have. Leanne, if you want to start.
Key takeaways, I just wish I could turn back time in 2009 and really have the foresight that you did when it comes to sort of batteries, and maybe shoehorn the open source enablement and the open source community into that space, rather than now trying to retrofit it. So for me, that's the biggest takeaway. I guess that's a life regret. And secondly, I think this transformation is coming so fast that it is a series of cooked spaghetti that we have to try and detangle in such a way. But definitely the light at the end of the tunnel, and I just don't see it being as easy as what people are pretending it to be. I think it's an oncoming train to us.
Okay, and Monica, what are your key thoughts?
So my key thoughts are that the huge benefits we have had and we are still having from open source. And I think that back then when we decided to go open source from day one, it was just because that was a good thing to do. And we sort of naively thought, well, everybody's doing it and we'll just do it as well. And it has given us a lot. It's given the industry a lot. So the open source community is maybe difficult to pinpoint. So it's everybody that joins in. But really a big thank you to the fact that this movement exists and helps by leading by example and helps to inspire others to also go that way. I can't imagine this being successful in any other way than open source. I think it's impossible. It involves too many stakeholders. It's too scary for the companies with a lot of money, deep pockets. It's just too scary for them. It's not in their DNA. It's not in their interest. And I think having the open source community to push this forward is a great blessing. And so,
can you change the name of Open Charge Alliance to Open Charge and Battery Alliance?
Oh, yes, actually,
As a yes.
definitely, sure.
Okay, so before we take a couple of questions, if I could just ask the audience to give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you very much. So yes, questions. Yep, first question.
Thank you, really interesting. If you could turn back time, what would open source and open standards look like in the battery space now? What would it be defining or doing?
I guess I can only retrofit it from where I know it's landed today, and the components that are related to the battery passport clearly look at the materialisation of the supply chain. It looks at human rights and child labour, and it also looks at the data exchange and the requirements of that from an interoperability perspective. So it's not one winner takes all. Coming from the blockchain environment where we are purely an open source enabled platform, it lives well with me. So I do think there is most definitely some secured private sharing enablements that battery chemistry is held to be proprietary to advantage the battery OEM or the car maker themselves. But I do think for the most part, 80% of the data that is enabled for sharing and the protocols associated with this should be enticed towards an open network, an open standard. And it's possible to do. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Yeah.
So, hi, Leanne. The question was actually follow-up to what you were saying about data. So, having open standards is one thing. Having open data and open source stacks is another. One of the things that I've seen in the market is if we're going to make this, one of the areas that I work in is in sustainability and ESG and getting up to get to net zero. One of the challenges is unless you have open standards, open data, and open source, you're really not going to get that ecosystem to adopt any of this stuff. It's just not going to happen. So I'd love to get your perspectives on how you think that could happen.
With a lot of work and a lot of chanting and a lot of leaning on what is proven to be successful previously. And I wasn't joking about actually leading off the shoulders of previous giants like Open Charge Alliance. I think there's a lot to be said and learnt and deployed back into this sector?
Yeah, I think to that is you only need a couple, right? So if you have these large corporations who don't want to open up or don't want to share or don't, pushing back, fine, let them. But as long as there are other companies or startups or other countries, as long as on planet Earth there is one small part where it does work, you can experiment and you can showcase, and then what you'll see is you'll do better. What we've seen with the Open Charge Alliance and our protocol OCPP, when we started, there was a lot of proprietary stuff out there. And then, of course, our reaction was, fine, great, so yeah, you do what you want to do in your proprietary way. Probably what you do is better than what we do, so fine, but we'll just do it the open way. But what you see in the end is that the collaboration and the openness, it takes you further, so it does work better. And I think you don't need everybody from day one. So if only in this space we can find a few who are willing to go the open way, and then I think we can definitely demonstrate that it's better.
That's one of the reasons why we're launching the EV charging blueprint. So that's how Lonica and I met. So we are trying to encourage charge point operators, batteries, regulatory organizations to collaborate and then identify what an ideal EV charging blueprint would look like. So we can do that gap analysis and look for the gaps in open data and open hardware.
I think the key in attracting the giants, whether I can talk because one of our customers is Ford, is to clearly identify where the pre-competitive space lies so that there can be open and a collective set of efforts towards something that doesn't feel as though they're taking a competitive edge away from what is seen to be multi-trillion-dollar industry. And arguably, as I continuously are involved in the United Nations and the Sustainable Development Goals, why are we making what is good for the planet and the next generation of the planet, why are we making that a competitive priced edge? It shouldn't be. It should just be pre-competitive space and we just lift all boats on it. And I think there's a large number of companies that can align to that value and value creation within a supply chain where that pre-competitive space isn't the edge of winning 1, 2, or 10 customers.
And with that, I think we've just about hit time. Lonica and I will be talking about the blueprint in more detail this afternoon. So I'd like to thank our panelists one final time. Thank you very much for talking with us today. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Are you presenting? Because it's got Irene as well. Pardon?
We'll present, yes.
Yes. So are you speaking together on the platform?
No, I just was speaking. Could not sync up on the slides.
Okay, so it's just you talking.
Yes.
Okay.
We could not sync on the slides.
Okay, so I'll cover to you. So we now move on to our next presentation. It's a slight change. It'll just be Tobias talking to us. So I can see Irene sitting here. So Tobias is the founder of OpenSustain.tech, an open platform for free and open climate technology. And he's also an aerospace engineer in climate science and I'm not going to pronounce it.
Forschungszentrum Munich.
Thank you. My German is a bit lacking, a bit limited. And he's going to be talking to us about open source and environmental sustainability. So thank you. Yep. And it's the normal sort the slides out problem.
Do you double the screen or it's just a screen?
You can duplicate or extend, it's up to you. Let me just... duplicate it because it's, I'm just seeing like a rough picture, like a map.
Then it is, okay. I will put it here. And then I do see nothing. Oh, no. Ah, yes. There we go. So, welcome to open source and environmental sustainability. So we had no time to actually sync up on the slides, Irene and me. So we are actually not doing this full time. We are just a community of people that actually investigated what is the impact of open source and environmental sustainability. So I'm actually an aerospace engineer working in atmospheric science. I do this really now 2.5 years, since 2.5 years. So we started actually a small awesomeness, it's called in open source, where we just collected a lot of projects that are dealing somehow with environmental sustainability. So it was really the purpose to just give an overview of this ecosystem, because there was nothing before to see, okay, what does it mean, open source and environmental sustainability? The whole project was actually being created within Proton Types. That's just a small community we created to have some brand and to some namespace to work together. And Irene joined 1 year ago. She had actually a grant from SOOCon23. That's an accelerator program here from the UK that gives money to people who want to open up data that is relevant to our environment. And John Hopkins from Open Corridor also joined, because he was very interested in a lot of tools that we were investigating to see how he can integrate it into a new open source framework. So he wanted to really reintegrate those projects in a new framework. So let's start about what is actually environmental sustainability. It is actually it's the goal about preserving the resources of our planet for future generations. And you see on the right-hand side, that's actually a simulation of our planet with the atmospheric model called SCREAM. It is here simulating the water vapor and how it changes in the future, because with a heating planet, there will be more water vapor in the atmosphere. And this as water vapor itself actually acts as a climate gas. This is an accelerating problem, and this is what we are actually facing now. We are facing an itself accelerating atmospheric problem. And since we are also losing biosphere, we are not able to store that easily, again, the carbon back into the ground. So what does it require actually to be sustainable? I wrote here, you need the intelligence and the intention to really understand. That's important to first start with the understanding. Then to also predict the future. So it's a lot about predicting the future for 20, 30 years. How does our environment and our society in combination change? But it's also very importantly about how to manage our resources that we have on this planet. So the core question about the study was, what enables open source and environmental sustainability? And this is so important because open source has such a massive impact on our world, because it's really part of 79% of the code bases that we see in our products today. And this can be measured by companies like Synopsys that are doing actually security auditing. They go there, they look into the code, and they measure this. So what we did in the study is we really looked at the state of this open source ecosystem. We created insights, but we also created the open sustainability principles within the report. And we created, based on that vision, strategies and potential that we see, because we had so many talks, and Irene did a lot of interviews with people that gave us, I would say, a unique idea about what software in general can play for a role in environmental sustainability. So let's start with environmental intelligence. So one very important aspect is really to understand our planet and how it is changing. And here satellite data, but not only satellite data, but also local data can be important. But satellite data gives us a way to have a highly calibrated sensor that flies all over the world and gives us many information for different indicators about our environment, like air quality, how does our forest change, is there a deforestation, or how does reforestation actually work now? Is there actually emissions? So we can really measure methane emissions by point sources and say, here you are emitting this amount of methane in this time slot. But it's also about what most people don't know about biodiversity. Like satellites have so many colors, they cannot see like red, green, blue, but they have sometimes thousands of colors, and the amount of colors that you see in the environment is a very good indicator about how does biodiversity change. If it's a monoculture, there you don't have that much you will not see many colors there. But it's also about how our urban vegetation changes, where are heat islands within our cities, where do we want to go when there's the next heat wave here in Europe. But also things like how does the soil change? So you can penetrate actually the soil of the earth and see what's the moisture, what's the quality of the soil, and how does it change, because it's a very important indicator how does really our environment change over a long time. And there's also the application of this technology. It's not just creating intelligence, but we also can, with open source and open hardware, open data in combination, create, for example, a 50 megawatt wind turbine that has been developed with multiple European and American companies together, that where the simulation, the blueprints, and everything to actually design those wind turbines is all being open sourced. But it's also about like improving the hardware that we have. Like with PV Lab, you can calculate what's actually the orientation of my PV panels, photovoltaic panels, right? And where should I maybe put it in the future? And that's a very important aspect because it's one of the most promising renewable energies that we have at the moment. But another interesting project is PIPESA. It's actually simulating the energy system of our whole planet, and it can predict how can we change this energy system to decarbonize it. And you see here actually a simulation of the energy system from India that has been done by this project. It's a very collaborative effort between multiple organizations that try to create a framework to do energy system modeling on a global scale. So the methodology that we actually created to do the study is also new for open source in general. We did not just look on our dependency tree and look there where there's some risk from our perspective. We really wanted to see what is really the whole ecosystem on the topic. And that's why we started with curating actually a list. It was really just a markdown list. Everybody could throw projects on it. There was some guideline with kind of projects and how they actually needs to be listed. And we put them in different fields and topics. And we also, from the beginning, we created this list in a way that it is possible so that a machine can read this list, and so that we can actually automatically collect the metadata of those projects. And then we decided, okay, these are really great projects, and we took from every field projects and people we would like to interview, and in Arini did the interviews with all those people to get not just quantitative data, but also qualitative data about what is actually the impact of such a project, because numbers sometimes can be a little bit misleading in this way. And after that, we created this collaborative report as 3 core authors together and try to cross-validate actually what are the qualitative and quantitative insights that really fit to each other to see, okay, there's really a pattern that we can see. Yeah, if you would like, this whole plot is in the report fully interactively, so you can actually discover all projects there. If you click on Earth and climate modeling, then all the projects will be invisible in the sunburst diagram. Here, this is the overview of the data set that we created. So it's more, at the moment, more actually than 1,339 projects. We focused actually our project on GitHub because we had not the time to integrate other APIs and platforms, but we would like to do this in the future. I see this as a very important aspect. As you can see, you can see here how many projects are actually in a personal namespace, so which are just created by a person, and which are in a community namespace. But we also evaluated which kind of projects are still active. So from the beginning, we tried to just list projects that are active, but within the study itself, a lot of those projects got actually inactive, and that's a common problem with open source, that most of the projects will get inactive. But we also created like the median development distribution score that shows you actually how much is the knowledge spread in this community. I will give you some better numbers. This is actually the medium number that shows you actually that 70% of the work in an open source project in this ecosystem is done by one person. What is not in general a bad thing, I must say. So the first thing that was very clear is that this domain is very unpopular, I must say. So if you list all the stars, so stars are sometimes misleading, but they give you an idea about how does the open source ecosystem actually look on those projects. And you can see, the whole open source ecosystem. So it is popular actually on GitHub itself. And you can see here that actually we found 3 projects that have more than 1,000 stars. And on general, you find nearly 40,000 projects on GitHub that have more than 1,000 stars. And for me, the biggest indicator is that our project itself we removed them from the study, but we are on position 3, so we are on one of the most popular projects in this domain, and this is not a good sign, I would say, because this is one of the largest problems we are talking about in this time, right? And also that we needed to do the studies also, I would say, sometimes for me strange. But what you find there in the popularity, actually, this is this kind of projects that are easy to participate by contributors. So where you don't need a lot of expert knowledge to get into. This, for example, AB Street is just a gamification of a city, so that they can actually, so that everybody can participate in this game as an agent, so that you can improve the city infrastructure to support the transition lines or where to go, and to make the public transportation more sustainable. So it's really gamification of public transportation as a kind of simulation. And then comes electricity map. It's I would say, most successful project in this domain. Because AB Street is just really one person. Electricity map has about 300 contributors. You see it on the right-hand side. And this is really some project that try to create an API that gives you on every location on the world. Okay, I'm using now this amount of electricity. What is actually the equivalent in carbon for this amount of energy that I used at this point? Very important for a lot of other projects that you see here, but you will also find projects like Open Food Network that try to create a very common understanding about what actually is the information that we have about food, because there's a lot of, I would say, misinformation about food and how it impacts our body or the climate. So it is, let's say, a very but then you see a lot of energy-related and also climate-related projects. It's a lot about really measuring our world. And if you look on the right-hand side, you see the contributors totally different. But there, suddenly also the SCREAM project I showed you, this atmospheric modulation framework appears, and many other projects that really dealing more with, let's say, the core aspects of our environment. You see also there are a lot of catalogs that just gives you a good API to access all the environmental data that are already existing there. The color bar is this development distribution score that we developed that just shows you, is this just one person or is this 100 persons that are working in this project, as a good just to give an indicator about what kind of project and community you are dealing with. It's not in general a health indicator, I would say. It really depends on the kind of project we are looking at, but it gives you sometimes good information. The license and languages of those projects, the most of those projects used actually the MIT license. What makes them good for reusing in a commercial product, for example? You can use those projects without participating anything, actually, within a commercial project. What has had some good sides, but also bad sides, and that's why there's the GPL 3.0 that actually is preserving a little bit the community in a better way. We had the custom license, actually, we could not get from the GitHub API the license itself. And if you have a GitHub project and you don't see this logo on the side, what is actually licensed, then we could also not get this information, and it's not always good. Because, let's say, people want to have standardized license. So it's always good to have a standardized license that can easily be read also in a machinable way. Yes, then if you look in the programming language, it's also very interesting because if you compare it with other ecosystems, okay, there's Python, still great. I think that's, most people know that. That's one of the most used programming language worldwide. But normally it is a little bit in competition with JavaScript, but in this domain it's not that important. But R, that is normally used a lot of in statistics, and like environmental sustainability is a lot about statistics. And that's why it's here so prominent. Fortran and C++, these are the programming languages if you really want to make large-scale simulations about our Earth. And that's why you see them here. And Fortran shows us, normally if you would create a new project, you would do it in C++. But Fortran is the project that it's one of the oldest programming languages that we have, and it shows that some of these Earth simulations that we do are very old, and there's some legacy code that was ported and maintained for decades sometimes. The origin and form of our organizations that we found, so most of them are actually from Europe, and then directly comes the Northern American continent. A lot of those projects actually consider those, or a lot of those, organizations consider themselves as global. What was, for me personally, a little bit shocking is that actually from the Asian continent, where a lot of products are coming from, where a lot of energy and a lot of environmental impact is being created today, and also a lot of money is there we do not find communities. That was, for me, I really tried to investigate more and find more projects. I looked on the Chinese Git platforms to find good projects that could be listed and keep to our requirements. I could not find them. Yes, if you look on the forms of organizations, most of them are communities, so no legal structure behind them. But they really show that open source is still a grassroots movement. They are really coming from the bottom. It's not that most of those projects come from academia, what is on the second place. So like we are community projects, and there's a lot of other community projects in this area, and I would just want to show you that actually open source is a perfect way to do climate actions from at home, very comfortable. You don't go directly on the street, but actually with just showing the data in the right way can be very impactful. Academia, that's I think not, you can imagine that there's a lot of academia project, but also government agencies play their important role. And then comes the nonprofits that are, from my perspective, very small, and in general cannot say that there are a lot of, I don't have good examples besides Electricity Map, that are really, let's say, very good, big, for-profit projects that are in this domain of environmental sustainability. That already shows us a common pattern that I will go more in detail later on. So if you look on the projects and topics, so we created this scatter plot, and you see here the beginning actually of GitHub, and there was one project of photovoltaic that started really at the beginning directly. Yeah, we are a year on GitHub. But then it was a little bit silent. But in general, I must say, we found quite a lot of good projects. But especially in the area of biosphere, mobility, and you can also see it here on this conference, a lot about mobility and transportation. It's about energy modeling. But there's also a lot about hydrosphere. It's a lot about water, soil. So it's really about the state of our environment. It's a lot. Okay, energy is not really the state, and mobility, they are really dealing with improving actually our personal impact. But if you go then down, you see areas like battery, or sustainable investment, and carbon capture and removal, where I also would put carbon offset into. A very hot topic. There's a lot of money going in this, billions of dollars going into carbon offsets today, but nobody knows how and why this is actually being considered sustainable. Generally, I would say the trend is really energy and climate is really top. So we know about our state, but we don't know really how to get out of this problem with open source so far. Also hydrogen, what is very hyped at the moment. There does not many models exist that really proves you that hydrogen is the future. For me personally, if somebody tells me hydrogen is the future, okay, show me a model that shows this, improves this open source, and then I believe you. And if you don't show me that, it's some plot maybe that you created. Everybody can create a nice plot. So yeah, that's, let's say, the quantitative analysis that we did, the numbers. But I want to talk to you also about the recommendations that we did. And I picked 2 recommendations, combine them with each other, and I want to just show you what can be done with open source. So what are really the potential and the untapped things that we have not done so far. So sustainable investment is a huge thing at the moment, and all these pension funds and all those companies, everybody wants to have his money invested in a sustainable way. And this is the United Nations Principles for Sustainable Investment. They were created, you see it, 2006, and then like a lot of different assets actually signed this and said, okay, we want really to invest based on those principles. And we're speaking today about $120 trillion that are actually invested per year based on sustainability ratings and those principles. That's really a huge number, and it will soon, there's a lot of people saying that most of the investments we are looking at will be rated and investigated based on sustainable investment. It was for me, I looked a little bit into this topic because I was thinking, it sounds great, and if we can get a lot of money, maybe we can also invest it in other topics, so it is really an accelerating itself, so money rules the world, and it's not just always the politicians that makes the world, but it's a lot of times just the money, and it scales globally. And the ratings we look at today, this kind of sustainability ratings that also include, I must say, social sustainability and the government sustainability, they are created by a black box, I must say. These corporations make sustainability reports. There are standards, but there's nothing like open science into this. So there's really, like in climate science and these other domains, open science is very strong. And you need to create certain things today in an open science way. But if it's about how do we rate a company if it is sustainable, there we have like really a black box. It's really this reports, and then this sustainability assessment agencies, they normally go there, get some news about corporations, and based on that, they do a lot of natural language processing, and then suddenly comes there out a number. And this is really steering our world at the moment. That's a real problem. And this is also being said by a lot of scientists. So it's a little bit like throwing the dice. And you see here actually the sustainability rating that has been done by Sustainalytics compared to the other rating agencies. And it's a little bit like throwing the dice and seeing, okay, what happens. So you just go to the next rating agency, and maybe there you will be sustainable, no problem. So just go to the right sustainability rating agency, and you will be sustainable. Even like ExxonMobil and other big oil companies are actually being rated sustainable in this way. No problem at all. And also the author is here saying, addressing ESG, what is this kind of rating, environmental sustainable government rating, divergent requires one to understand how the data underpins ESG ratings are generated. So he says, I don't know how this data has been generated, so I cannot really tell you why where this high divergence is coming from. Yes, so carbon offsets and credits, the same problem. We have there on the one side people saying, yeah, I do actually, this was in The Guardian, I did this kind of, this amount of carbon offsets. And then there is The Guardian saying, no, we measured and it's actually that 90% of those carbon offsets are actually totally misleading. So carbon offsets are normally that what so there's actually no carbon neutral product today. It's just that you pay somebody who tries to store this carbon in the ground, sometimes by planting trees. They plant some trees, go away, nobody measures. Here, I planted here a tree, €1. Okay, everything done, problem solved. Yes, and the problem with that is we're talking here, it's not a joke anymore, and most people do not understand this. It's really something that is really safety critical getting. And then also, if you talk to militaries, actually, they say it by themselves now, it's getting safety critical, what we are talking about here. So we exactly know on what path we are, and you can't trust those models because they're open science. If you have a problem with climate change, go there, make an issue on the climate model and improve them, okay? That's the deal always what I say with those kind of people who don't trust this. It's all open, and the data is highly calibrated and recalibrated many times. But if it is about steering away from that, there we are missing the open science, the open source, and the openness in general. That's a trend that was visible inside our study. But there's help. Especially in the energy area, there was this free the models movement. They said, yeah, let's stop this with these plots, and somebody show me a plot, and then comes other and show me a plot. If you cannot provide me the data, the open source code, the way how to execute your code, the open results of the output of your execution, if you don't allow open discussion about what we are looking at, and if you don't show me the uncertainties also at the end of your models and your data, then I don't just trust your plots. And it's a very easy way to stop those conversations about lying about plots. Just if there's no openness in general, there's no traceability, and you cannot really say about your uncertainty in environmental sustainability. And I was working in automotive, that's totally normal there. So you need such a chain of trust and show traceability when you make safety critical decision making. And we realized, okay, yeah, that's crazy. Openness itself is actually a key indicator for sustainability. So that means if you're open about why something is sustainable, then maybe you're wrong. But you show intention that you actually want to be sustainable in the future, because you can improve yourself over time. You can get in a discussion with somebody. You can say, yeah, my models were wrong, and okay, yeah, here's a bug fix, and here, okay, this needs to be recalibrated, here we need to integrate this and that. But it's so hard to predict the future. We need to really open up those models to get in a conversation about what is actually being considered in the future sustainable. It's also been referred a lot of time for standing off the shoulders of giants. The shoulders of the giant you're standing on, they should be rock solid, okay? It should not be some plots here. Yeah, but calculated something in here. No, that's not the way to go. And there are other great ways how to deal with this problem. And this is actually here in Oxford, there's an initiative called Spatial Finance, or the Spatial Finance Initiative. They use just Earth observation data to track down the fossil fuel industry. And also they have the database of the supply chain for the steel industry, the cement industry. And it's not just, let's say, the tier 1, but also tier 2. So you have the sub-supply chain of the supplier that you have. And they created those data sets and try to give now the financial institutions those data, because suddenly, and that's very important, you have a way to measure this objectively. Because before, the environmental sustainability ratings were not really objective, and scientists could not really participate into that. It was really a black box that was happening there. That's why what I would like to propose is a new way to actually rate the sustainability of a company, that we say, okay, let's integrate their Earth observation. Because we have, as I've seen, I showed you that on the second slide, there's so many environmental indicators that we can today create. And this data of most of those environmental satellites is open. So we can use this in these ratings. You cannot use it for all cases of environmental sustainability, but you can see, for example, if the coffee plantation where you get your coffee from, how does the biodiversity change in this area? You can see how the soil is changing. And if he is promising you that he really looks for biodiversity in a supply chain, yeah, then look into it. There is a way to look into it. And what we also need to do at the core of the assessment, there needs to be open source, that we have a framework, an open source framework, to do actually the assessment itself. And itself, it would be also great if the corporation itself would use open science practices to do their report. Because I actually asked a lot on social media and people all around, can you show me actually one company that does open science for their sustainability report? Can you imagine how much I found at the end? It was like let's say I found some very small companies, but I cannot tell you any name that you all know that is doing this. And this is really a huge problem. If one would start it, it would be great, because this data would be so helpful to change the other part of the industry. Yes, so let's say that's the last slide, and the open source, I would say, is really the most underestimated climate strategy, or let's say climate action. Open source is a great way so that a lot of people worldwide can first understand, predict together, and then also manage together what we consider all sustainable. I personally think that we need an operating system for that, combining a lot of tools together in a huge framework, so that companies, but also governments, can have a quick look about, okay, here's this area, has it changed? It should not be a Google Earth engine that is very prominent there. It should be something that we all own, because it's really our operating system for the planet itself. Yes, the report, it would be great to get any feedback from you. We did a lot of recommendations there. Actually, we had so many ideas together. What could we do now in the future out of these insights that we create? We said, okay, just give them to the public. Let's all write them down. And there's much more, like, for example, and I would also like to see this much more, to actually educate poor people in the global south in environmental sustainability, and especially about, for example, satellite data. Processing. So you have a win-win-win situation. You educate people in software development, and you use the environmental sustainability as a perfect use case, because suddenly they can really help to look at their own places. Because if we are here sitting in our ivory tower, actually, than in saying things. They maybe do not trust us, but if there are people and can create this information, this is much more trustworthy. Yes. So we want to repeat this report to really measure the state of of environmental sustainability from time to time. I hope we can do it actually every year. And I would really love to get more people involved, more insights, to create more interviews, to create more, actually we want to see into the dependencies. We want to see the usage of the project. And also that's the problem, this database needs to be curated from time to time, to update the database. That's one of the hardest works actually, to really get in all those topics and see what's the new open source projects. But there could also open source tools help us, because we have now the database to find new tools that can be done based on the data that we already collected. Yes, so it would be, if you're interested in contributing in such a thing, just go to report. At the bottom you find a section that is called How to Contribute. Write us an email, and I hope that you got a good impression about what this means and what it could mean, what is open source and environmental sustainability. Thank you so much.
Got a couple of down here for questions.
Yeah.
Yes, I think I present myself. Sorry. Sorry? Okay. Sorry. My name is Stefano Bonfo. I'm from Oxford Sustainable Development Enterprise. And I do suspect that what you mentioned about the Oxford Health database is the Financial Institute of Oxford that do this type of work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, but the question is this. My question is, yes, it's a very good presentation. I understand what you want to reach. And the idea that we are developing is to have a full system. This means not just data at the beginning, and then you need to have also the platform and the analyticals like Stack,
yeah,
and to use the data more in a concept of space data science, where then you can understand, let's say, the situation of the area, as well as you can even predict what's happened. This is we call this process here digital twinning, that we try to move also towards metaverse in a way that if you have this global, systematic, integrated approach,
yes,
then you can solve your problem. One of the issues we are experimenting, we are experimenting this type of situation in, let's say, it's EU project in Europe.
Yeah.
But the most difficult are people. Means
yeah,
how the people understand the process. And this is a key role is the educational aspect, where
yeah,
should play a big role about this concept. But I appreciated your approach, and I think I do agree.
Just one word there. I don't think it's possible to do in one university. We need to recombine the existing tools, because you see here the people that are already there. It's not possible in one institution, but it's a good step.
Yeah, I mean, we are experimenting. This means if you demonstrate something locally at, let's say, any place,
yeah,
then you can replicate this understanding to other places, and that's where this scaling
yeah,
approach.
Yeah, yeah.
So there was a slide you had that had kind of different levels of popularity or the number of projects in different categories.
Yes.
Did you notice any kind of correlation with there's more projects in this kind of area because there are more, maybe the data is more easily collected and published, or that governments have been pushing that kind of data, so there's more projects that is based on that? So where there are less popular projects, is it because that data is harder to come by, and so it's more difficult to build a project on top of it? Did you notice that kind of correlation, or is that just something that's popped up?
I think Irene has. Okay.
But I can get that if we can answer that. we saw that in areas where you have lots of open data, obviously there's like a more robust and more mature ecosystem of packages as well. There are other areas that are generally more new, like, you know, like bioenergy or carbon capture and removal. They're like literally more new spaces. So that contributed to the fact that there were not enough data, or the culture of openness was not there. But I don't think we could, I mean, I couldn't see any more patterns than that. I guess it goes down to the different cultures that exist in the different communities. Like some of the oldest projects, for example, were in environmental monitoring, satellite, energy. So that comes already the ethos that started from academia, actually, propagated forward to kind of what we see today. In other areas, that is not the case because they're maybe more dominated by private sector or they're more emerging generally.
One thing on data, we also want to get the data from the software. There's a way we found to actually create now getting the data behind the models. That could be very interesting also. Then you can actually better answer your question.
Hi there. I wonder about the pie chart of different actors. You mentioned community, non-profit, and all these actors, but I'm very interested in the collaboration.
Yeah.
Those ones that say collaboration, well, I don't understand well what maybe collaboration means in this context. Yeah.
It's a combination of non-profit with for-profit, where actually multiple of those forms were coming together in something larger, where we could not actually say it is a non-profit or a for-profit, but it was also not a community. Then it normally is a collaboration between a lot of different organizations that are coming together. It's not when it was just, let's say, a lot of for-profit coming together, we still consider it as a for-profit. But it's true, we should maybe improve that.
Okay, among these actors, you think there is one of these actors that is going to elevate more, like play a pivotal role, is going to grow more in the future? I mean, communities are growing more, or academia, or you see collaboration growing more? As
I hope for-profit growing more.
For-profit.
For-profit. That's the point. Because in open source in general, there's this huge movement now, let's say movement, commercialized open source software. And I see talks about this everywhere. But in this area, nobody really tries to commercialize open source software. It's not always good to commercialize open source software. If a climate model should not be open source, then it's maybe, if you're dealing with biodiversity, it's maybe also not should be an open source. But other areas, especially if it's about solving problems, maybe doing the management of sustainability within a company. Why is there an open source framework to manage in general sustainability within a company? You can actually make good money with that, I think.
So you spoke a bit about the amount of money that is going into sustainable investments. What are like the key touch points within that movement that we can use to push money towards more open source development and research on climate? Like, what's the message that you would use to gain access to that?
Changing the wording. They all talk about transparency, but transparency in data processing is actually openness. That's what I normally do. And the other way is really also to tell people who are in decision making to ask about the traceability of this plot. Maybe people do not understand the software models, etc. behind it, but there is actually a way that you can measure transparency and traceability within your knowledge creation by just asking, okay, you have seen a plot with the chain, okay, from data, and if there's any black box within, actually your uncertainty unfortunately becomes unknown. So you need to measure the openness, and that's why I have this key indicator. You can measure openness from my point of view. You can measure, okay, is your data open? And if you have a way to measure that, you can actually say how transparency is your result at the end. And if there's, the problem is actually if you have a big AI in between, it's totally untraceable. Just to give you this, because nobody understands AI.
I've got time for one last one.
Sorry, Tobias, just one last one.
Tobias,
sorry, just one last one. Excuse my naivety here. You were talking about before the licensing and the way you could then go and get data from the different sources of information, but some of it was restricted due to the licensing that they had applied. So what licenses would you suggest? Like if I was to start a new project, put it out on GitHub, what license should I assign to it so then you have full access so your data is actually more up to date and more truthful in what you present?
So the license really depends on what you want to do. If you want to preserve a community over a long time and you want, for example, that it is a non-profit project, it really depends on what you want to do. It's not an easy question, and there's no easy answer. But I can say if you want that your software and your data is being used within a company, then it's easier for MIT. But if you want to scale this community and you need the feedback and you need actually contribution from those companies back, the GPL can be better, but the GPL has the problem that some companies just say, oh, it's GPL, that's too complicated maybe for us, go with the easy license. There is really no easy answer. It's always depending on your use case. It's, for example, the GPL is sometimes problematic if you really want to create a product out of it. Then the company cannot maybe create a product out of it because they have some other, let's say, core knowledge within those combined with this software that you can actually, they don't want to actually do also open source. So there's a reason why we have so many licenses, and it's good that we have them, but you should use one of the standard licenses.
Just one last
one.
one.
I was going to say, I'm genuinely really surprised by the outcome of your research, that there's so few open source projects that deal with environmental sustainability. Because when I think about the open community, there's a lot of people who are energetic and passionate about the world and building different projects, and they also tend to be younger. And why did you find out sort of the why? So why are there so few? Why do so few have stars? Is there just a disconnect? Are there not enough projects running, or people don't know what to work on, or it's not being publicized, or it's not available on apps? Like you mentioned, biodiversity potentially being on a mobile phone that people in less developed nations could use to measure their own like soil health. Like in Germany as well, there's an app where you can track how many birds there are in your local area, and that's a collection of data. So what sort of is the why?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I must say, I have, let's say, some idea, but I have no real answer. One thing that we also wrote in the report is sustainability is just a hardcore topic. It's super hard. It's like Earth observation, processing satellite data, you need some background, and it's like, there's a reason, for example, the strongest growth shows at the moment green software. That is actually dealing with the energy consumption of software itself, of the open source software that we are developing. And it's easy to contribute to this because you don't need a background knowledge, actually. You don't need a degree in atmospheric science, etc. You don't need really this scientific background that you need in many of those areas in environmental sustainability. That's one reason. The other is that actually a lot of environmental sustainability is a lot of marketing. And if you look in the background, what's really happening, we show you, but the marketing is really massive at the moment, and I hope that sooner or later it also goes into action. But the action is still a little bit missing in many places. That's also a reason. So the perception of the popularity is there's a lot of things happening, but if you really look into the action and the money flowing sometimes in this project, and also in our institution, we're looking for students, and we found no new students actually in atmospheric science, and that's the truth. That's what's happening. So there needs to be actually a shift that actually our people also change their job maybe in a more sustainable way, and this takes maybe decades. That's what I can answer that.
These are projects that are more abstract, like you mentioned, kind of the
I'm going to have to call it, so you can carry on your conversations, but because we have the streams as well, we need to run pretty closely to time. So thank you. I know this discussion is going to carry on here. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Food downstairs. Don't forget the demos and all the experience areas down on the first floor as well. And those out there, I know people are really keen for you to go and try out the stuff they've got. Thank you.
I do. It took a while of practice. Smiling and nerve. When I was a young man, I smiled a lot. Yeah, I did. There was somebody who I was. Dark side of the moon. Yeah, the shadows, right? Yeah, this is like us. McCoy is the only one with the proper
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this afternoon's session in the Government Law and Policy stream. I hope you're all excited to get going and energised after lunch. My name's Chris Eastham. I'm a partner at the law firm Field Fisher, specialising in tech and data, but my presence here is down to my work with Open UK, where I'm the pro bono chief legal officer. So I'm delighted to introduce our guests for the first session today. So we have here McCoy Smith, who is the founding attorney at LexPan Law, an intellectual property firm in the US, and Obsequio, an open source compliance consultancy. Before that, he spent 20 years in the legal department of a Fortune 50 company as an IP specialist, 8 years in private practice, litigating and prosecuting US patents, and 3 years as a patent examiner in the US PTO. He's licensed to practice in Oregon, California, and New York, and to practice before the US PTO and the Canadian IP Office. From 2014 to 2020, he was on the editorial board of JOLTS, the Journal of Open Law Technology and Society, and he's also a co-author or author of chapters on open source and copyright and patents in the book, which he's helpfully displaying right now. We also have Keith Bergelt from the Open Invention Network. So he's the CEO of the largest patent non-aggression community in history, created to support freedom of action in Linux and adjacent open source technologies. It's funded by Google, IBM, Red Hat, NEC, Philips, Sony, SUSE, and Toyota, and it has nearly 4,000 community members. We also have Michael. So Michael is a former engineer. He's an M&A attorney, a Linux Foundation board director and product manager at Facebook, and is currently the chief legal officer at Illyria Technologies. He previously led the open source team at Meta, formerly known as Facebook, where he defined the vision, strategy, and execution for open source products, programs, and partnerships. He also led the product, intellectual property, and commercial functions as part of their M&A team and was responsible for all M&A deals between 2018 and 2021. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
You want to start, Keith?
Sure. Thanks for the suggestion. That's a good one. Thank you for being here, and since this is an intimate group, feel free to interrupt us at any time. Otherwise, we'll just keep talking, and it's better that you interrupt us, believe me, from having done this with these people before. What we wanted to do is kind of apprise people of how things have evolved in terms of the threat landscape. I'm involved in, this is my day job all the time. I am constantly focused on where risk is coming from. First, I spent the first 13 years of my existence at Open Invention Network thinking about one company primarily and how to thwart their natural tendencies toward bad behavior. That was previously. Now we're great friends. But Microsoft was the reason why Open Invention Network was developed. It was developed as a means of dealing with the at that point, the rhetoric of aggression that Microsoft was involved in. Later, it became actual aggression as part of their move to slow or stall the progress of Linux, and particularly to attempt to tax and create an uneconomic challenge for Google and their very, very successful Android operating system. And so OAN's a very small, nimble, but well-funded organization focused on living kind of the life of the skirmisher. Much smaller than Microsoft, but we are constantly looking at utilizing American Invents Act to do pre-issuance submissions to attack applications that they developed that looked interesting, potentially valuable to open source, and then practicing another strategy, which was while those patents are being challenged, patent applications are being challenged and potentially either going to be rejected or have diminution in scope of the claims, we would be filing everything we could possibly think of that was an extension of that core application to be able to kind of create a scorched earth strategy or an Agent Orange strategy. Because family development is very important, obviously, in the patent world. If you can't develop a family, there aren't many singleton patents that have been compelling enough to change the world. And so we were looking at essentially not allowing them to develop families, but rather reducing the scope of whatever they had filed. And so we did this hundreds of times, literally. And then we recognized that other things were going to be necessary, but we had a portfolio. We still have a portfolio, but at one point we had 1,500 and something patents. We spent $100 million on patents. We've acquired entities purely to get access to their inventors and their patents, particularly in virtualization and some other areas of security, looking to be able to own patents that were uniquely compelling and valuable to be able to counterclaim against Microsoft in the event that they attacked companies and looking to sue them. And so we did that. We worked behind the scenes to supply patents, to forward deploy them, as I like to call it through a euphemism. We forward deploy patents to companies to allow them to counterclaim against Microsoft and create some level of equality, because the patents that we had, the patents that we filed, read on not Microsoft Science Fair projects, but the things that they really care about that actually they generate significant amounts of return from. And so it was a very focused strategy that we had up until 4 years ago, and then they went and ruined it by becoming part of the OAN community. And so made my job that much more difficult because, it's what happens after what comes next. You have this sense of accomplishment, and you're like, didn't see that coming. And then you got to figure out other things that you've got to do, because we actually embraced Microsoft. We had our first board meeting after they signed at Microsoft as a symbol of connection with the company and a note of appreciation, because really, I'm kidding, it's been a great opportunity to be able to accomplish something like that, to be able to move from where operating company risk is not nearly as powerful and important as it once was, and the risk has shifted in a pretty dramatic way to patent assertion entities. There are still some operating companies that are heavy monetizers that are active in probing the market, looking to provide misinformation to people at organizations like DG Comp, to encourage them to launch investigations against policies that are IP policies that are well established, supporting things like universal reciprocity, where you give as good as you get. That's what OAN is really based on, a model where we collaborate, where we build on each other's ideas, we don't sue each other. Everywhere else, normal rules around patenting and differentiation and innovation. If you want to innovate and you want to use patents to do so, you can do that. OAN doesn't judge. There are lots of people in the community that feel that software patents are not acceptable, not appropriate. I don't get involved in that debate or discussion because I've got a constituency that's very diverse, many of whom are the largest patent holders in their space and some of the most successful monetizers in the world. And so we kind of went from dealing with Microsoft and then a few companies around the margin to now recognizing that over the last 4 years, we needed to do something different because the threat was shifting. There are some operating companies, again, that are monetizers that eventually will probably participate in the OAN community and recognize the interdependencies that are necessary that sit at the core of open source's success. But in the meantime, we're focusing a lot of attention and capital on what we founded with Microsoft and IBM for the ultimate irony, bringing the two of them together, as well as Linux Foundation, Meta, Google, a number of other companies, many of the cable companies, got together to fund and found the open source zone managed by Unified Patents. Unified Patents is an entity that has been set up to do IPRs and a number of other things, use crowdsourcing to collect prior art, and they're a very successful entity. We have engaged them over the last 4 years with the partners that I described to attack poor quality patents held by patent assertion entities, and they have done a very good job of doing so. They have filed against close to 100 patents or families, and they've had I think they're quoting like a 90% success rate. And automotive grade Linux, 5 or 6 Apache projects, probably 25 projects that the Linux Foundation manages, KVM, and in a number of, it's a broad range of actions that patent assertion entities have brought against different project functionality. And as I said, they've had incredible success in taking cases to term, rather than spend a lot of time on this. It's harder to do these kinds of cases because we're trying to protect the whole community, not just 6 companies or 20 companies. That would be the normal focus of how their business model works. And so they have taken cases to term and essentially gotten patents invalidated in 89% of the cases, or 88.5% of the cases that they've actually been involved in. And so this has turned out to be a very powerful relationship in preventing damage from being done in terms of creating attacks or usage tax on the adoption of open source code. And so it's been a natural evolution for me to go from one environment to the next, and now we're looking at hardware. And so hardware is the next battlefield, I believe, and open source hardware is, you see Open Compute out there, a lot of the things that the technologies that are coming out of that project to be able to support data centers of the future, very important. And then you have the RISC-V project, which is under the Linux Foundation, CHIPS Alliance, AOM, which produces the AV1 free codec. These are all the projects that we are hoping to support as we look to replicate the success we've had by having almost 4,000 companies, and again, many of the most significant companies in the world, join our community. We'd like to now port those companies and our model over to hardware to be able to ensure there's freedom of action and freedom to operate on the hardware side, because open source is not bounded. As a concept, it's the modality where the power comes from, the idea of collaborative development that is the fundamental building block on which open source is built, established. That's really what we're focused on, is freeing that model, because it is a social model that creates new novelty in ways that in the new economy we couldn't possibly have perceived 15, 20, 30 years ago. Even Richard Stallman and people who were around 36 years ago, whenever his founding of Linux or of open source, this whole period has been one of evolution, one of growth, and we want to be there to enable freedom of action and freedom to operate, and play the role that we have been tasked with playing by the very forward-looking founders of OIN. So that's my time.
That was quite a lot.
Yeah. Were you saying it was long? Don't tell me that.
A little bit. I have a couple questions.
For me?
Yeah.
That's not the way this works.
So you mentioned, is it the gun locker concept, where you would lend out patents?
Yeah, or the armory, probably.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. How was that structured? Because I think I've.
We didn't lend them out.
You didn't lend them out.
No, because you have joinder issues if you lend them out.
Right. So how was that?
We would just do a sale of the assets to a third-party entity that was being at risk or in litigation.
Okay, so you assignment.
Yeah.
And then.
No residual rights. Other than that, whomever we've licensed to, the patents stay licensed to them. So they come with the encumbrance.
Got it. And then they would presumably rep to not doing certain things with the patents.
Yeah.
Doing the pendency of
But they were already a licensee, so they were already restricted
Makes
to
sense.
a great extent. But yes, we would add language, which we borrowed to some degree from IBM.
Gotcha. And then what happened? Because a lot of those, it sounded like a lot of those patents read on the a certain company's technologies, and so what is just like ICBM sitting in a silo somewhere collecting dust?
A lot of the patents they're already neutralized because Microsoft has a license to all of them.
Yeah.
So
as a licensee.
Yeah, as a licensee. So we've redistributed some of the patents that we didn't need to member companies that paid for them. The 8 companies, well, 7 now because of the acquisition
of
Red Hat. So we're pushing them back to those companies if they need them for defensive activities with prescriptions on use.
Got it. But probably not. They presumably haven't been used because makes sense. And then it also sounds like in this pivot to open hardware, will it also be connected to Linux? Is it also tethered to Linux, or is it more?
It's just open source.
It's just open source.
Yeah. In fact, I wouldn't say we escaped, but we migrated from primarily focused on Linux at the beginning to now being focused on a much broader swath of open source technology.
Got it.
That may or may not run on Linux.
Would the right analogy be the Unified's? Unified also has a open source zone
that we're funding. Yeah.
Gotcha. And so this would be the coverage would be just all of open source, but hardware.
Yeah. So we would do the same thing we've done here. We would start out with a cross license, bring a bunch of companies in to agree that where we collaborate, we're not going to need to kind of build on each other. We're not going to sue. So everybody cross license each other. All functionality, latent patents where claims read on functionality that's included in the core would be the open source hardware core. We call it the Linux system definition.
Got it.
In the software license.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting because you're replacing the LSD with something that.
That's not the drug. That can't be replaced.
Linux system definition.
Yeah, you're replacing the Linux system.
You got to explain it to the audience.
See, I mean,
terrible moderator.
Yeah. Oh, you're the moderator? Oh. I wondered what was going on here.
Hey, we're just winging it up here.
Yeah.
So I was going to talk a little bit about, for those of you who may have noticed. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Go ahead. No, I had nothing left.
Downstairs, there's a bunch of these books available if you haven't gotten a signed one. Oh, they're all gone. Sorry. It's available for free for download. There's a chapter in here on patents that I co-wrote that'll go through a lot of history of how the community has thought about patents over the years and the various mechanisms that they put together to address patents, including OIN. OIN really is kind of the first organization that has sustained itself in doing things about patents. There was a lot of initiatives, in the early 2000s that sort of got started and fizzled out. But OIN has been steadfast in that area for a while. I also have a practice where I go out and knock patents out myself from my law firm or from my clients. So where OIN or Unified Patents doesn't have the ability to do that, I can do it for you as well. Maybe we should talk a little bit about the future. Just in the US, a couple of things to keep alert about. There is a pretty concerted lobbying effort right now in the United States to take away some of the mechanisms that can be used to challenge patents. A lot of inventors have gotten kind of up in arms and saying all the big companies are taking away the small companies' patents, and that needs to be changed, and we need to make it much harder for Unified or other entities to challenge patents. So keep an eye on that. I'm not sure how much traction it's going to get, but there is a concerted effort to change that. And I think it would be detrimental, at least to open source, if the mechanisms that can be used to get rid of some of these bad patents are denatured. The other thing here in Europe to keep an eye on is the Unified Patent Court, which is on the verge of starting off and may very well change how patents are asserted in the future. You know, it has been pretty much a US thing for 20 years because the perception was that the US courts tended to be more favorable to patent assertions, and it was a much bigger market that you could affect by one lawsuit. Unified Patent Court may change that significantly now. One thing that may mitigate that is I think Europe is a little bit better at having clearer rules about what can and can't be patented. In the US, it's a complete mess and has never been resolved satisfactorily. So that may mitigate it, but it's something to keep your eye on if you're here in Europe, whether the Unified Patent Courts become the place where these patent entities go out and start going after open source and other software.
And it's thought that Germany and the UK would be the most likely arenas, Germany in particular.
It used to be the Dutch, too, because they had cross-border injunctions they used to issue. So a lot of people used to go into the Netherlands, but I don't know.
Yeah, we had a question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, my question is less on OIN and its workings. It's more about the kind of the conceptual dynamic between the open source licenses and patent attribution when you're looking at things like standards. Does that make sense, or should I go further?
What is the question?
So the question is, do the open source licenses give you a right to use the patent that may be or may not be included within the standard? And more generally, in fact.
So Ian, right there, is going to be talking about this very issue next. So stick around.
Yes.
That's the easy way out.
Yeah. We're just going to use that answer for all the questions.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Nicholas Stingley, and I'm a data ethicist. I mean, I'm really loving your attitude of weaponizing patents against patents. But let's be a bit provocative about it. I see one of the biggest issues with open is global equity and the lack of. Do we have to think about turning beggar against patents in a new way and conceptually looking at patents which are not necessarily a problem, it's rather the benefit sharing from the super profits, which I see as a huge problem with patents. Is there any way that we could kind of weaponize patents to accept sometimes their acceptance, because they generate the super profit, because you've got the, you know, and then use that money and resource to help the real problem, which is open data access and supporting global equity concerning data and data access and usage? Is that, can you conceptualize any madness like that?
I've never thought about it, but so I would have to think about it, and it would not be something I could address right now. But it would take some thinking.
Yeah, so the people who have the ability to assert patents for money probably are not necessarily interested in using the money that they get to open up data and stuff like that. They may have other interests in opening up data, which is a whole nother question for companies like that, as we are seeing
I don't
right
know.
now.
I think Ericsson, Nokia, and Qualcomm would be very interested in just peeling off a few of their large gains from monetization.
Okay.
And just push it right back.
You're lobbying for that from them?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No,
no, I think that's the chance of that happening is zero.
Yeah,
with them anyway, and they're the most significant survivors that are monetizers that want to reserve the right to sue on core Linux and open source by not joining OAN.
The companies that make a revenue business off of patents, there's not a lot of them. Most companies use them as trading chips.
Yeah. Even Microsoft's changed their policy. Google changed their policy.
But there are a few of them, and they consider it to be a revenue-generating center in their business, and are probably not too disposed to use it for other good purposes.
Yes, I mean, there's some world that you can envision companies getting together that are, like IBM being involved with a number of other companies that are like-minded, because IBM's just changed their approach. One of the things that the elephant in the room when you discuss patents and innovation is that they're equated. It's considered by there are different bodies that will evaluate the innovative capacities of a country. How innovative is a country, how innovative is a company, and they basically reduce it to the very simplistic analysis of if you have patents equate to innovation. That is a myth that should be exploded once and for all, because the quality issue is really what's involved in innovation and the timing of you have many innovations many innovations captured in the claims and in patent that are not valuable because the technology takes 15, 20, 30, 40 years to mature. Display technology is a classic example. Did you have a...
We should let Michael finish up.
No, I don't think so. Oh. That came out, sorry. I thought I was just thinking.
Do you have any particular projects that you'd like to discuss that you've worked on that is relevant to this?
Yeah, you have this.
I think you do.
Yeah.
So I recently took GPT-4 and I created I asked it to create a claim chart and an anti-claim chart, and I found that it did it quite well. And I created, basically you basically put in a patent number, and then you put in a description of infringing technology, and within a couple of seconds it can create it'll go through claim by claim, and it can create a passable claim chart, right? And now what was interesting about it when I showed it to my friends at some of the companies that have been mentioned here is that the first result that came up was not that great. Within it, just like when you Google things, right? Within it was a guidepost to how to refine that result. And then the second result that came up was the equivalent of something that you'd get from a second tier or third tier provider of claim charts, something that you pay $1,000 to $1,500 for, right? And so the implications of that are profound, right? I mean, for a lot of these patent departments that I showed it to, their first sort of inclination was to rethink how they were processing these, right? First of all, so to no longer pay for these kind of sort of because a lot of these games are economic in nature, right? It's a question of a lot of the trolls can show up because they're fine with sending out a ton of patents that were a ton of claim charts that made no sense, right? If somebody shows at your door with 1,500 low-quality claim charts, and you go through one or two of them and they make no sense, they'll still say, oh, we've got 498 claim charts that make sense, and you just don't have the time or energy to burn on that. But if you could then, within a couple hours, flip back to them 1,500 counterclaim charts, 1,500 sort of charts that advocate non-infringement, or that what are they going to do with that, right? I think it dramatically upsets. I don't know what the long-term implications are, but at least at the negotiating table, as these tools. This was not very easy to build, by the way. This is like a.
And is it available open, or are you selling this?
It is. I'm building it with somebody. The person that I'm building it with, who might be watching, does want to sell it. I kind of just want to give it away.
Right.
But I'm also worried about assertions, right? Because it could be used either way.
Yes.
Right. So I'm trying to build the counter. I'm trying to figure out a way to build it where it only can provide defensive utility, and I think
Can be used for good but not evil.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. But you know, it's anybody can build something like. So that's it's interesting. You know, this is one of many, I think, industries that will radically change, especially the ones that are highly depend on highly commoditized services like this, and so it'll be interesting to watch.
Yep. Okay, so we're pretty close to time. Anybody else got questions?
Time maybe just for any final thoughts from each of you?
Keep your eyes peeled on this stuff. It's kind of interesting if you look at the history of this stuff. And I've been a patent lawyer for 35 years and have been working in open source for 20. There was always this looming threat of a giant patent debacle that was going to crush open source. Never really happened. It was sort of low-key concern along the time. Whether that'll ever happen or not remains to be seen, but I guess remaining vigilant is important because you want to make sure that you're ready when something bad occurs.
I think it's a particularly good question, though, to think about, particularly, and from your background, when I think about hardware, we've looked at all the patents that are potentially damaging for RISC-V, and in the beginning, RISC-V will have an impact on mobile devices and the people that supply mobile devices in the embedded world. But as the data centers and other high-value chips that Intel, AMD, and others are producing, that is where there's real stress, potentially 5, 7, 10 years from now. And so I think how companies that have been incumbents and founded the industry respond and react. Intel's obviously formed a separate business, a foundry business, to be as a hedge, but still is a question of whether that can really compensate for loss of business in the core side, since they already are out of the, for all intents and purposes, out of the mobile space. Right. So they've missed a big opportunity there, and so they have other areas, but those areas don't have as much growth, and they have more. When they are going to be threatened, it'll be by RISC-V, potentially. RISC-V was an idea that was founded by Dave Patterson at Berkeley in 1989, something like that.
Yeah, the RISC architecture has been around forever, so
yeah.
Actually mapping the current patent on something like that it's a difficult task.
But the concept of essentially hardware, software, co-design, and simulation. There are lots of moving parts that are targetable surfaces that you can go after. Anyway, I think that space is potentially going to be that battleground that McCoy's kind of referencing never really manifested itself. Right. I'd like to think that OIN's existence helped in mitigating the risks that were represented, but I think we gotten through without the battle, and collectively there's lots of things beyond OIN that collectively we fought that war well. Now we have to see what happens in hardware because there's a lot at stake, and so that's my comment.
I look forward to the release of your open hardware patent pool, licensing pool.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Sorry to go long.
That's it. Just remains to say thank you very much, guys. It's really insightful. Okay. So thanks to McCoy, Michael, and Keith. So next up, I'd like to welcome Vittorio Bertola, who's the Head of Policy and Innovation at Open Exchange,
Vittorio is an engineer, a policy expert, and an activist, currently running the innovation and policy activities at Open Exchange, a global leader in free software email and DNS platforms, maker of Dovecots and Power DNS. In the past, he founded startups, campaigns, Usenet groups, and political parties, served on the board of ICANN and on United Nations internet governance groups, and wrote, he says, unnecessarily complex Perl scripts, and argued online a lot about a lot of things with a lot of people. Thank you, Vittorio.
Okay, let me set this up. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Well, thank you all. I will try to go very quickly through the presentation, which was originally meant for a longer slot. The topic of my talk today is introducing the Digital Market Act, which is a new regulation of the European Union, which will affect anyone offering internet services, at least if they want to offer them into the European Union. And so we will start by explaining why these and other regulations were conceived in the last 3-4 years by the European institutions. And so I'm going to show you the perception of the internet industry, especially of the global internet platforms, as seen from Brussels in around 2019, when the new European Commission was elected, which is a pretty different view than what you might see from here, or definitely from the Silicon Valley. So basically, this starts with a long list of complaints. But the basic thing that really raised an alarm bell with the European institutions was this. I mean, for the first time in history, actually, in the last years of the last decade, we had 5 tech companies from a very limited part of the world being the 5 biggest listed companies on the planet. I mean, there have always been very big technological companies already like one century ago, like AT&T. But this was the first time in which basically all the biggest companies were technological companies. And the Chinese ones were also coming up. Now, this has slightly changed. I left the numbers, I mean, the ones in red are the market capitalizations about 1 year ago, which was sort of the peak. But you see that sort of at the peak, I mean, Apple was worth like $3 trillion, which is more or less France's GDP. And even if comparing a GDP with market cap is like comparing apples and oranges, but still this gives you the feeling that some of these companies were being perceived as basically as big as the biggest European countries, or even bigger in terms of economic power. And so this, I mean, the European governments were not happy about this. But why is this? This is because of consolidation in a number of disruptive innovations that happened in the last, let's say, 15 years. And the biggest one was for smartphones. When smartphones came, again, it was a platform for innovation, and there were millions of people literally trying to write millions of apps. But then it consolidated pretty quickly. So now we have like only 2 mobile operating systems, and even in the apps sphere, like the messaging sphere, many of these apps are owned by the same company. And this creates, of course, economic mass, but it's not just about the apps or smartphones. So this is the cloud market. This is already old. But in the cloud market, there are basically 3 companies, more or less the same, that are owning like more than half of the market or 2/3 of the market, depending on the various estimates. And this is just getting worse. And then there were, of course, complaints about the transfer of wealth that this is creating. So this is a chart that was calculated in Italy a few years ago, but it's more or less the same in any European country, about how many taxes, I mean, do the internet platforms actually pay in the country. And this is one of the biggest concerns for any European government. So if you see, I mean, thanks to a series of, invoicing that happens internationally, both within the European Union and then outside of the European Union, in the end, the actual revenues that are taxed in each European country are relatively low. I mean, like in this case, it's about 1/7 of the total revenue, which was 750 million euros for Google in advertising in this specific year. And so, I mean, that is sort of calibrated with the cost. So in the end, the actual margin is pretty low, and the actual tax that they pay is pretty low. And so, of course, when this is replacing national services, provided by companies that have their legal place of business and pay all the taxes in the country, this is a net loss for the tax revenues for the country. And on the other hand, there were indicators. I mean, this again is a proxy indicator, but in 7 years, I mean, the prices of houses in central San Francisco went up, I mean, multiplied by 2.5 times. So this is really a sign of a global transfer of wealth going on from Europe, from all the rest of the world, into a very specific part of the world, which is, well, it's now the US West Coast, but of course could also be China, or maybe these are possibly the only two places where companies like these are emerging. And so this is what, I mean, we like to call Hotel California, in the sense that this is a system in which all these companies, more or less always the same, are providing services that are built in a way that you cannot leave them, cannot literally live without them. So you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave the services of these platforms. And why? I mean, on the technical level, this is because the recent services, the ones that were developed in the last 15 years, were developed in a different way than the traditional internet services. So a traditional internet service like email or like the web is interoperable, meaning that you get an email address from a provider and you can exchange email with anyone else from any other provider. And anyone can offer services, all the standards are open, there are open source implementations, and you just bring up your email server and start to exchange email with everybody else. But if you have a look at the more recent services, they were built as walled gardens, as silos. So instant messaging is the classic example. So you have many instant messaging services, but they don't talk with each other. So if you want to talk with people that are using WhatsApp, you need to install WhatsApp and become yet another WhatsApp user. And then you need also to install Telegram to talk with Telegram users, and Skype, and Signal, whatever. And you basically cannot move. So I mean, if you move to a different instant messaging service, you lose your contacts, you lose your conversation. And so you don't do that unless you have very, very good reason. And actually, there were studies on people trying to move away and basically giving up. And this is maybe not even the standards are closed, but the deployments are closed. So these applications are designed not to interoperate. And then there's other business practices that have the same purpose in the end. So like bundling applications together. So in mobiles, you get your phone, which is a mobile operating system by one of the two dominant providers. And they also give you the apps. So it's very hard to compete on the apps because, I mean, the app of the platforms will come pre-installed and integrated on your phone. And so for anyone else that wants to provide a different one, I mean, good luck in convincing people in installing it. I mean, it can happen, but it's hard. And everything is so integrated that you cannot just replace individual modules. And so this has created, at least in the perception of the European Union, a concentration of power. I mean, it's economic power, but it's also more than that. It's actually control over the economy and over who gets to also enter the market, control the development of new startups. And now this is getting worse because our homes are filling with stuff. I mean, objects, generally also made by the same platform, but not only, that are bringing up encrypted connections to the cloud and moving data across borders out of jurisdiction, if you believe in your jurisdiction. And it's increasingly impossible for the user to know what's going on, which data are being transmitted, why, and what is being done with them. And so in the end, this ended up being a long list of complaints by the European institutions on what these platforms do. Because in the end, they have power which is not just economic power. It's really about being able to track citizens through, I mean, targeted advertising and getting into their privacy. It's about political power over choices, because especially the social media arena, controlling which news and how they spread and what gets moderated and what does not get moderated, or who has accounts or sees their account closed, is a way to control the public opinion, and so also impact democracy. And jurisdictions are being able to make laws and enforce them somehow, and national security, because I mean, of course, if you have very big platforms that get to see everything because everybody in your country is using them, then you literally get to know also all the secrets of the country. And so this is why the European Union started to act. And, well, we are now introducing the concept of digital sovereignty. I don't know how many of you are aware of this. I mean, it's become all of a sudden a real buzzword, at least in Brussels. So everybody, especially German and French government and the European institutions are talking about digital sovereignty. So what is this? There are actually two slightly different concepts of sovereignty. They are slightly different depending if you see them from Paris or from Berlin. But in the end, they both together form the concept of European digital sovereignty. So part of it is about autonomy. So in a way, the ability of European countries to be self-sufficient, I mean, not depend on foreign products, even if they come from friendly countries, but still, for any reason, even just business reasons, the American platforms at a certain point in time might decide, for example, to stop offering you search services and turn off their search engine. And what happens then? I mean, basically your society, your economy will stop. I mean, you literally can, I mean, the European economies and societies cannot live without these services today. And so you're trying to become autonomous by fostering the growth of local digital industries, local alternatives that can be provided locally. And this is also about sovereignty in the proper sense. So being able basically to make rules, make laws through your democratic processes, and then get these companies to abide by them and collect the tax, which is a basic element of democracy. And so not depend basically on anything which is outside of your control for something which is so critical for the survival of your own society. And so there's a long list of requests. So you will see, I will briefly mention now all the different initiatives that are going on in regulatory terms in Brussels. But you see that there's a bit of everything. So from taxes, to sharing data, to stop tracking people, to, well, startups, competition, more economic issues. And also there's all the disinformation, fake news thing, which is, I mean, it's controversial, but still has an impact on democracy. And there's also finally the discussion, yet another very hot discussion on lawful interception and whether, I mean, European law enforcement agencies should somehow be able to intercept communications like they do for investigation with the phone. And here is where open source comes into play. Because, I mean, this is, I like to show this slide also throughout Europe, because it's really like as if open source were conceived for Europe in a way. Because the European Union is still this archipelago of very different countries, languages, markets, and so there's no way that it can generate a very big company like, I mean, the big American and Chinese markets can do. It does generate alliances of smaller companies, SMEs, in which in the bigger countries, maybe there are bigger companies that can bring people with them, but then there's someone doing stuff everywhere, and you do this through cooperation and horizontal cooperation and alliances. And so this is, I mean, this is why there's a lot of alliance between the European open source industry and the lawmakers that are pushing these views, because in the end, I mean, the industry, the open source community is trying to promote the open standards, the federation, and so open alternatives that are not centralized and owned by a single other company competing with the platforms, but are really distributed and open. And then, of course, you have to rely on regulation to be able to compete, so to break some of these practices that are basically making competition impossible. And so this is one of the remedies. Again, not a remedy for all the long list of things, but we are getting nearer to the digital market side, which is a specific, I mean, only tackles a specific part of the complaints list. So the remedy is basically getting back to the original internet principles and trying to get these new services to work like the old ones. So, I mean, if you can separate this bundling of services altogether that you cannot divide, then maybe you can replace individual blocks. So maybe you will not be forced to, for example, if you're an app developer, give Apple 30% of whatever you sell within your app, because traditionally they force you to do that. They force you to use their own payment gateway, and they take 30%. So if you could just replace the payment module without touching everything else, then you could have competition for the payment module. And for new competitors, they wouldn't have to replicate everything to be able to compete with you. They could just compete on that specific service. And this also, of course, requires that changing modules is made easy for the user. And the same for messaging. So if you could get all the instant messaging apps, or at least the dominant ones that have all the people in them, to interoperate, then you could try to create a new applications. Today, if you want to create a new instant messaging apps, of course it has to be good, but even if it's very good, it's hard to convince someone to try the 11th messenger app. And even if you do, they try it and there's no one in them. You cannot talk with anyone because there's no one literally using them but you. And so if you can at least make so that someone can create a new instant messaging app that can send messages and exchange messages with people using WhatsApp or Telegram or whatever, then the chances that you can succeed in competing for this market are much higher. I mean, again, it's not going to be easy, but at least you have some chances to compete. And this would also be good for privacy, for user-friendliness. And it will also be good for, things we care about, which are not just business. So in terms of sustainability, it doesn't really make sense to run 10 different apps that are basically identical, except for the color of the buttons. It's just a waste of energy, resources, battery, whatever. And for diversity, I mean, if the standards are open, just think at how many email clients or web browsers exist. There are very few of them that are very common, but there are many of them which are special, which are well designed for special communities in minority languages, in whatever. And you could actually, as a community, run your own instant messaging server with the policies that you want, rather than relying on WhatsApp or whatever. And so let's come to the Digital Markets Act. Let me see. Yeah, we still have some time, hopefully. So, of course, the solution the typical solution by Brussels for everything is regulation. So there's a long list of acts that are coming on. So these were already approved last year. Digital Markets Act, which is the one focusing on competition, but also the Digital Services Act, which is more on liability, social media moderation, and the Data Governance Act, which is the first tile in a set of data sharing rules, and cybersecurity requirements in the NIS2 directive. But there are many more coming. So this is just a totally incomplete list of things that are being discussed now in the European Parliament or Council or other institutions. So as you see, there's more stuff on data, there's more stuff on security. I'm not going into this in detail, but there's really a lot of things. Some of these are good, some are actually bad. There are a couple of these proposals which are really bad for open source, and we'll try to stop them or at least get them modified. But I mean, there's still a lot of effort to create more and more rules around the internet services and platforms. And even more, there's a cryptocurrency regulation which will maybe come this year. So there computer chips, tax directive, whatever. So let's come to the Digital Markets Act. So this is already law. It's approved. It's getting into force. It has some deadlines. Some things will only apply in 1 year, 2 years. So what is it? It only affects very few companies. So it will only affect gatekeeper online platform companies, which are defined as very big companies, like a handful of them. But the impact on everybody else, including maybe companies in the UK that want to compete with these companies on services in Europe, in the European Union, is that they will enjoy the opportunities that this new law should hopefully create. And it's a sort of a new antitrust instrument, because these dominant positions, I mean, there are people that claim they are not really dominant positions in a traditional sense, so that, iOS is not a monopoly, but this was meant to address this. So the idea is that you define a few companies as gatekeepers, having this power of control over the internet. And these are the criteria. So they have to be very big, like 75 billion euros in market cap, or 7.5 billion in revenues, and 45 million consumers, 10,000 business users. They have to be used by businesses to reach out to consumers. This is because of the way EU treaties are designed. And they have to provide at least one of the 10 core platform services that you see there, covering everything from marketplaces, e-commerce, flights, whatever, search engines, social media, video, browsers, instant messaging, cloud computing, so a bit of everything, all the main services that we enjoy today at the consumer level. And if your company falls within this list, then there will be a lot of things that you cannot do. And again, I don't think we have time to go into detail. Maybe I still hope we have some time for questions, so we can get more in detail. But you see that these are like ways to forbid these companies from doing the business practices that were conceived as unfair and that have created their dominance on the market, and so that prevent others from challenging their market position, including the bundling of services, including the bundling of logins, identification, payments, and so on. Then, this is a first list of obligations that are immediately active, but then there's another list. These are also immediately active, but they need technical specifications. So some of these are technically tricky, or at least they need to be specified. What do they actually mean in practice in the current market situation? But again, they are about self-referencing, so like forcing you or promoting your own applications through your own dominant services and competing unfairly. There's a right to uninstall, so you can uninstall the platform apps from your phone and install your own, and you can change the default apps easily. There's a prohibition of restrictions on the access to hardware, which is something Apple especially often does. So there's, but then finally, there's the interoperability part, which is what, this was literally the result of pressures by the European open source community. So there's an entire article added to basically make messaging interoperable. Not just messaging, I mean, not just instant messaging, but even for email now, I mean, anyone offering email from a dominant position will be required to open and interoperate and not reject messages from anyone else. And of course, making instant messaging interoperable requires some technical work. The standards are already there mostly, but there needs to be a lot of specification and understanding what this means in practice. So there's a schedule. I mean, immediately, in the next 6 to 12 months, the interoperability will come for text messages, and then you will add group chats, and then you will add voice calls and whatever. And so there are, so there are still things that need to be understood. In general, what does this mean, and especially how do you keep this up to date with the market, with the technical changes? So there will be the need for someone that understands the technical aspects of this to actually define which standards are going to be used, for example. And especially in terms of instant messaging interoperability, the discussion is, I mean, should each of the gatekeepers, like WhatsApp, Messenger, and iMessage, whatever, should each of them just open up their own proprietary interface, which would make interoperation more difficult, or should everybody converge on a global open protocol, which would make it much easier for startups and non-profits to interact with everyone? And then also there's this idea that if you want to interoperate with WhatsApp, you have to sign a reference software contract with them, and it's unclear how a non-profit open source project, for example, can sign this kind of document, but this is still to be understood. So this is a very quick introduction to the theme, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Vittorio. While people have a think about whether they've got a question, I've got a quick one for you. So do you think the Digital Markets Act is fit for purpose as it stands in terms of mandating interoperability, or do you think it could go further?
It was already a bit of a compromise. I mean, in the initial request, we wanted it to cover social media as well. Then there was some concern about, I mean, how do you check information, disinformation. So the agreement was, let's start with instant messaging, see how it works, and we will discuss if then we can extend it to social media in a few years. Whether it will work, nobody knows. This is a big experiment in regulation. Nobody's ever attempted this before. In a way, the European Union is leading the world not in innovation, technical innovation of startups, but in innovation and regulation. And so we don't know. I mean, it also depends whether in the end the gatekeepers, the global platforms will cooperate, will try to make this work, or whether they will try to make this not work. Because of course they might be tempted to just try to make this fail. And we don't know that yet.
Lovely, thank you very much. Yeah, there's a question down here.
Thank you. To what extent is the UK mirroring some of these regulations that the EU is leading on, if at all? I don't know.
Yeah, but this is also an open question. I mean, at this point in time, I don't know of any real attempt of this, but at the same time, I mean, last June I was at the CMA conference in Canary Wharf, and they were actually asking us, I mean, what is this about, and do you think this could be a good model? And so I think there's someone somewhere is thinking of this. At least they will look and see whether this is successful or not. In a way, I mean, this will influence all the British internet industry anyway, because, I mean, you just want to also provide your services to countries in the European Union. And so, of course, as I said, that I don't think that there's any British company being directly impacted, so falling, I mean, in the set of criteria that make them a gatekeeper, but there will be many that will try to exploit opportunities. And I mean, just to mention one, which is also here around them, the people from Matrix Element, who have an instant, open and interoperable instant messaging system, they will possibly benefit from the fact that we are opening up in instant messaging.
And I think we just had one other question.
Hello, I work mostly to design impact strategies for such regulations and others, and just curious to know, when it comes to digital regulations, are there any outcome indicators in particular or impact indicators which you use to measure the outcomes after these are actually passed, or are they thought of at the planning stage at all?
Well, the European Union has some mandatory review of every regulation they make. So after, I don't remember if it's 2 or 4 years, there has to be a study trying to understand whether this changed the market or not. In this case, I think it's easy. I mean, if there are new apps and the market actually opens up and there are new competitors, then it has been a success. Otherwise, it will not be a success. So. There are more questions?
Yeah, I think we've probably got time for one more quick one. Thank you.
My question is on the triggering point, because it's based on like the number of countries served or the volume or the revenue. But won't these larger companies kind of, I don't know, split themselves into subsidiaries to get around that?
I mean, yeah, they could try tricks, but it would be, I think it's hard to make it. By the way, the law says that these are guidelines, but there's still the possibility for the Commission to declare as gatekeeper someone who is not meeting those criteria because exactly they think that they meet them in substance and not in numbers, but they do meet them.
So I've been working in open source and open standards work, both for government and for the private sector as well, and technology companies. As we look at digital sovereignty and this initiative in Europe, and you look at what the technology companies have been doing, they have a skill, they have been honing what they do for many, many years. They have the technologists, and I know that those technologists are not, you know, all throughout government either. Is there a danger that what we're doing here is replicating, and that with digital sovereignty that we end up replicating across each country because everyone wants this term digital sovereignty around their information and their data?
Well, indeed, it is a challenge because we were born, or maybe not born, you see, but I mean, the internet of the first, let's say, 30 years, the mass internet of the first 30 years since the 90s, has been a borderless internet mostly. And this is somehow changing, I agree. So exactly because this has become so pervasive that no country can just afford to say, okay, I'm going to get everything from outside of my borders and from foreign companies. And if it's a sad concept in a way, but it is there to stay. So the point is actually seen from the community, from the industry. Can we find good ways to satisfy this quest for some sovereignty without breaking the internet? So finding ways, for example, to accommodate different national regulations within a single global service and app and whatever. So, I mean, replicating is not necessary. I mean, especially if the project is open, everybody can still contribute to the global open source code base. So I'm more worried about some of these rules that are trying to create barriers to the circulation of code. Those are really bad. Those are really dangerous. But in terms of services, I think if we have more services that are federated and are local, I think we only have to gain. I mean, I don't think that the web is bad because it's not enough centralized into the hands of two companies.
Lovely. Thank you, Vittorio.
Thank you.
Now, I have the great pleasure and privilege to work quite closely with our next speaker through my work chairing the legal group at Open UK, and even calling my friend, or perhaps I should say learned friend. Our next speaker is Ian Mitchell, KC. Ian graduated from Edinburgh University in 1973 and then was called to the Scottish Bar in 76, taking Silk in 92. He was called the English Bar in 2012. He's recommended in the Legal 500 and Chambers Directory for IT Law, IP and Commercial Dispute Resolution. And as well as being the chairman of the Scottish Society of Computers and Law, he's also chair of the CCBE Surveillance Working Group, a member of the CCBE IT Committee, a member of the Bar Council IT panel, a freeman of the Worshipful Company of Information Technologists, and he serves on the Electronic Evidence Working Party of the Centre for European Policy Studies. Amongst his many accolades, he is also a co-author of the book, which was until recently available downstairs, Open Source Law, Policy and Practice. Please welcome Ian Mitchell.
Well, hello everybody, and good afternoon. Let me kick off by saying that despite that starry introduction, I'm not going to be talking so much today about law, as I'm almost going to be talking about anthropology and sociology, because I think that law exists in a particular social context, and it is a means of crafting and reflecting the society which gives it birth. Those thoughts came to me very much this morning when I was listening to Jimmy Wales, because I think this particular area of standard setting provides, for the sociologists amongst us, a very, very clear example of the conflict of cultures which is being fought out in the world more generally, the fight between the open and the closed. So I'm going to start by asking a bleeding obvious question. Why do we need standards? I think you would all instinctively say, well, without standards, we have chaos, you don't achieve interoperability, there's no way for things to grow. And that is all true. And indeed, in the European context, we had the European Interoperability Framework number 1 in 2004, and the revised version coming out in 2011, which very much saw the need to craft standards which, or indeed any software, which allowed interoperability. And when patents got in the way, then they effectively called for FRAND licensing terms. Well, I'm going to come back a little bit in a little while to the whole question of FRAND licensing terms, because I think arguably FRAND is not our friend. But let's think a little bit more about that model. That's a model which sees the world in the kind of paternalistic, well-meaning, standard-setting organization, the industry all cooperating with one another for the great and public good. And I went and left on my seat my iPhone, but I was going to read to you the quote from Adam Smith, where he talks about the invisible hand. But to paraphrase it, it is that the wealthy individual with vast estates produces so much, looking to his own self-interest, he produces so much that at the end of the day, he can't consume it all, and then it trickles down, to use the Reaganite term, and hence even self-interest can be advancing the common good. Well, I wonder. Does anybody remember the Philips against VHS against Betamax wars? There's one or two of us in the room who are old enough to remember that. The thing that was about that was there was no absence of standards. Each was a separate and competing, entirely proprietary standard, and it was a battle as to which one was going to win. And it's not a battle which results in the objectively best standard winning. It's a battle which resulted in a kind of Darwinian fittest standard winning. Fittest doesn't mean doing your bit on the rowing machine. It means most fit for the context, the milieu. And the thing about this particular battle was that probably the least technically good system was VHS, but it did deals with film distributors, and in the UK bought out an entire chain of, the dominant chain of video rental shops. So they created market conditions. And so when we're talking about competing standards unmoderated in a purely technical, in a purely market context, you don't know what result you're going to get, and it isn't necessarily any good for the public as a whole. But there's more than merely that, because even if you don't have that kind of battle for standards and who's going to win, standards are going to emerge anyway. They might emerge as purely de facto standards. I remember my frustration as an ODT user way back, trying to communicate with anybody who used Microsoft Office. And Microsoft Office, and particularly DocX, especially DocX, which was not an ISO standard, it was a purely proprietary standard, but it was in those days not interoperable. And I mean, I could tell everybody till I was blue in the face that I was using the iOS standard, ISO standard, and they were not. But it didn't do me any good. So you've got to think then of this kind of struggle for the de facto standards emerging anyway. So standard setting can be used to iron that out, to make everybody live not exactly happily ever after, but it can be used to consolidate an economic dominance. I mean, think about more recently the DVD standard battle and the companies that invested in the high-quality DVD, or whatever it was called. They lost their investment. Those who invested in the other won. Now, why does it all matter? Well, I'm going to go a little bit into this business of embedded patents. Many standards have in them embedded patents. But here's a figure for you. I don't really believe in figures, a bit like 1066 and all that. One figure per lecture is enough. Here we go. 70% of embedded patents are owned by 7 companies. Now, they're not there, and we don't criticize them for it. That's the nature of the model. They're not there for altruism. They try to go down the European interoperability framework by saying, okay, you can interact with our standards on FRAND terms, or even more rarely, RAND 0 terms. But question for you, what is fair? What is reasonable? And when you say non-discriminatory, does that mean you must discriminate against everybody equally? You see, these are subjective terms. And FRAND is why I say is not our friend. But there is a particular issue with open source software. A gentleman asked earlier the question. The answer is, I can give you a citation in a moment, but the answer very broadly put is that most open source software licenses do allow full interoperability with embedded patents. But the GPL family does not. That is not, if you want to know the technical reasons, we don't have enough time to go into it. There's an article, Mitchell and Mason, Mitchell being the compatibility of the licensing of embedded patents with open source licensing terms, which we'll find in the International Free and Open Source Software Law Review, Volume 3, Number 1, from as long ago as 2011. But basically, it has partly to do with an incompatibility with the cascade model of GPL licensing with a more traditional licensing and sub-licensing and assignation type model of a conventional licensing. But it's also a matter of deliberate policy on the part of Eben Muglin, whom I spoke to about it, because Eben's a take on this was that he had a visceral dislike of software patents. And one must not speak ill of the great guru, but I think a perhaps naive idea that, well, if you just made the GPL impossible to interact with and link into embedded patents and standards, then the patents would just shrivel up and die. Well, I'm afraid that's just not happened. What we have seen, and I'm indebted here, it's another chapter in the book, when Amanda asked me to talk about this at rather short notice. I said, help, panic, which chapter in the book should I read? And actually, what you will find useful on this, although it is a little bit of an academic read, is Blind, Boner, and Thrum, the incompatibility issue. Hang on, I'll just give you the exact. Here we are, that's it. Opens higher. Sorry, I am getting a. Knut Blind, Mirko Bohm, and Nicholas Thrum. There's a lengthy paper they did for the European Commission, but it's distilled in chapter 11 of the book. And it's a serious bit of academic research, rather than a string of bad jokes, which is how I tend to do these things, where what they do is they look at a number of test cases, and they discern there are three common standard setting models. There is the standard setting by the standard setting organization, which is then there is the implementation first model. Now, the thing about implementation first is it's like a benign version of the Darwinian struggle for standards just to emerge anyway. What happens here is people cooperate, they develop implementations, and that drives what they need to put into the standard, and they may well get away without needing to put a patented item into the standard, I don't know, but it's developed by the community. And then there is also the hybrid approach, where you get both operating in parallel. Now, there's one thing which I find rather concerning about the study which they carried out, and they deal with it rather briefly. They tend to minimize what happens if you've got a developer who is using, for example, the GPL and can't interact with the standard, or for some other reason chooses not to interact with the standard. Well, what they say, I quote, is that these stakeholders typically resolved these issues or typically worked around them. Now, I just wonder how that's actually possible when you've got a I can understand there might be nifty workarounds, but you've got an essential patent, it is by definition essential, and you just can't work around it unless everybody closes their eyes to what would be a flagrant breach of licensing terms, but particularly, of course, a breach of the GPL licensing terms. And the GPL, as if you remember, Mission Impossible self-destructs as soon as it touches a patent. And in fact, that's recognized because what they say is, if no solutions are found, in particular, small organizations withdraw from standardization. Well, that's really pretty chilling in every sense of the word. And it brings me on to another issue, which I think I could just touch on briefly, and that is the work that's going on in the Association for Open Standards, Open Media, I beg your pardon, where it's a rather nerdy, narrow argument as to whether there is full reciprocity required, and whether, in fact, you're paying for the product without actually really knowing about it, like, you get a free bottle of water in your hotel room, but it's actually on your hotel bill. But the reason and it is quite a technical subject, again, it's not something I want to get into today particularly, but one of the solutions that has been put forward is that you can avoid having the standard imposed on you if you simply say out of the working group which is creating the standard. But that doesn't work, because you're caught with the obligations that have been created, whether you've been in the working group or not, if you end up implementing that standard. So there is a real problem. I'm going to finish my remarks fairly quickly because I've hijacked a guest to come along and say a couple of words because it's just some practical experience which I don't have. But it seems to me, before I hand over to Lonneke Drijssen, who is the director of the Open Charge Alliance, who worked on creating a standard, that she'll share a few thoughts with me about her actual discussions with a traditional standard setting organization, so you can get a sense of the two cultures. But it seems to me that what we're ended up here with is, if a small organization cannot interoperate, it's not just that they withdraw from standardization, but they shut themselves out of the entire field of endeavor governed by that particular standard. You do not then end up getting competition and diversity. You end up getting quite the opposite. And we have what Jimmy Wales talked about this morning, the two fundamentally incompatible cultures. On the one hand, what he described as the feudal model, where the developers, the vassals, enter onto the Lord's land and there do their own thing, but under the superintendence of the Lord. Or on the other hand, the idea of the commons, are they doing things together and in common? I don't tend to like such political analogies terribly much, but I do think they express the two fundamental cultures. And so I have spent quite a lot of time telling you what the problem is, and no time whatsoever in telling you what the answer is. That's for you to figure. But can I hand over now and ask Lonneke to tell us a little bit about her practical experience with standards?
Thank you, Ian. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Lonneke Drijssen and I work for a Dutch non-profit organization called the Open Charge Alliance. And we have been developing an open source standard for EV charging infrastructure since 2009. From day one, when we started the standard in EV charging, which basically it's very simple, it's no rocket science, is explaining to a charging station when to start charging, when to stop charging, send the meter readings, do a firmware update, that's it. So it's nothing really special. And we developed it with an open source mindset. We distributed it for free, no licensing, no IP, just to let the market grow. And we knew that there were, particularly in this new market, some companies who were going for the proprietary model, developing their own systems with patents in it. And we were never out for a standards war, never. So we thought, and now it turns out a bit naively, so we'll just do our open source thing. Other companies just do their proprietary thing, and everybody just choose what they want, and no issues. Well, the first time we sort of realized this was not going to happen was when in the United States, companies saw this open source development and wanted to adopt it and took OCPP, which is the name for our standard, to North America. But that triggered a response from the then market leader with a proprietary system, stating that we were sort of invading on their turf and we should allow them to also develop OCPP, but with inclusion of their patents. And then we, of course, said, well, no. So, yeah, we're open source, so you can join, but then, yeah, no IP. And that sort of escalated to the fact that they accused us of violating the violation of the Sherman Act, trademark infringement, patent infringement, unfair competition, and restraint of trade. So, to cut a long story short, we were taken to court. We were generously helped, amongst others, by the Open Invention Network. They lost their court case for the district court. They went to the Court of Appeals in the United States. They lost. And then they filed a complaint in front of the US Supreme Court. And the complaint was dismissed. So that battle, sort of, we won. So then we thought, okay, well, now this is the standards war is okay, and the story ends really well. So this particular company joined the Open Charge Alliance more than 1.5 years ago, and they're very actively working in working groups, and they are helping us move forward. So that ended very well for us. And again, we thought, well, we'll live happily as an open source community in the future. But then the next standards battle that we are sort of forced to have is with standards organizations such as IEC and ISO. And I can explain a bit more how that plays out. So there are formal standard setting organizations that develop standards in general for all sorts of things. And when they noticed that our open source standard was very successful and very useful, they invited us to join. And we said again, okay, well, we want to join, but no IP. That topic was sort of pushed aside, like we don't discuss IP, so ignore it. And we were sort of like, okay, we've had our other experience. But the main issue with these organizations was that they basically tell us, until today, that the way we develop our open source standard is wrong. So what we do is we made something in 2009, we implement it, we make mistakes, we learn new things, and we improve upon the version in an agile way. So sort of every 3 years we publish a newer version of the standard, which has more features, more improvements, more clear, and every version is not perfect and not complete. This agile way of development, we feel, is fitting the developing nature of this industry. But what a standards organization, particularly IEC, tells us is this is not the way you develop a standard. The way you do, apparently, is first of all, you think of use cases. So what am I going to use it for? And once you do that, then you define an information model. So what is a charging station? What are its components? And then as a next step, you develop the messages, and then you have your standard. So our reasoning is, of course, well, you don't know exactly what your use cases are going to be. It's still evolving. There are new ideas from India, new ideas from Korea. So it's impossible to already figure out exactly how you're going to use it. The second part, what is a charging station? It can have 1 plug, 2 plugs, a display. It could have a connection to a network. It could not have. It could not. So it is. What is a charging station is also not yet really 100% defined. So the second step that we needed to take is also something that we think, well, maybe that's not the best approach. So again, what we thought, well, okay, so if they want to do it differently, if they think they have a different approach, fine, we'll just go on our merry way and keep developing our open source standard. And if they want to develop another standard, fine.
Monica, I might just cut over to you there because we're getting near our time. I think it would be good to have probably enough time, 5 minutes, for a few questions. But what you've just said, I think, really exemplifies the two very different ways of doing things and what I describe as the culture wars. It'll be interesting to see which of the competing standards, if that's what you end up with, ends up on top. But Monica, thank you for the practical experience. Come have a seat with me. And questions, people? Yeah.
Nicholas Singelin, data ethicist. Love both your approaches. But I think we're just trying to compare two things that you can't compare. Because the whole point about open data, the whole thing, that it's a value-based, it's a normative value-based concept. It's driven by the idea that information should be shared, Therefore, there's an automatic conflict with patents. And I'm not taking sides. And I think if you're talking about a value-driven, a belief, a passion-driven, and it's about sharing, it's about equity, it's just another model of being, right? And I think the process of developing standards with this kind of open idea, which is value-driven, has to be more looking at human right impact assessments, perhaps. And I think if you start to apply processes of developing standards when it's purely technical, which are vital, I want my fridge not to blow up. So, I mean, I agree with the strict process-oriented way of making standards if it's a fridge or a car. I think with open data, we need to look at new ways of developing standards, question mark.
Well, we've got two at the moment, third in the sort of parallel approach, but it is underlying what I'm saying. There are two worldviews, and how do you reconcile them? I think we've got another question there from the gentleman.
Hi, yeah, just to follow on from the question I asked this morning, or earlier, sorry. The open source, the licenses of open source generally don't talk about patents.
Correct.
So when you have standards and the standards are being developed through ETSI or these other organizations, and they have, for whatever reason, chosen to use reference implementations or open source reference implementations, do the open source licenses attached give you access or to the patents that may be attached to those standards?
You have to do a license by license comparison. I don't want to tell you what the position now is, because the paper that I did was 12 years ago now. It was 2011. But at that time, permissive licenses caused no problems whatever. There were some licenses which were silent, but it was very specifically the GPL which caused the conflicts, and that had been deliberately engineered by the authors of the GPL family. But if you were wanting to use a license now and decide, you would really just have to carefully examine the license terms. Sometimes it's not as obvious as saying no patents. Sometimes it's got to do with a fundamental mismatch with the licensing cascade model. I think Andrew knows a bit about this, and he's got something to say.
Just very quickly, I mean, when I use this discussion point to say, well, open source is a great model to share, then people working in standards tend to go, but no, you can't share because there are patents behind a lot of this stuff. And
well, yes, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm advising an organisation at the moment that's it's an industry body, but it's sort of turned into a standard-setting organisation. So we're basically putting an IP policy together for them, and what we're doing in the policy is we're saying that to implement this standard, we're going to create reference implementations, reference libraries, and these libraries are going to be released under the Apache license, which is, as you know, one of the licenses that does have an explicit patent license in it. So the idea is that all of those organizations, and there are some pretty big, well-known organizations involved, are going to be using the Apache license as the patent license. So there is also a sort of backup license, which they're offering as part of the terms of entering into essentially the consortium agreement. But we think the cleanest thing to do is to make sure that the libraries that are going to implement this standard are available under an Apache license, so people can rely on that Apache license.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you to Ian and to our surprise guest, Lonica, for the questions, and also to Andrew Katz for his commentary at the end. Thanks very much, Andrew. So next, I'm delighted to welcome Malvika. Malvika, good to see you in person. So Malvika is a senior researcher for tools, practices, and systems at the Alan Turing Institute in London, and she has a focus on open research. Malvika leads a team of community managers and co-leads the Turing Way project that aims to make data science reproducible, collaborative, ethical, and inclusive for researchers around the globe. She's also a co-founder of Open Life Science, a mentoring and training program that empowers researchers to gain an understanding of open science principles, build collaborations with experts, and adopt best practices in the context of their communities. Thanks, Malvika.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. This is a full house. I don't know where all the people are. I am Malvika Shun. Thank you so much for the introduction. I want to start with a very optimistic picture of what research life cycle looks like. So imagine you have an idea, Of course, you go and design your project, you collect data, you process data, you conduct your study, everything goes well, you publish everything, and you archive, obviously, everything because you care about reusability and people will build on your work. Very simplistic, of course, no problem happens ever in your research. Who are involved? Researchers, probably a supervisor, a PI, a data scientist, maybe research engineer. Let's give credit to peer reviewers and not so much to publishers in this case. Data managers and project managers, right? Probably some people are missing in this list and likely you're thinking about them. So let's step back a little bit because we're in the Open Science Conference. We're thinking about integrating open science as well as reproducibility in the research from the start. So open science is an umbrella term for a lot of practices that allows people to integrate best practices for ensuring equity, inclusion, accessibility, and social benefit to the world. So it's not just about adding a license of open source or sharing your code, but also making sure that you're taking care of diversity of knowledge, who is involved, am I educating people? Am I actually doing everything right in terms of allowing people to look at my research? But then also worrying about reproducibility. It's not just enough to publish everything, but also important to make sure that people are able to reproduce and therefore reuse your work. So here's again a simple picture of what reproducibility might look like, and it's a computational reproducibility, which means that if you have same data and same code or analysis process, when you apply them, you would always have the same result. Now, software keeps evolving, and your packages get outdated. So am I recording for that? Is it just enough to say that here's my code, here's my data? I might need to actually provide configuration for my environment. And there's a lot more, actually. So I'm not going to go in detail, but I want to come back to this now and say, consider that you want to apply open science and reproducibility from the very beginning of your research and reimagine this research lifecycle. So you have an idea, you want to communicate that with people, you want to invite people to become your collaborator and stakeholders in the research and get involved in the planning phase. They design it with you, they identify different problems from their own perspective, they get involved in data collection. So it's not just about generating data, but also data review, what has been published, what have they been used for, is it useful for me? Can I actually involve those people who published this? Is this project open enough for that? And then data processing, which is, again, a lot of decisions around what statistics I'm going to use, what environment I'm going to use, what infrastructure should be needed, would that infrastructure be actually reproducible for people with low resource setting? So a lot of those considerations. Then conducting your study and analysis and also knowing that you're going to have a lot of challenges and problems, and you're going to come back to every step every now and then. So it's an iterative process. Problem happens in research all the time. And then publishing your paper, but not just paper, but your data, your software, your research workflow, your educational material, talks and presentation you've given, maybe writing a blog or podcast or whatever else. So different components of your research. And preserving your data, then also considering that you are ethical, that your work environment is good, that you've been fair to the people who are working with you, that you've been transparent about everything that you did, and making sure that these work can be reused by anybody with any amount of resource that they have. There's a lot of consideration in there. It's a socio-technical infrastructure and not just technical infrastructure, which is why it's important to consider this complex research life cycle beyond what's written in there. So what it actually highlights is that there is a huge emphasis on interdisciplinarity at this stage. There's the evolving research and data landscape. AI, data, statistics, and mathematics have integrated in literally all sectors and all walks of our life. And it's very important to consider that we have cared for interdisciplinarity from the very beginning, which also means that we actually involve specialists who are able to become the glue between different sectors, that they can communicate what I mean to the different experts who have different vocabulary. We all use very different language. Risk may mean different things. Curiosity may mean different things. The outputs that we consider mean different things. Who is enabling that collaboration? Thinking about widening participation, of course, underrepresented communities, marginalized communities, people with disability, people who look different, who are immigrants. We need to involve them. They are part of our society. Their consideration matters. So thinking about widening participation from that point of view, but also thinking about how the skill landscape is evolving. Are we able to keep up? Are we able to upskill everybody? Commitment to equity, diversity, inclusion, and accessibility, actually expanding our vocabulary for that. Accessibility is a lot of different things. It is technical accessibility, physical accessibility, geographical accessibility. So we need to commit to that, especially as people who are working in open science. Valuing people and skills rather than looking for problems that exist. We look for what do they have, how can that be integrated in research. Building a better research culture, of course, traditional research culture doesn't work for modern data science. We need to recognize that and continue to reimagine that, not just following through what we've done in the past. And building pathways for leadership. So what is hidden behind leadership is power and privilege. Sharing that power and privilege with as many people as possible, especially when they are going to be impacted by the output of our work. So across the sector, this looks very, very different. Open reproducibility or best practices mean different things to different people, and it is never stagnant. It has to keep on evolving based on what is needed right now. So I'm quoting here National Data Strategy, which was published in 2020, which actually points out that there is no definition for data skills. We cannot all agree on data skills definitions. We can define descriptors, but people will hire different people, call them whatever they want, and I think the government is worried. I am not so much worried because I think that's actually quite useful. Here's an overwhelming slide. I want to apologize, but I also want to overwhelm you because this is the list of different things that I think are important to conduct research. All these people are part of research in order to build better quality output, in order to help us succeed together. So we might always think about this, project scoping, funding, management, peer review, engineering, and so on. Then we also tend to separate people in the business and say, oh, the partnership team is going to help us do this stakeholder engagement. And collaborative workflow, let's see what works, what doesn't work. If it is a problem, then we'll deal with it. Policy compliance, we also don't tend to talk with policymakers so much. We just consider them very difficult because, oh, they have a policy. They won't change it. They won't listen to me. Ethical consideration, I wish I was taught early on that ethics is just right action rather than the jargon. So I think there are a lot of different things that we consider secondary, and we outsource it, and we don't need to because we need to involve them in the research infrastructure. And then the last one, which I already emphasized on, I can't emphasize enough, equitable and inclusive team. Maintenance, open source problem, huge, huge work that needs to be recognized. Training and upskilling work, this shouldn't be a part-time job of people. Everybody should upskill and train their community. Community management, hard work, because I lead a team of community managers. I know how hard that is. Event facilitation, I don't think everybody can do that, so congratulations to the conference organizer for putting this together. We've already heard about documentation a lot, how important this is to improve transparency. So what I want to actually do is that recognize all these skills, and I'm emphasizing a lot more on those hidden roles that are not often rewarded or incentivized. How can we do that? It cannot be just done on a volunteer basis. It's not enough for one person to go to other and say, I value. That's important, but what we want is systemic change. What we want is these ideas to be integrated in policy so they make difference at the institution level. So now I'm coming back to the actual talk. I wanted to talk about research infrastructure role. The background that I provided is really to define this, that there are a lot of research roles. These are not confined to researchers, research engineers, and data scientists, but it includes different kinds of research roles, which we will call research infrastructure role. These are specialized skill, expertise, and service, which are important and required for effectively carrying out high-quality research. These are not support staff, as previously seen, these roles are important. These people are researchers because they're curious, they're involved, they're really, really important for us to do the right work. So now I want to actually also acknowledge the open source work. The open source role is to make sure that we're building better tools, better research, better outcome that is useful for everyone. Open source for a very, very long time have been built on the volunteer free labor, and that's not sustainable. That's not fair on people who are given with this whole big task of maintaining and not being rewarded or incentivized or be visible. It's seen as like, oh, you are stepping into this world of technology, but you're going to do this low-level job, and I'm not going to pay you for that. And I think that's very toxic. I think we need to provide better role for these people so they can take on the leadership role. Maintenance is a hard job, but a lot of people love it. So why don't we actually give them the role that recognizes that leadership? But also, I'm not trying to categorize different roles into different boxes. Sometimes, these categories are important to empower people, to recognize that I belong to that particular research role. But this is also to allow people to identify who they reach out to, where they can go. This is a bit more fluid in terms of that you can take on multiple roles. You can be part of multiple teams. You can actually be curious about different technology and skills and tools and learn about them. So our skills are not fixed. You can be good at a lot of things. You can do anything. That's a quote by Tanya Riley, who talks about glue work in research. So I'm taking an example from research software engineering. 10 years ago, the research software engineering term was coined at Software Sustainability Institute conference called Collaboration Workshop. In 2012, they wrote a paper about how it's important to recognize this important role of software engineer. And after 10 years, it has actually become a very, very recognized role. People love that job. People want to apply for that job. It's seen as a very prestigious work. And I want to learn from that. It was a very slow change, but it was incremental. And I hope that next time we propose a new role, we don't take 10 years to recognize them. That we immediately say, oh yeah, of course we understand that role evolve and they change, and that's okay to recognize it. So we are talking about diversifying research roles through research infrastructure. There are many, many work that happens throughout the research process. I have just labeled some of them. You can have public engagement, trainers, mentors. You have research applications, so product management, community manager. There are people who are interested in impact evaluation, data stewards, data wranglers, designers, ethnographers, policymaker, ethicist, librarian. I'm sure you're thinking about a role that that is not there, and I want them to be there. So there are a lot of ways that we can diversify these kind of research roles, and it's very, very important to recognize them. These are specialized roles that not everybody has, and it's a superpower for them to be able to be horizontal, to be available for different kind of research across different sectors while bringing these specialized skills with them. So am I talking about this from, oh, I am passionate about this? Yes, but I also have done this. It's not impossible. I'm a senior researcher at the Alan Turing Institute. It's a National Institute for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence. If you're interested in an Enigma machine, it's actually outside our office in British Library, so please come and see it. They lent it to us in 2019, and they forgot to pick it up. That's my perception, so take advantage. I'm part of Tools, Practices, and Systems. It's a horizontal program. We work across different sectors, but our program's role is to ensure that everything that we do builds on trustworthy systems, such as software research environment or virtual environment. Transparent reporting, that we are transparent about what we are doing at all stages of research and not just at the end. Inclusive interoperable design, because we work across different sectors. We want to understand how do they transfer from one sector to other. Thinking about ethical integrity in all the work that we do, respectful co-creation and leadership in open research. And the diversifying research role really falls into this leadership in open research. So here's a very, very simple way that I can look at a project. You have a project. You know that project has some resources available to them. You have immediate contributors, people who are building tools or technology, and there are some users who may be at the institute, may be involved, may not be involved. So I'm leading a team of community managers, and I see our role as the bridge builder. We build bridge between the resources and the contributor to make sure that whatever they're doing is being done with a lot of care. We are definitely advocating for lots of socio-technical infrastructure in our work. So we have Dr. Emma Caroon and Anne sitting here. They also have a table upstairs, so please do come and talk to them. So they sit across different projects. Each of my team members sit in different projects, but they also sit in my team, and the role is to de-silo the different projects that work in their own. We want them to share challenges from the very beginning, take each other's work, bring it back into their other projects that they may not be using it. So this is one of the ways we are trying to understand what it looks like to break down silos. I have a colleague, Ida Mehonich, who's building a separate team of research application managers. These are product manager equivalent at the institute, and I would see them as loop closer from the outside. They look at a project and see what's happening and imagine who might be interested in this project. They go to government, local council, industry, different people, and say, hey, this project is really, really cool. You might be interested in it. Is there a feature missing? Do you want to actually come and join us? Do you want to collaborate with us? Maybe invest in it so it's sustainable so we can bring it back to your sector. And they've done some really incredible work with environment and sustainability in the last year. We have a third group led by Bastian Grishake Zovaras, who's a senior researcher for the Participatory Citizen Science. A project he's leading is Art Spaces. It's a community of artistic researchers for the artistic researchers. He's also a co-director for Open Humans Platform and Transbiome Project. And he wants to imagine, can we involve citizens in all the projects from the very beginning? So there are a lot more teams that we are planning that could be around trustworthy infrastructure, computational reproducibility, humanities, and so on. So we have the Alan Turing Institute. We are tools, practices, and system. We have projects that's happening inside, and we take on the role to communicate them outside as soon as possible. If the research is ongoing, we want researchers to actually talk about it as soon as possible. So we built this project called the Turing Way. The Turing Way is a community-led handbook for data science best practices. We involved a diverse community of international researchers in making research reproducible, ethical, collaborative, and inclusive for everyone. So it's a book. You can browse the book. We have about 260 chapters written by 400 plus people on all kinds of work, such as project design, collaboration, communication, ethics, community, and so on. We are a big community, and I think that's that's the superpower. I think people are collaborating across multiple topics, and book may happen or may not happen, but this community is what is actually trying to change the culture. It's a global collaboration, and our goal is to change the culture. So it had started as a book on reproducibility, as a lightly opinionated guide, one-stop shop for all the people to know what their responsibility for reproducibility is. We started to write a lot of chapters on reproducibility, but immediately started to see a trend. People were only talking about technology, but we wanted a lot more than technology. Therefore, the project expanded into 5 more guides, which was talking about project design, communication, collaboration, and ethical research, as well as recording everything that we do in community building. So if someone else wants to build this, they can. We have recently some of our team members who started this chapter on research infrastructure role, which is trying to catalog different kind of professional roles that exist. Some of them are obviously missing, and if you see that your role is missing, please do come and tell us. We would love to really advocate for that role. So I already said that. I think it's appropriate to mention we got an Open UK award on belonging because we really have this over 400 people who are leaders in their own communities, who are trying to work together to represent their own community. So we don't build global practices based on my personal experience in the UK, but really involve people from all around the world. We're also collaborating very closely with different organizations, and our project has been extended or replicated by several projects at the institute, but also externally, including in the government and citizen spaces. Everything is on Zenodo. All the images that I'm showing is on Zenodo, and the stats is for that. A lot of people have used it, including in policies. My slides are also on Zenodo. You will see a DOI in all my slides, so please do reuse them. Some of the notable activities of the Turing Way has been that I sit as a panelist for the NASA TOPS. You might have heard of the Year of Open Science that NASA TOPS launched. They even influenced the White House to launch it for the entire country, which is really amazing. The Turing Way is used by them as one of their primary resources. We have also been cited in several reports, government policy, training resources, and so on. So what is next, right? Like we talked about that we need the research infrastructure role and that we're writing about it, but we really want to do it systematically. So we're building a Turing Way Practitioners Hub where we want to start by piloting our Practitioners Hub with UK organization. We want to work with government, industry, and public sector in identifying what best practices do they apply, how does it work in their own sector, and how they can exchange knowledge with each other, as well as advocate for the roles that we have piloted at the Turing Institute more broadly across those collaborators. And Emma also received a Turing Skills Policy Award, which will allow us to engage with the policy ecosystem. We haven't done that directly, and these two are our immediate effort to engage directly with institutions and policy. Next month at this venue, we have AI UK conference, and we would also hold some dialogue, panels, and talks, which will touch on the research infrastructure roles. So I want to thank all the people at the Turing Way who have inspired a lot of work, and they continue to work. And all the things that I talk about, I don't think I could take the full credit for without having this conversation over the past few years with all my colleagues. So thanks to them for being part of open source and being part of the Turing Way. I think what is underneath all of these is our desire to acknowledge all kinds of work. In the Turing Way, we have implemented quite an intense policy for acknowledgement, but we continue to reimagine what that might look like. So anybody who has ever contributed to the Turing Way is listed as authors together. We recognize that volunteer work is not for everyone, mostly because we don't pay them, right? So a lot of people can't work for free. They don't have time. They have different responsibilities. So we want to recognize that it's not the quantity of work, but the quality of work that matters, and that collaboration is what we uphold the most. I'm going to skip this, but yeah, we have quite a lot of infrastructure that we are reusing from open source. So we also want to make sure that we are not reinventing the wheel. So all contributors bought Jupyter Notebook for Jupyter Books, our Netlify, GitHub, I don't know how many more we're using. So yeah, join us to have more conversation. Please collaborate with me on the ideas of research infrastructure role, but more generally, the research culture. We want to meet you where you are. We want to meet everybody in open science where they are. We understand that open science is not that easy. It's actually very difficult. There's a lot of things that people need to learn before they can start even contributing. So we want to make the barriers so less that entering into open science becomes easy for them via the Turing Way, that they can bring it back in their own community. There are various roles that they can take on. This is not a community that you need to be exclusively part of. It's a community that you step into in order to represent your own community and project. Please do try to meet Anne and Emma, really fantastic colleagues of mine who are at the 4th floor. They have some stickers if you like stickers, but they also would share a bit more about how you can get involved. A plug of Open Life Science, which is a training and mentoring program that I have co-founded with 3 of my colleagues. The program is 16-week-long training and mentoring, where you can bring any project and apply open science practices more systematically. We hold cohort calls and expert consulting and different kinds of activities that allows you to build an accountable space where you can start understanding what open science looks like for you. And also, the Year of Open Science, it's not just for the US member, although I'm really jealous that government of US has decided that this is going to be a year of open science for everyone. I wish all the country can do that. So if you are based in the US, but also in general interested in open science, please connect with Dr. Shell Gentman, who would be able to share a bit more about the year of open science with you and how you can or your organization can get involved. So I want to close here, and I want to end in this slide with a bit of, that was a long-winded, lots of information. So I want to remind us of what is the long-term goal. The long-term goal of research infrastructure role, or for us to reimagine anything, is to reimagine a better world where we want to live. It is about how can we value the talent pool and value the people when they help us expand our vocabulary for accessibility, inclusivity, equity, and society. Open science should allow us to become researchers without borders, where we collaborate to solve challenges and problems at hand, rather than wondering and worrying about what my worth is, which is often assessed by institutional decision to give me a title. It's not about that. It's not our fault. We all have skills, curiosity, and intention to build a better world and contribute to a better world. So it's the institution that needs to be fixed. And we have to fix it together. So let's get to work. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Malvika. Do we have any quick questions before we go to a break? In which case, thank you again, Malvika. I look forward to collaborating with you further and the Alan Turing Institute in the near future. Until 4 o'clock then, we're back here in an hour at 4 o'clock local time. So you could go and have a coffee and refresh yourself, and I'll see you back here shortly. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Government Law and Policy track. Once again, I'm Chris Eastham. I'm a partner at Field Fisher, specialising in tech and data, but I'm here today representing Open UK as its pro bono Chief Legal Officer. I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Chris Howard. He is lead open source program manager for EPAM Systems, having 10 plus years experience in consulting for various organisations in delivering digital transformation programs. At EPAM, he's the lead open source program manager supporting employees and clients with their consumption, contribution and maturity in open source. And he's engaged in a number of industry initiatives and has spoke on multiple topics. He is the Chief Learning Officer for Open UK and a member of the Finos D&I group, as well as leading not-for-profit promoting diversity in technology. Chris, looking forward to some fresh content from you today.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for that intro. It's almost like my LinkedIn profile. Great, so welcome, everyone. Just a tiny caveat. If you saw me at the Open Source Summit in Dublin, this is very similar, so feel free to go and look at another session. Otherwise, delighted to have you here. So today I'm going to be talking about proving your worth as an open source program office, and a bit of context to that title. This is around kind of understanding OSPO's open source program officers as value drivers to business. Of course, they're kind of champions and advocates of open source, but how do we get that open source engagement to align to business values above and beyond what we all get excited about in terms of general open source? So for the whole purpose of this presentation, we're going to treat OSPOs as their own entity, kind of existing in their own right, but of course they exist within an enterprise as well, and we'll give some context to that as we go through the slides. And the idea here is that really open source should be contributing towards realizing actual business value above and beyond some of the exciting reasons why we're engaged and motivated to consume and contribute to open source. So, well, a little bit more about me. Yeah, I am the lead open source program manager at EPAM Systems. So I work within the OSPO, and I particularly look after our community, so our developer relations and advocacy, as well as our products, so our kind of internal tools that we use to measure our open source contribution and engagement. I'm also interested in sustainability, so Green Software Foundation, that kind of stuff, diversity and inclusion. I run a charity that promotes LGBT plus diversity in the tech sector. And I realized there's probably a comma needed there. I speak Spanish and I'm interested in Spain, but I also have a French bulldog. I don't think there are Spanish bulldogs. So yeah, that probably needs a comma there. And of course, yeah, I'm Open UK's Chief Learning Officer, which is a very exciting role and something that I do pro bono. So let's kick off. So OSPOs in the enterprise, so Open Source Program Officers, this is the abbreviation I use throughout the session today. So we really want to expand the idea around OSPOs as an entity, and this idea of when these two worlds collide, if you like. So on the left, we've got kind of collaborative, honest, open, kind of transparent OSPOs, all of the great things that we're excited about. And on the right-hand side, we've perhaps got some of these commercial enterprises that, not all, some of them hierarchical, barriers to innovation, lots of challenges around kind of making sure that we're data-driven and all of this exciting enterprise-level kind of chat. The purpose of today's talk is this bit in the middle, the zone, we're calling it, if you like. And this clash isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's that intersection, the focus of today, where we're going to be talking about proving the worth of open source engagement and OSPOs as kind of enablers to delivering some of those business strategic objectives. So the question really that we're asking is, how do open source communities that OSPOs work on behalf of and reflect and engage with deliver that value, realize those strategic business OKRs, KPIs, goals, etc. So we all have a diagram. So what we're going to do here is we're going to consider how we're going to analyze this question, and we're going to keep referring back to this model as we go through the conversation today. But we know, and some of the quotes on the left, that enterprises are increasingly relying upon data. We are living in a kind of data-driven enterprise world at the moment. You can see some kind of great quotes there from the likes of McKinsey and Forbes. That a reliance on metrics, on business intelligence, on all of these kind of wealths of data that exist within the organization also should be playing a part within an OSPO. And certainly within my OSPO, and certainly no doubt those of you that also exist, you're no doubt increasingly being asked to demonstrate the value that you're delivering, or simply just the value that open source investment is providing to the business. And more so, I think if we think about recent redundancies or some of the trimmings of OSPOs that we've seen, clearly that's a testament to perhaps some of these organizations not doing a very good job of demonstrating the value that open source and OSPOs provide to them. So it's no surprise, therefore, that conveying the value of open source is a challenge, and I think Linux Foundation published a report last year that said one of the biggest hurdles was around getting management to understand open source and not kind of quiver at the idea of pushing contributions upstream or releasing various things out into the open. So we can all speak the open source language. How do we translate that into a language of data and kind of business conversation? And we can't argue, of course, that data beats opinions, but that's a whole new presentation on that one. But what we thought we'd just do quickly is run through this diagram. So at the very starting point, for any organization thinking about data, we want to collect and prepare that. So we want to understand why do we need the data in the first place. And then we, of course, want to look at its relevance to the organization. Once we've got that data and we understand what we're collecting, we're going to then analyze the data. We're going to visualize the data, which is a key part here. It's about making it digestible and consumable for business leaders versus ourselves who live and breathe in the open source space. And then when we've got those visualizations, we're then able to leverage those insights from that. So apply lessons learned using the data to then, most importantly, optimize operations, make changes in the business, improve efficiencies, and then optimize decisions, make the best strategically important decisions for the organization to hopefully drive the bottom line, increase revenues, et cetera, et cetera. And then, of course, as in anything in this world, it's a cyclical arrangement, so we start at the beginning and we continue to iterate and improve. So how do we still answer that question then, using this model around demonstrating value? Well, first we have to identify the benefits of value of open source that actually make leaders' ears prick up, as opposed to the benefits of open source that we might all see on Wikipedia or the To-Do group, for example. So you're all no doubt in this room familiar with those kind of innovation, security, all of the typical benefits of open source. This slide isn't that. This slide is looking at open source from that business leader's position around why is open source important to my business as a CTO, as a CIO, as a chief strategy officer, whatever it happens to be. And of course, everyone in the room no doubt knows the benefits of open source as a methodology, but how do we change that conversation to reflect the data-driven enterprise view that OSPOs are increasingly being pulled into? And by doing that, how do we then start to quantify and measure this value so that OSPOs can, and I genuinely believe we can, start to contribute towards OKRs, global goals, visions of organizations. Once we've done this, I genuinely believe that we can start to ensure that OSPOs are a real part of those strategic goals, and I'm going to flick through 3 of them, such as reducing attrition by 25%. So the idea that open source can contribute towards a global organizational KPI of reducing attrition, I think is realistic. And we ask this of all other business units. Why not OSPOs as well? Secondly, building a Rust Center of Excellence. Yes, of course, there's open source elements to it, but how can an OSPO be critical to building new competencies, parts of the business, vital functioning aspects of an organization? And perhaps even more kind of blue sky, reach net zero by 2025. How can an open source program office play a key role in helping to achieve and deliver against some of these really high-level strategic business goals that every other function of a business is being tasked to do so? And in order to start tackling these, we have to start measuring things, of course. So if we look down the far side of the slide, we've got marketing, human resources, production, security. All of these facets of the organization have measures, success criteria against those global criteria. For some reason, OSPOs, we like to kind of be a satellite within an organization and float around and do our own thing. But I think we need to get closer. We need to bring that zone more to the forefront, and specifically through the lens of open source. Should have changed the slide colors on this, but that's a kind of gradient from the vision and mission down to the various key results at the bottom. We know that where an OSPO sits in an organization will draw attention to it, and the To-Do group published some really good insights into around umbrella OSPOs versus CTO kind of dependency OSPOs and all of the thinking around there. But actually, how can OSPOs be proactive in aligning their objectives to enterprise strategies? And the diagram attempts to show that through. We see things like the chief marketing officer, the HR function, trying to deliver against employee improvements. Why can the OSPO also not sit alongside that and be tasked, perhaps a bit kind of naive of me to say, put more pressure on me, but be tasked to help to contribute towards that? And I think it's really achievable that we can do this. So we see, or what does this all mean? Well, we see that, or at least giving it a go, as to how we're putting open source community data, and we're going to go through that in a bit more detail, at the center of OSPO's operations and decisions to then enable us to demonstrate value, but also our worth. OSPOs are expensive things for organizations, and we've seen lots of trimming, as I just mentioned. How do we show clearly the value that the open source engagement and the OSPO as an enabler of that is providing to an organization? Well, in the first instance, this is about putting data at the heart of an OSPO. And I think last year I attended a number of conferences, and there was probably over 50, 60 talks about metrics. And that's not necessarily what this talk's about, but it's clearly a hot topic. But actually, I think we need to go a step further and talk, yes, we've got the data sets, yes, we've got amazing ways of leveraging this data, but what does that actually mean in terms of achieving those KPIs? So we need to ask 3 questions. One is, who is our community? Who's our open source community within an organization? Secondly, what do they do? What drives them? What motivates them? And then thirdly, how do their actions impact the business and the industry? What's the impact of that single contribution on achieving net zero by 2025? How do we even have that conversation? It sounds crazy, but how do we start that conversation? So here I've given you a little bit of a sneak peek into EPAM's way of looking at this. So by looking at answers to these questions, it kind of led us to grouping these metrics into 3 kind of columns. On the left, we've got the who or the community. So, and I'm going to read a little bit because there's a bit more detail here from one of my product managers. So we've got the who or the community data that gives us insights into growth and retention trends, how many contributors join our open source community, how many remain. They also give us data around diversity, gender, location. And in the middle, we've got individuals, or the what. So this is the story about adopted technologies, maturity of our contributors, experience in open source. And we can combine that with our community data to start to get insights into geographies of adopted languages, for example. And on the right-hand side, that impact, that industry piece, how? This is how are we using those individuals in open source projects? What is the community contributing into? Combining it with an inclusion metric, for example, we can start to look at newcomers who join the open source community and what skills are they bringing, where are they contributing out to? So there's no better way, I think, to explain this than giving a few worked examples. So I'm going to go through 3 short examples here of scenarios that are real-life use cases from EPAM, although the numbers are not correct. But we need to think back to that diagram, the 3 stages. So as we go through these, we're talking about the collect and prepare. So why do we need this data? And what question are we trying to answer? Secondly, the second stage was analysis or analyze. How are we presenting it? Is it digestible? Does it make sense, hopefully, to you all in the organization who don't work for EPAM and perhaps are able to look at the screen? And thirdly, how do we apply that decision to then optimize the decision? How do we apply that data to then optimize decisions? And of course, start to work towards achieving some of those business goals. So I'll have a sip of water and we'll kick off with number 1. So here, we're going a step beyond, I think, just simply showing project contributions. What we're trying to do here within the OSPO is enable our open source activity to sit alongside all of the other enterprise reporting programs we have for any other client deliverable. So at the moment, there is no accurate way of us saying our open source engagement meets all of these delivery metrics on time, on budget, etc. And what happens is therefore the leadership don't get visibility of open source engagement. They're not able to say that open source is contributing to X, Y, Z within this client delivery. What we're trying to do here is instead of relying upon submissions of reports, etc., we've gone straight to the source. So we're looking at every single individual's contributions to GitHub, GitLab, Drupal, whatever it happens to be, pulling that into a dashboard from source, and then reporting on it, much like you would with any other project, around things like project velocity, activity. So the value we're delivering here is that, much like our general client projects, the OSPO is enabling our open source contributors to start to tell the same story around delivering on time, on budget, and hopefully in line with the kind of expectations of the organization. On the diagrams you can see, the first chart shows one of our projects team's monthly velocity, so from the beginning of 2022, and what we can start to see is the average number of events or push events throughout the year. Obviously, any project managers, delivery managers in the room will start to say, okay, why did we decrease here? What happened? Is there a risk of the contract coming to an end? Are we seeing low motivation? What are the implications around this velocity? that didn't exist before, and certainly doesn't exist in most organizations, around being able to track open source engagement at this level from a delivery management perspective. Similarly, if we look at activity at the bottom, this is push events. This is showing cadence over the month. And here what we start to see is, when are we having down days? So have we got too many sprint plannings, Kanban reviews, backlog, et cetera, going on around this? Much like you would do in any other tool. We don't use Jira to track open source contribution. I'm not sure many people do. But this is bringing us a step closer to being able to use those kind of insights around data within the organization to really demonstrate the value that open source is providing in terms of delivering quality. So our second example is a more exciting one, particularly if we start to think about revenue and the opportunity that comes from that in a commercial organization. This is the idea that by looking at that source data, by looking at the contributions that our individuals in the organization are making, the OSPO is able to be reactive and responsive, going back to some of those business values at the beginning. Here, what we're able to do is we're able to help the organization respond quickly to client and industry demands and trends. So instead of relying upon internal HR platforms where you all populate your skills and your expert level or whatever it happens to be, we know immediately that Michael and Paul, they're not real names, have been working with this programming language, and we can see the repositories they've contributed into, and we can see that it reflects 0.1% of all of the programming languages within EPAM. Well, what does that mean? Well, this means that when an RFP comes in from a client saying we need expertise within this new language or this new skill, instead of our pre-sales team going onto our internal platforms saying, oh, well, unfortunately, we don't have anyone from EPAM, or we need to go to market, this tool is immediately saying, well, we do, because yesterday we saw 6 push events into this repository from this individual. This is populated on a daily basis. That responsiveness, that ability to flex to demand and industry trends, but also start to think about that Rust Center of Excellence that we wanted to build, is showing that already, within a 60,000 headcount organization, we've got people at the very forefront of innovation within open source, and we're not relying upon that kind of long tail drag of waiting for them to update their internal skills profiles or whatever it happens to be. The business value in that, well, that's showing that our leadership can be comfortable knowing that as an OSPO, we're enabling that ability for organizations to flex and shift around the demand of the industries and new languages that pop up, but also our clients have more reassurance that when an RFP comes in and we go back and say we don't have this skill or we need to go to market and find people, we're hopefully telling the truth. And we don't necessarily need to go and find external consultants, engineers, whatever it happens to be. And the diagrams on the right-hand side are simply just a drill down of what that looks like in our system. So we type in a language, we find the individuals, we find the repos they contribute to, we can even go and have a look and see what's going on, what kind of contributions they've done, and then we can comfortably come back with a response and say, yeah, we're skilled in this area. And then our final example, this is a really interesting one from a talent acquisition piece. Of course, open source is a real pull factor when we think about jobs and recruitment. The value here that the OSPO has been able to provide in terms of business value and thinking about that employee retention or attrition is what we're able to do is through understanding the initiatives and programs we've rolled out. So this may well be learning or onboarding modules around open source. This may well be a bonus or contribution that we provide, a contribution reward system that we provide for open source contributors. We're able to see the impact of those policies, those ways of working on employee attrition and retention of open source engaged, as I call them, engineers and developers. What we're saying here is that as an organization, with enterprise adoption of open source increasing, you of course, as an organization selling engineering to clients, you want to retain the very best open source engineers. Here we can say, by introducing X initiative or by investing in Y, we're able to see a net retention in open source engaged engineers. Now, it's not to say we're losing people in other parts of the business. We may well are, but they're outside of my OSPO. But here what we're saying is that we've made open source kind of critical to that future-proofing of the organization by retaining and ensuring we retain the very best people to help us with our own open source maturity and supporting our clients. And that's the kind of key business value. What we're talking about is that when we sit down with the talent acquisition team or the chief people officer and they say, well, how does the OSPO help with this? We're able to actually quantifiably provide tangible examples of implementing policies, procedures, processes, whatever they happen to be, that then have a real net impact on retaining the very, very, very best people in the organization. So we couldn't talk about the benefits of business value without bringing up ROI, return on investment. So everything I touched upon is clearly about delivering business value. And what we try and think about that is then, how does that look in terms of the return on investment that perhaps our leadership is paying to run an OSPO and the costs that come with that? So this is my final slide, really, but what we've been saying is that we're under increasing pressure to demonstrate the value of open source, and certainly the value of an OSPO, proving your worth, if we think back to the title of the presentation. And as a growing team and a growing adoption of open source continues, obviously the cost of that is going to increase, the impact on the bottom line. So the way I like to explain it, and I've written a sentence out, is that this slide is about seeing visible results from operational and strategic decisions, and I'll talk through one of these in a second, that are made as a result of open source engagement and then its subsequent measurement to enable tangible contributions towards business goals. So if you think right back to the beginning in our three-stage diagram, because I said we'd go back, if we take two worked examples, the idea of recruiting talent. So we want to hire in the very, very best open source engineers. We all want the best people in our organization. By doing that, we're then able to leverage them to enhance our own internal policies, to build better processes, to build better tooling to support with our client deliveries. And in turn, by doing that, we're then, of course, able to deliver better products, build better solutions for our clients, and then, of course, we can celebrate. But what we're able to do then is make the organization even more attractive, delivering against some of those high-level goals, and then repeat the process. So by going through that kind of cyclical activity, where the OSPO is the enabler of this, we're able to bring in more people, build better tools, and it's a kind of roundabout circle. And that's a less exciting one. The one at the bottom is the one I get really excited about, is this kind of ESG sustainability piece, is that if we can build a great culture, an open source culture of consumption and contribution within the organization, which is sometimes challenging in an organization that makes money off selling bespoke infrastructure and solutions to clients, then what we can do is we can educate the right people, the account managers, the delivery managers, the engineers, to reuse open source solutions, to recycle code, to do inner sourcing, to leverage the environmental social benefits that come through doing that. And in turn, thinking about that net zero objective, and it's not EPAM's net zero 2025, it's just an example, we can then become more environmentally aware, we can practice sustainable development, some of the things that the Green Software Foundation is championing, and of course we can celebrate that and then repeat the process again. And I hope through talking through this and providing those kind of three-stage approaches that really you are able to see that the investment in OSPOs, the investment in open source engagement in an organization, and then mapping that open source engagement in a business data language to objectives and goals, and then demonstrating that worth through examples like we've just seen, really does put the OSPO alongside those other business functions in being able to be a key player and voice in delivering against strategic goals and KPIs. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you. So, sure, I think there's a microphone, but yeah.
Thank you, that was very interesting. We work with a client where EPAM also plays a part in a project, and it's an open source, it's an open stack system. Should we be encouraging the contributors from EPAM to be making open source contributions as well? How does that work with when you're working on client time? Does EPAM encourage open source contributions on client time? How do you square that?
Yeah, it's a good question. So EPAM's policy, and something that we always advise as part of our own open source kind of consultancy, is that you should have as most lenient a policy as possible. So EPAMers can use their own materials, they can use EPAM's materials, EPAM's time, and whatever it happens to be. And we don't have an expectation that they go home and then do open source contribution in the evening. With client projects, what we hopefully do, and I think we need to do a better job, is we would like to have our clients be part of that journey with us. So it's not about saying, oh, by the way, 20% of your engineering capability is going to be used to contribute to open source that perhaps has no impact on what you're paying us for. But actually what we're trying to do is shift the client's perception and understanding of the value of open source in achieving their own goals, and therefore being more accepting of those engineers contributing to open source, or even putting forward the idea of consuming open source as part of that client delivery is something that we're trying to do a bit more of a gentle kind of encouragement around. But it's a difficult question, of course, around you've got a client paying you and then you're saying, well, they're actually going to be contributing to open source during that time, and then you miss a milestone, for example. Yeah, it is a challenge, and we don't explicitly provide a yes or no to that. Yeah, any other questions? Sure.
For risk of being singled out as a troublemaker that was always asking questions. Actually, this isn't a question. It's just thank you very much for this talk. Really interesting. From my experience in enterprise previously, I think the notion of capturing data around the OSPO is under kind of estimated. People don't really look at it. And it's really difficult. So how do you value your OSPO? How are you generating those metrics? And I was quite interested to see you didn't have metrics there on how much costs were saved or how much litigation was avoided and things like that. So the metrics you capture obviously going to depend on the organization you're in, but it's really complex. But I think you're completely right. You've hit the nail on the head. Is you have to show that value in a way that talks to the management stakeholders in reality.
100%.
So fantastic, thank you.
Thanks very much. And just to expand on that, I think my kind of aspiration, and maybe in the next few years we'll realize this, is to be able to go to that cost piece, is to build a system that perhaps leveraging, and I keep shouting about them, the Green Software Foundation, that says EPAM has about 7,000 open source contributors. That's what we know the numbers are at the moment through those various data sources, although it's probably much more. We've got 7,000 contributors writing 140 million lines of code, wherever it happens to be. What does one line of code equate to in terms of carbon? And then there's the SDK that Green Software are building. And what does that then mean in terms of finance? So how much carbon is being saved? And then at the end of that journey, perhaps you'll be able to get a figure that says, through our 7,000 contributors, we were able to reduce X and save Y in terms of that. It's not unachievable that the work's being done by the working groups around this. But that point around cost is, of course, if you're standing in front of your C-suite leadership, it's very good showing diagrams around your engagement with FinOS and OpenUK, et cetera. But what does it mean in terms of a figure on a page, the dollars? So yeah, definitely. Excellent. Great. Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks again to Chris Howard. So next we have Samson Goddy. So Samson is a co-founder of Open Source Community Africa. He's a software engineer who believes in changing the world in his own way, an open source advocate, primarily maintaining the Sugar Labs project, the organization behind the Linux-flavored interface called Sugar Desktop. He says he vibes with the code these days because he's more community-focused. And he's a co-founder of the Open Source Community Africa, a project that he cares about because it allows him to reflect on his love for open source while building large projects that help the budding open source community in Africa. He serves as one of the board members for the Open Source Collective, a project that helps sustain open source projects through the Open Collective platform. And he serves on the board of directors of Sugar Labs, the new organization behind the Sugar Desktop project, and previously served as an oversight board with the organization, primarily focusing on growth marketing and partnerships. Samson.
I think I probably need to change my bio. That's too long. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, awesome. Cool. Good evening, everybody. I know, yes, I'm extremely tired because it's been a really awesome last 2 days, and I'm probably the most tired person here because it took me about 4 hours to clear immigration, which is crazy, but yeah. So today I was told to come talk about some of the project that we've been running, I would say quite just around 6 years, and which is cool because like having to obviously come over here and hearing what people have been doing and going to a bunch of open source conferences, it just kind of makes sense to kind of reflect and talk about like what is the state of open source in Africa. But of course I'm not coming to share the whole of Africa because I only live in Nigeria and I can only tell you a little bit about what my team and I we've been doing for about 6 years. So a bit about me, I'm sure that was covered. I'm an open source advocate. I love doing stuff around open source program management in my day job. I do DevRel, which is pretty cool. Not just about speaking at conferences, but also like doing really cool stuff. Okay, so why OSCAR? So OSCAR is a short way of saying the Open Source Community Africa. The reason we decided to stick with OSCAR is because sometimes people keep saying, oh, that name is so long. And of course, like on Twitter, it makes more sense to have something a little bit shorter. But again, like reflecting on the things we've been able to do in the last 6 years. About 6 years ago, I think 7, I had the opportunity to go to Mountain View on Google Summer of Code Mentor Summit. And just like any other conferences, there were just a lot of people that I saw, which is pretty cool. But on the context towards my open source journey and people that are in the same region as mine was a little bit on the lower side. And then I asked the question, I'm like, oh, okay, why are there not like a lot of people coming from this part of the world over to conferences like this? And there were a lot of challenges that I learned from the summit, but also speaking as some bunch of project maintainers and people that run open source projects and like different challenges between traveling down to funding, down to even, getting visas, which is one of the most common conversations when it comes to traveling. So going back to Nigeria, or in this case, going back to Lagos, what I want to say is, we didn't eventually create the next big developers community. What we did instead was to identify what are those communities doing. And to be honest, there's a lot of them. It ranges from the Google over to Microsoft. I think on the Google side, there's a really large group called the Google Developers Group, which is really, really massive. From the Microsoft over to GitHub over to Meta. So there's a really huge community of developers that have been moving around ages in the continent of Africa. But the goal here was to make sure that we are not coming to create something new, but we're coming to form a voice, which is be more intentional about what it means to do open source, or what it means to be an open source advocate or an open source engineer over there. So how are we approaching this differently from like the existing community? So the open source organization, or in this case, the Open Source Community Africa organization, is divided, or we say, is driven by 2 pillars: the community side and the project side. Because again, I really hate slides. If you go over to github.com/collection, you're going to see a really interesting list called Made in Africa. And over in Made in Africa is a list called Made in Nigeria, where there are a bunch of open source maintainers that are in Nigeria or from Nigeria that have been able to build projects that are not just for social good, but also projects that companies rely on, which is pretty cool. So one of the goals there was to be more intentional about working with engineers and telling them that, yeah, you can work on this thing on the side, or you can do this if you're bored. Okay. That's how people create projects these days. But also be able to work with existing communities, like I said, like the other communities that are already existing, to be more focused about like what it means to build projects. So again, like I said, the community is divided into 2 sides, which is the chapter and the festival. So the chapter part is, again, a much smaller part of the community where we empower people within their cities to build conversations, projects, and also to host events, or in this case, smaller meetups. Why the festival is something like the State of OpenCon, which is a flagship event every year. We launch, and bring over 1,000 people together. I'm sure Steven here is laughing because it was in the first ever open source festival in 2020, where we held, I think, close to 1,000 people in Lagos, Nigeria, and across multiple people all over Africa came over, which is pretty cool. So the goal there was to use the festival as a big event where people come in and then we share plans of like what we intend to do for each year. It was really nice until COVID happened, but before COVID happened, we somehow managed to pull the first ever open source festival, which was about, if my memory is not that terrible, 3 days before the lockdown, which was pretty close. Yeah. So, like I said, the festival was designed and we shared amazing ideas. I'm like, oh, we want to do this. Like, we want to be able to push this event. We've been able to see this trend, and we want to be able to be more intentional about it. Sure, and we're able to push that through our chapter programs on the community side. But again, as COVID happened, a lot of things was on the backlog side of things. So what we were able to do was to try to think about what does it mean to have virtual events? And now we're thinking about infrastructure in terms of internet. because why it looks like, or I've seen multiple jokes on the internet, where it looks like, oh, internet is or there's no available internet on some part of the continent. One thing that most people don't think about is how expensive it is to use internet over in Africa. And the reason I'm saying this is because I work for a couple US companies, and I'm kind of the only one in the company that has the most budget for internet connectivity because of how expensive it can be. So thinking about, with those challenges, thinking about hosting a big event, or in this case, a smaller event, around the continent, obviously we know for sure that the goal there, we're going to be able to lose some certain type of people. So what we did was we moved the festival and skipped that particular year. But then the cool thing we started pushing was on the project side, which is divided into the advocacy and the contribution side. So this is not necessarily, oh, you're working with OSCA, but instead we're empowering you as your individual developers advocate or program manager to kind of like speak the gospel through your company or the initial initiative that you run. So yeah, what is the journey so far? I've been talking a lot. Again, like I said, in 2017, that was when the idea came. And I was eating jollof rice with, for some people that know what jollof rice is, I was eating jollof rice in Lagos when I was talking to my founder, Adaondo Kayo. She's a co-founder for She Code Africa. So we were actually having dinner, and we're like, yo, there's a lot of communities here, we want to do this. Like, what do you think? She was like, yeah, I think we should do this. We have no idea what we wanted to do, but we just wanted to push something. And in 2018, I remember I was working with my past life, I used to work with the government. So I was working with the government on my state at that time, and I was able to pull funding, and we were able to run the first dedicated open source event in a university in 2018. So that was technically when we started. And then just around 2018, we noticed that there was a lot of demand from different cities. So we're like, hey, we want this to happen in this city. And then obviously we started getting requests from other part of the continent, which we were like, oh, we had no idea on how to expand it. So speaking about expanding, which is something I'm sure some of you might have heard a lot in your open source journey or doing OSPO, is funding, right? So now, again, like I said, like, you know, having been in Africa, one of the biggest challenges there is to know that, hey, there's a lot of currencies, and moving money from one country to another country is a lot. And that's why there's a lot of fintech company in Africa trying to solve this challenge. So what happened, I came to London, which was interesting. I came to London to sustain OSS 2018, I remember. And then I met Pierre from Open Source Collective. And we had a chat. I was like, yeah, I'm trying to solve this problem, but I need one place where I can be able to talk to companies, individuals to donate or to work with us, but also an easy way that I can able to transfer money from one place down across. And that's how we registered in an open collective, or in this case, Open Source Collective as the fiscal host. And then again, in 2020, just like I said, we held the first ever Open Source Festival, and then eventually we expanded. In 2021, we did a lot of city chapter programs, and of course, in 2020, we came back and did the next Open Source Festival, which was really massive. And again, this year, we're looking forward to the next one. But then, in 2023, the goal here is to, you know, look into ways that we can not just do events, but also like enable companies and organizations to work with us in terms of programs and initiatives. This is just kind of one of the highlights of what the festival looked like. It was a place in Lagos on the mainland, for anyone that knows there very specifically. But then, again, why are we doing this? Like, why is Oscar here? The goal is, especially for the festival, the model here is to not just to network, but also to build sustainability and, of course, to build careers. Because the average engineer you most likely see in Africa is much, at least about 10 years younger than the person you see in the US or in Europe, which is very typical. So, and the reason for that is because the system is designed for you to be able to get your first job in your late 20s, but then that same system encourages you to finish college around just about 21, 22. So now the question that comes down to you, how do you get your first job when you're 21, when the company is asking for just about 10 years of experience, which is crazy. So again, the system here was to work with organizations that are willing to create contract or hire from the continent, but also to bring them over. So we use the festival as a mechanism to, or again, as a strategy to attract companies to come sponsor, and then, of course, enabling them to talk to talent. Of course, like I said, and then COVID happened. Now, after COVID, it was crazy because we were not able to host in-person events anymore, but then we wanted to be able to reach out to a lot of people. So the ways we did that was to make sure that we sponsored not just our events, but also events that are across the common goal, which is, again, the general open source side. But of course, we were able to partner with existing organizations and projects that was already doing stuff around the open source space. So we were able to reach out to more people. And of course, amplifying through social media, which kind of really worked well. And then when it comes to the impact, just around 2020 to 2022, because again, like I said, we started becoming more intentional in terms of tracking just around 2020. But again, this numbers is not necessarily reflecting on how much impacts that we're making. This is just because we wanted to show some data. So just around 2020, like I said, we held just around 1,000 people in person in Lagos, around 5 countries, and that countries means around 15 chapter leads were able to come down to Lagos. And then comparing 2020 to the next festival, which was I think in March 2020, we were able to pull just around 3.3K members around 9 countries, and then we expanded from just 15 places down to 54, which is really, really cool. Now, the thing about these numbers is, and of course, if you're looking at the State of Octoverse reports from GitHub, especially in the last Octoverse in 2020, the numbers from Africa is growing really, really big. But now the problem about that is a lot of people are so hyped to go create a GitHub account because they know that that is one way that they can be able to hack their way into their first job, or maybe change career by actively trying to increase the numbers of greens on your GitHub profile, because that feels like a way that recruiters can be able to talk to you. But then the goal here is not just to make sure that, people go and register on GitHub and then learn a bunch of version control and all that, but to be able to build stuff, or again, to be able to mentor stuff. But then there are other programs, again, globally that are out there, like, for example, the Google Summer of Code, the Outreachy, some other initiatives that are out there. But then most of those initiatives there are not necessarily designed in the context of what we're trying to push. So what we did was we did some kind of an open source challenge by Oscar. I think at this one we did a collaboration with Meta or Facebook or whatever. I keep getting confused these days. Yeah. We did an initiative with Facebook, and the goal there was to get a bunch of the open source projects that they have, obviously like React and some other cool stuff they're working with, but them to be more intentional about getting contributors from Africa. So we were able to run this pilot for about, I think, a month. And then at the end of the day, like, there were a bunch of people that were even got approached by some recruiters to come work at Facebook. And then in terms of diversity, yes, while we're looking at diversity, the thing about diversity in Africa is pretty interesting, because we're not just looking at the difference between genders. We're looking at language. We're looking at cultures, and we're looking at even way of thinking, which is pretty interesting. And as much as I want to come here and discuss what Africa looks like, I barely have traveled less. I think I've traveled to more states in the US than I've done in Africa, which is not a proud thing to say, but again, I'm hoping to change. But one of the reasons for that is because it is just so expensive to travel across the continent, and sometimes, even getting visas can be a bit funny just around to travel within member states, which is crazy. But then one of the things we did there was to make sure that we worked with existing organizations, and one of them we did was She Code Africa. So She Code Africa is kind of like Women We Code, but in a much, much bigger scale and more focused in Africa. And we noticed that they were pushing a lot of, they were educating more women into technology, but we wanted to create a program between She Code Africa and Oscar to be more intentional about open source mentorship. So we're able to onboard about 100 ladies, and from that initiative, we had like someone really popular in the open source space called Ruth. I don't know how many of you know Ruth. Yeah, Ruth Okiga. Yeah. So she came out of that initiative, which was pretty cool. And then, of course, like I said, we worked with the Facebook Developer Circle program to help expand their open source immersive program, which was really, really awesome at that time. And then, just to kind of, again, to start to wrap up, the festival was really, really awesome. Again, getting companies' initiatives to talk about, hey, things on ways you can improve your network as a person, or in this case, like having to create something that people in Africa can go to and feel like the next open source summit rather than thinking about traveling. But then the most important part is to making sure that we are able to sustain what we're doing. So what we did was we partnered with Open Source Collective, which is one of the participation organizations with Sustain OSS. I don't know how many of you here have heard about Sustain OSS? Okay. So yeah, we created a version of Sustain OSS and we called it Sustain Africa. And the reason for that was because we wanted to have more intentional conversation that are more focused on the continent. And then the way we usually do this is just like the State of OpenCon, we always have an on-conference version of the conference that is more dedicated into Sustain, where we bring in industries leaders and open source contributors to come and talk about ways ways to sustain open source going forward. And we've done this about 3 years, I think, starting from 2020. Then we did one in 2021, I think just around December. And then we also did one in 2022 around the festival. Yeah, so this is kind of like an overview of what the Oscar effort has been going. You see a lot of West Africa because, again, it's just so easy for me to travel and some of my friends to travel. But then the goal here is to expand, especially on the northern part of the continent, which is something that we're still working on. But here the goal is to expand as much as we can, but we're not necessarily focusing about numbers or expansion. Rather, we're focusing about impact, which is something that we've been able to do for the last 5 years. And this is just kind of a random stat, which some of you might not really be happy about. But again, the Sustain OSS Africa, or in this case, Sustain Africa, one of the important things that we noticed was a lot of demand. Yes, Africa is growing really, really big in the contributions to open source, especially with the stats coming from GitHub. But then the goal here is about more intentionality on like things to do. So in the last 3 years, we've been able to work with organizations to create some special bounty programs. And how does that work? So we work with some companies with Open Source Program Office, or some companies that just want to do stuff around DevRel, which is making sure that we get their open source project and we work with closed groups where they get to select project they want to work on and then they get paid for the project. But then having to do that over the years, we realized that, this is something that we need to do over time. And that's how we started working on what it means to have our own bounty program. So again, we're hoping to work with a lot of companies and organizations, some we've already been talking to. But the goal here is to improve more hackathon this year. We've started some already. Currently, I think just in the next 2 to 3 weeks, there's something going to happen in Kenya, where we're going to be hosting up to, I think, up to 100 people on the first version of it. But the goal here, again, the second goal is to make sure that we have the next festival coming up. We want to make sure that we have the biggest bounty program happening real time at the festival. But again, going back to what I was saying earlier, is making sure that we're more intentional about what it means to have mentorship programs and working with something that works well on the continent. So yeah, enough of the blabbing. So one of the ways that you can reach out to us is obviously going to the first link there is on the website. The second is on the festival. So the festival, we just announced the next open source festival, which is going to happen in June. We're hoping to host about 3K people in Lagos. We're hoping to expand that in other African countries once we sort out some things. But again, the festival is happening in June 22nd to 24th. And then if you want to learn more about what has been going on in terms of statistics and resources, you can go to the blog platform. The blog platform we self-hosted. And then, of course, if you want to do any direct partnership, you can email us at info@oscar.org. Or in this case, if you want to just see how we've been able to do things around finance, we're very transparent using the Open Source Collective platform. So you can check us out at the opencollective.org/Oscar. So thank you very much. And I don't know if anyone has any questions. Yeah, any questions? Okay.
Thanks. Oh, can you hear me? Good. Yeah, I can hear you. And apologies for my naivety, but my question is perhaps so you can help me. who are the kind of big organizations or tech companies in Africa that are kind of investing or helping around this open source space and perhaps are helping you as part of this journey?
So, I mean, the way to phrase it is, so yes, there are a lot of companies that are rethinking what it is to do open source. So one of them, like I'm sure some of you heard about Andela, right? So Andela does have, I think, some kind of a DevRel / community section in the company where they work with engineers. Obviously, Andela train engineers. So they've been able to work with existing developers community, like I said, but not specifically open source, but more around, hey, we have this cloud platform that we want developers to use, or we have this API that we want people to jump on. What are the ways that we can do that? Obviously, they send the dev advocate to do that. So smaller companies, again, the likes of like Flutterwave, Paystack, and some of the late startups have been able to do this by working with some developers community. But for us at OSCA, because we're so specific about like the open source part and we don't really do sales and marketing, in quote, we mostly work with OSPO. So either advising companies locally or working with international brand. But we've been able to have some luck with the OSPO side because, again, there's like Google Office in some part of the continent and Microsoft and the rest. So we've been able to work with your local offices to be able to define what that means and all that. So, okay.
So I just want to say that I was a speaker at the first big event in 2020 before we all fell into the pandemic. And I'd just like to encourage that if you can get involved supporting the folks at Open Source Community Africa, that this is a fabulous group of people doing wonderful work. So I would encourage everybody that has any interest to get involved.
Okay. Okay, yeah. There's a question.
Hi, I have come to this conference from a kind of academic research perspective. So do you have much kind of crossover with institutions, either, you know, kind of education or awareness raising around open source for perhaps students or people who are in academia?
Yeah, actually, most of the open source contributors you would see on an average are students. So what that means are the average engineer is probably in the school, like, so that's why there's so GitHub does have, so GitHub, Microsoft, and I think Google does have a dedicated program that are in the university. So I think there's one called the Student Developers Club by Google, and then there's the GitHub side called the GitHub Campus Expert Program. So there are like a lot of initiatives that are already in universities, and we work a lot with universities a lot, so which is cool. Yeah.
That's great. One of the things I do is try and encourage people to share their code and be more open around
Yeah.
code. So it's really great that, you know,
yes.
that can plug in.
So I know there's a trend right now in the US, I don't know about Europe, but there's a trend right now in the US where universities are thinking about what it means to do an OSPO, right? So I know we're not there yet, but it's something that we're beginning to like push because, again, universities have been able to see what it means to be able to, you know, open source stuff. So, yeah, second next person.
Hey, I was wondering a little bit about the audience. Maybe I missed this.
Sorry?
Was wondering about the audience a little bit more for OSCA Fest. Maybe I missed this.
Oh yeah, I didn't mention that. So yeah, so again, like I said, most of the folks you would see are mostly students in terms of numbers. But again, you're looking at people with different experience, but much, much younger. So, which is crazy because you probably see someone, I don't know, average of 25 with like 6 years of software engineering experience.
Nice.
Which is crazy. So
Yeah.
I mean, I'm one of that kind of person. I've been doing open source more than half of my life, which is crazy too. So yeah, it's mostly because of the way things have been structured. Like you're told to go into university as early as possible, and you come out so early. But by doing so, you've been able to, you know, contribute to projects. So for example, I got into open source when I just finished grade school, like the OPC project. So I was much, much younger when I did that. So the average person you will most likely see does have that same experience. So
Right.
yeah.
What about international audience? Like, do you get people coming in
yes.
international as well?
The 2020, we had, I think about 10% came out of the continent. But then I think it was much, much bigger this 2022 because we were able to expand and support more. Again, traveling down to Africa can be expensive. So we were able to do some collaborations with companies that were dedicated to sponsor people. But yeah, it is a really diverse group of people.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And I understood correctly, it's in Lagos in person?
Yeah,
this
this
time?
festival is going to be in Lagos. I'm tired of doing it in Lagos, but next year or in the future, we're going to change the location. The reason we're doing it in Lagos is because we just wanted to, try one more time because we skipped 2021 before moving into the next place.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Awesome. Yeah. There's something like that. Okay. Okay. So there's a...
Hi, Samson. Thanks so much for your talk.
Yeah.
I was wondering, as someone that works with an open source community, but has also done research and worked with folks that are working more on the connectivity side of things, as well as some people that are working more on open source hardware, I'm wondering what your relationship is or what the network building is like with the open source hardware, the open hardware community, as well as the connectivity community, especially as you were saying, given that connectivity is so expensive in your context.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say we do have like really great on the hardware side of things because I would say there are groups, like I said, right, there are existing communities that are doing things independently regardless of OSCAR. What we usually do is just to make sure that we identify those communities and see the shared vision and work with them. So I think, yes, there are people building stuff. I mean, at the beginning of my career, I used to do a lot of hardware stuff. So yeah, there are a lot of people doing that too. So yeah.
Cool.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Obviously, we've kind of known each other for a while, and I wonder how your experiences of creating, and it's been a real journey, and it's impressive, creating the open source organization for Africa. How has that been when you don't have, let's say, that kind of more federated political organization that, you don't have a European Union equivalent, or so how do you find creating your organization across all these different countries, and there's different languages, and are all the governments coming in and helping you, or are you doing it and the governments aren't there at all, or how is that?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. I'll try as much as I can to wrap it up because of the next speakers. Yes, there's an equivalent of the EU called the African Union. I've done some stuff with them before. No, it's fine. Yeah, yes, but I would say, yes, in terms of working with different countries, the model we use is, we don't want to come in and say, hey, we're an expert, right? We're like, oh, what is the existing thing that you're doing in your city or in your country's too big, like in your city that the community is doing. So for example, 6 years ago, e-commerce used to be like a really hot topic in Nigeria. Now it's fintech, right? So it's like always trying to understand the trend of technology and working with the locals to say, hey, while you're working on these things, there's this overall thing that you can work on, right? Yes, that might, in this case, work with companies or universities that may or may not have some government input. But I tried as much as I can, and this is me saying, maybe not my other teammates, I tried as much as I can to make it a non-governmental stuff. Yes, we may have worked with government, but we don't want to emphasize on doing that because we want to be as independent as possible.
Have you discovered new organizations or open source organizations that are in cities and countries that you never even knew existed, and through this work, you're bringing in all of these different groups?
Yes, yeah. I mean, again, like I said, I'm sure there are probably like 6 versions of OSCAR that I probably don't know of somewhere, especially in Northern Africa because I haven't gone there before. I need to fix that. But yes, there are a lot of things going on. I think the most important part is, for us at OSCAR, we don't really care much about whether you're under our umbrella, it's more like if you're advocating for open source in general, then that's a win. Because for us, that means that more companies can see what's going on. I mean, we want to be more intentional about the numbers that people are throwing out there, and to make sure that we support as much people as possible. Yes, the goal is to be the organization that can talk to companies and get funding and then fund those other communities in the long run. So that's kind of what we're focusing on. So thank you. I know I did step out. Yeah.
Thanks, Samson. That was great. Right then, so we're going to end up with a panel session then. So I'd like to invite to the stage Silona, Florent, and Stephen. So Silona is founder of Open Sustain Tech, an open platform for free and open climate technology. She works as a software developer and aerospace engineer in climate science at the ULIC.
That's all wrong.
That's all wrong, is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been given a completely different bio then.
It's
Perhaps
fine.
the best bet then, if I allow the speakers to introduce themselves. For
Yeah,
this one.
we're all three going to introduce ourselves.
Awesome, thank
Thanks.
you.
Hi.
Mic
Here
check.
we are.
Can everybody hear? Like, I'm mic'd up. You're clearly mic'd up.
I'm mic'd up. You're mic'd
You
up.
mic'd
Yep,
up?
we're all mic'd up.
We're all mic'd up.
Thanks
Okay.
for being here at the very, very end of
Yes.
what for some of us has been quite an epic time, I believe.
Yes.
Doing FOSDEM and this as well. So we're a little cracked out at this point, but bear with us. What I was going to do is just all of us introduce as to how we got involved in regards to open governance. And then we were going to just like talk about our little bit and then open it up to questions. So a fairly fast, furious, but hopefully informative format. I got started with open governance very early on. In fact, I was more attracted to it at first than I was the open source aspects, because I was dealing with being an advocate for the ACLU and EFF. So automatically, I kind of got more involved in that, and then also watching as the different open source projects rolled out. I got way too many battle scars from things that weren't quite done quite right and things we had to learn and figure out and progress on. So that's how I got involved. And
So my name's Steve Wally. I work for Microsoft in the Azure office of the CTO. I'm also adjunct faculty at Johns Hopkins. So I was dragged into the governance debate because there was a number of friends, one of them sitting beside me, suggested that we needed an IEEE standard in this space. And so I am also the working group chair for P3190, which is the new open source software project governance working group.
My name is Florent Zara. I'm working at the Eclipse Foundation for 1 year now. And in the past, I've been working for 20 years for a software, not a software company, software consultancy company, and doing the beginning software quality, checking projects for good quality, technical, and I was also doing open source in my free time and personal time. And then the more and more people ask me to do open source inside my job to control the open source software they were using. And that's how I get into the open source, let's say, governance at large, first by checking the licenses, the security of the software, and then more and more building OSPO for large companies, doing inner source for them, because sometimes they could not open source software, so they try to do inner source, and then work with the legal department to draft inner source licenses, bringing my technical competency, they bring their legal competency, and then we try to understand each other to draft a license, inner source license. That's how I started to help companies doing good governance on open source, good way, explaining them how community works. And that's now I'm doing this full-time at the Eclipse Foundation.
awesome. So in regards to good governance, we've all got like different ideas and different concepts on it. And one of the reasons for doing the whole standard part was to basically get those recommended practices down and taking kind of an academia style exercise in regards to it, to bringing everyone together. In fact, our first set of study group meetings, we had over 150 different people attend from all over the open source ecosphere, I guess is a good way of putting it.
It was a little frightening, I have to tell you.
Yes,
Because
yes.
I know what an IEEE standards working group looks like, and when you have more than 50 people in the room, it gets opinionated.
So, and then Florent, did you want to talk about the work that you're doing right now? That was awesome. We're also, because of the fact that we're doing this big tent in regards to it, we're bringing in all of the other different people who have different levels of expertise. And I dragged Florent in because we were working on.
Yes, so the good governance, open source good governance handbook. That's we call it the GGI, Good Governance Initiative. So we drafted this handbook during the OSPO Alliance. With the OSPO Alliance is an informal community of people. We are not incorporated. We are not a official non-profit, but that's a group funded by 4 foundations. That was the OFE, Open Forum Europe, the Public Code, Foundation for Public Code, the Eclipse Foundation, and OW2 Foundation. So we started together to work on, we wanted to draft something so people can start an OSPO, a full-blown OSPO, and create a full-blown OSPO from scratch. And so we write down the activities they need to achieve, they need to do to build an OSPO and then to run an OSPO. Starting from just knowing what you have inside your company, just because you are using open source, obviously, and then but you need to know how you are using it at first, and then to create trust, and then to engage your company, then to define a strategy. And everything is now right down into this handbook with 25 activities spread across 5 goals. So give you somehow the path to a good OSPO and to be a good citizen when you are small to large organization, public, private. It has been implemented in the city of Paris, for example, so that's kind of a start. If you do not know where to start, that's a good way to start. A good handbook.
And Stephen?
Yeah, and that was kind of what started to drive some of this broader discussion. I've been around the broad open source community for too many decades now, since long before we called it open source. I've been doing standards, and a lot of folks walk into this with this idea of, well, everybody knows what open source is, and yes, we have a definition, but as soon as you step outside of that, the boundaries of that definition, the discussions get very muddy very quickly. And I was concerned because we were walking into that same space with governance. Governance is basically, if you step back, and I will not try and define it in any kind of structured English way, but governance is really about how a collection of people make decisions about their collective state. That's what it is. And so when you look at this, you know, if we're a small group of the 3 of us working at the heart of an open source project as its maintainers, there is an intimacy in the relationship already. We know each other. That's, you know, we have far fewer things written down. I have the pleasure and privilege of working for Sarah Novotny. Sarah nudged the Kubernetes community into place, that whole architecture of participation, which is now hundreds of people. And you might imagine that when they went from the original 6 developers at Google to hundreds of people, that things have to scale. The nature of that conversation changes. The intimacy changes. Now you have, it's like going from the village to, you know, town council to you're now a major city of 10 million people. Those structures have different styles of governance, even though you grew that. And so that's what you see in a lot of open source projects. You know, take a look at the Apache Way. It's a rigorous thing. Eclipse has a phenomenal process. I like doing work as Microsoft in the Eclipse Foundation for precisely that reason. You know, the IEEE, when we build standards, there's a rigor to the way that happens. But you didn't start there. You started in a much smaller place. So that's what I'm hoping that over this next couple of years in the open source software project governance working group, that we can actually get to something where there's a set of recommended practices that you can draw across all of this rich environment of documented process to lift out that skeleton and say, here are the things that you should be doing in your open source project, and relate it back to things like how big are you kind of thing. What are you trying to accomplish? I love this this document is a wonderful document. But everybody talks about it. Again, this is one of those things where people talk about governance. And this is a situation where I'm trying to get people to think about the difference in project governance through its growth and nonprofit governance. And then you come to this very fine book and they start talking about OSPO governance and governance of the actual asset, of the code. So there's lots of flexibility in the discussion, and it's trying to help people understand what problem are you trying to solve right now.
Definitely. Thanks, Stephen. That's awesome. Yeah, for me, one of the reasons why I thought this was really important is because, kind of watching the transitions that open source has made, right? Because like first it was kind of, dev to dev, and it was kind of, people didn't talk about it. It was kind of supported a bit by, academia and government, kind of thing. And then like the 2.0 started with businesses getting more and more involved and figuring out the sustainability of that. And once money gets involved, then you have to figure out what your ecosystem looks like so that you get that all addressed correctly. And I feel like now we're entering into like this third era of where now governments and foundations and nonprofits and academic institutions are getting back into that piece. And with that comes things like regulations and all those different aspects. And if we don't start defining those things better and in our own language first, that difficulties can ensue.
Well, and that's one of the things that so one of the pieces of work that I do within the Eclipse Foundation right now. So I am Microsoft's board member to Eclipse, but they actually, I'm also the steering committee chair for a working group there. And something that we're seeing more and more of is this rush from new industries that don't have a lot of software collaborative experience, kind of coming into the open source world and kind of saying, that Kubernetes thing, I want one. And then the conversation stops. And so, that's why there's a joy of working with the Eclipse Foundation to start to define that kind of work.
What I've seen some large companies like that, they don't know where to start. They don't know who is able to start also. And because you start with, I've often met virtual OSPO, people who knows open source, who have already worked with open source project, inside open source project, made contribution. And they say, okay, they said, oh, this is the expert, and in this division, and in another division, you can find someone. So they start to build virtual OSPO. They try to find support from a manager, but they don't know where to start, how to go, what arguments, which tool are the right, and how other companies are doing, because they always thought the other guy on the other side of the street is doing better than them. And so that's why we started this book also to write down everything so they know that's not from A to Z. You can just cherry pick what you want to start to, but that's something others are doing also. This is a way to do it. Why are you doing this like this? Because there is people telling me, experts, there is a book of knowledge here, experts are telling us this is the way to go, and this is we can go, these people before that have succeeded. Sorry, my English is the end of the day. But that's something to create trust for them to go from virtual OSPO to a concrete open source program office with tangible realization and with expertise inside their company.
Well, and your point of creating trust, I mean, that's something that's really important right now, especially as you step into some of these new spaces, because there'll be a set of engineers, and they want to talk about process. They want to specify all the things that might go wrong before they go wrong. But then you step into there's a business conversation that gets layered into that, and you have a set of business people that want to understand this investment that we're making. Like, how are we going to measure it so that I can demonstrate value upchain? And then you've got the lawyers layered on the backside, especially for things like compliance, trying to mitigate and manage risk. And all three of them are coming into the room to say, let's have a discussion about governance. And it's, again, that idea of stepping back to find out what the goals are and get everybody's goals out on the table so you can have a real facilitated conversation. So governance is always a fun subject.
Yeah, totally, because I see, like, especially like the early governance, very much so that developer to developer interaction, right? Where you sit there in like the Apache way with the maintainers and the committers and how that works. And it's like, oh, right, now we're scaling to this other thing. How are you going to handle it now that there's money involved? Now how are we going to handle it when these other things come involved? Now how are we going to handle it when policy and legislation becomes involved? And going forward and figuring that out. And not to mention, I'm also selfish and I want us to set the tone more, for when we start merging these cultures rather than being, dominated perhaps by certain behaviors?
I will have no opinion on this subject.
I know.
But how about the audience? I mean, are there questions that this has started to provoke? Okay, we got it. We have a quick hand up.
Okay. Did she go up first?
Sorry.
I don't know which first.
So I actually tried to join one of your webinar, but it's so difficult to actually ask questions because, of course, people have opinion, but people also have different questions. I work for an organization which is government funded, and one of our role is to understand how do we enforce open source governance and all the software that's being built in that organization. I think one of the biggest questions I get asked often, and I send people to look at Red Hat, but I would love to learn more from you, is how do you actually commercialize your product while being open source and become sustainable with your own revenue stream generating. So I know it's not deeply about governance, but it also involves quite a lot of like how do you set a tone for open source software, which is not just free labor, but also pays for itself.
So I can take a run at that.
Go for it.
So that's a different conversation, and I say that from the perspective of a company needs to know what business it's in with respect to its products and solving a customer problem. And a mistake that you often see that Red Hat never made was kind of shoving projects and products together in the same discussion and not maintaining that very bright line between upstream project work in a community, which is really an infinite game, and downstream product work for a customer, which is a different community, a different discussion, and a highly competitive finite game. And that bright line needs to be maintained and understood throughout a company's culture. Red Hat got very good at that very early. I mean, they were probably 10 years old already and already public. But there was a pivot point where they went from Bob Young's company that he was running the Heinz marketing version of it. When you said Linux, the next words in your head had to be Red Hat. And that's the way Bob ran it. He was very much the best distro company. But they went through a pivot in about 2002, 2003, where they realized we're actually an enterprise software company and we're cheap Unix on Intel at that explosive growth of the web. And it changed the way they behaved as a company and the relationship to their customers. And they left the rest of the distro companies in the dirt that we're still trying to figure out why am I not the best distro? And it's that understanding of the business so that can define how your healthy business is still engaged in all of these projects. I think it was Paul Cormier. I always want to say Cormier because it looks like a French name to me. Paul Cormier, as they were being swallowed into IBM, said, we're not an open source company. We're an enterprise software company that has an open source knowledgeable engineering team. And they always maintained that very bright line. Sorry, that's a long-winded answer, but.
That's just, if I can add something, but the Eclipse Foundation, what we are doing is we have, as Stephen said, a governance, a strong governance, and this governance, that allows the actors, the competitors to work on a common platform. And then with shared services we provide at the foundation, just like the IP management, the technical platform, the security. And then on top of that platform, just the best example maybe is the historical Eclipse IDEA, but we are doing much more than that. And then they are creating their product, their solution, their services on top of that platform. And then this is kind of what you call the competitive line, where they create value for their customers, and when this is where happens the competition. But below that, we have a common platform. They can work together, collaborate together, and this is what we ensure with our governance, strong governance that has proven to work for years, that they can collaborate, and we ensure that the software is sustainable, because if someone wants to leave or wants to go by itself, it can't proprietarize the solution. It's still open to the rest of the world.
Yeah, I think that's an important aspect of doing that is for some of the different things is talking about governance on different levels. There is corporate governance, right, where there are some open source projects that are dominated. Don't forget this question. Yep. Sorry. Yeah. But also making sure that you have the consensus building tools to make sure that all the corporations can go together.
Hello, thank you. So I'm an open source newbie, but I'm studying the ethics of AI. So I'm just wondering if you have some thoughts about the ethical uses of open source. Like, should bad actors be prevented from using open source, for example? And if so, how could that be reflected in the governance?
That's a tough question.
There was a session about that yesterday, so
Yes,
I'm just left with a lot of
I remember I was there.
Do you have an opinion on this? We have an excellent speaker in the audience.
Sorry, no, I do have an opinion about it. It's something I wrote about in my book, as it turns out. I think the problem is that as soon as you start saying that, nobody gets to decide. As soon as it's a personal view about what is good and what is bad, you're bringing ethics into something which will always be grey. And it's almost impossible to set up a governance structure, in my opinion, in an open source, or almost any endeavor, frankly, where everyone is going to agree. And so I think it's a difficult decision sometimes, I think. I mean, I work in security, and I've done things which I know could be used by governments I don't approve of, or frankly by terrorists, or by whatever. That's always been the case with encryption. And I think we have, the greater good, generally, and I don't want to play David Hume here, but the greater good is generally making it open. On the whole, I think that's the best. If you decide and other people make a different decision, how can you stop them? That's the other thing. Particularly,
Mike's book, he needs to plug it directly instead of kind of from the side. He wrote a book on trust. It's a fabulous book on trust and technology. But the ethics question gets very messy very quickly. And we go through it in open source. Like every 10 years, we have this debate again as enough of one generation leaves and a new generation comes in and wants to have that exact discussion again. And it's a good discussion to have, and it's always a good discussion to refresh. But it's a hard discussion to come up with the way that you would control it outside of the license. And maybe your idea is the place to have that next discussion is to leave the license alone and have it actually as a governance discussion within the organizations and the nonprofits and the government engaged organizations, kind of away from the definition of open source. Because that's where it invariably lands, as somebody tries to say, the license should change. And it's like, well, once you crack that discussion open, I can tell you the names of the very large corporations with patent portfolios that would love to change that definition too. And again, it just opens into a broader discussion where nobody's going to win. But I think your idea of starting that discussion in a governance in a nonprofit space is a good place to evolve it.
I can't help but put in a plug. Ethicsanddesign.ieee.org is our free and open standard 7000 series, where they're going about addressing some of those issues in a bunch of different verticals and things of that nature. In fact, it just got cited in the EC's white paper on ethical AI. So some of that stuff is kind of being addressed there, and I would suggest checking some of that out and seeing what that is and what the processes are for doing that, as to how they go through and do it. And I feel like we're doing some similar stuff in regards to how we've been structuring the standard for ours going forward too, where it's shoulds, not always necessarily musts, and going from that angle first and then figuring out the other portions after that.
This is something too subjective to be, for me, for myself, to be included in governance right now, especially in the Eclipse governance. That's something that won't be integrated for the time being, yes.
Yeah, when I say that I'm chairing a standards working group, we're building a recommended practices document. And to put that in perspective for the audience, a full-blown IEEE standard is full of shoulds, full of shalls. You shall do this, you shall do this, you shall do this to conform to the standard. If you have a guide, it's full of mays. You may do this, you may do that. Recommended practices sit in the middle. It's you should be doing this. And I felt confident that at this point, we have comfortably 40 years of experience in collaborative endeavors since they layered copyright onto computer software, where we can have a discussion about what are the differences between something that is merely licensed as open source and rich, thriving, vibrant communities. Like where do those shoulds land that encourage that kind of vibrancy? And I'm not talking even about growth. I'm talking about vibrancy. I tend to have a different set of metrics in a lot of these discussions. So happy to talk about that outside of this discussion. Other questions?
One is emerging. Kind of maybe building off of a comment you'd said earlier about this kind of intergenerational nature of the conversation. I'm wondering how your discussions around governance have kept this intergenerational conversation in mind. Because on one hand, as someone that works with an open source community and folks who have been a part of the movement for decades, but also people that are just starting to get into it, the way in which open source has to be open for beginners, but also very much continue conversations that have been happening for decades. I'm wondering how in the context of governance, you're thinking about it intergenerationally. Is there room for beginners that are asking the same kind of questions, rehashing them, or is it something that folks who have been in the space for a very long time should be creating those shoulds or recommended practices that the rest of us can kind of fall behind?
Well, just went to Boston. That was awesome, by the way.
Yeah.
So many young people. I've never seen so many women. When I, old timer, first OSCON, 1.5% women. I would estimate it was close to 30. So that was pretty amazing to see. And one of the things that I've noticed is in regards to, so I think we definitely do have a pretty wide range on the thing that's coming in and participating. But one of the things that I've kind of noticed, working a lot with a lot of young people, is they've already got so much of that baked in, coming out of the university settings where they are, like you're teaching open source at Johns Hopkins and doing different things of that nature, where so many of the development processes, so much of the, like we had a very young Android team at PayPal, and I didn't have to coach them. They knew, because it just seems that like so much of the new generation that's coming up already has so much of this in their tool set that it's very different, I believe, with the digital natives.
Yeah, I think the two challenges that I've seen, one of them just building that community, one of the really interesting discoveries that Sarah and I had as we were debating this is there are pieces of the Kubernetes community that are becoming factional. And there was that aha moment that as good as she was at defining, kind of nudging collaborative governance into place, she was Gen 1, she handed it off to Gen 2, but the thing she didn't teach was how to hand it off to Gen 3. And Gen 3 is getting factional. And there was that aha moment of, right, culture needs to be transmitted across as people come and go. That's some of what I'm discovering as I talk to younger and younger generations is they have the energy and they have the desire, but they haven't necessarily got a language for how you have that cooperative discussion. And there's almost that and it's, to me, it's a lack of experience, but I don't mean gray-haired experience like mine. I mean just the simple lack of experience of at what point in your career did you suddenly realize you had to behave differently yourself in a set of expectations, in a set of people trying to accomplish something, and even figuring out what your common goals were. And that's a set of lessons that I'm hoping that we can find some of that in the recommended practices as kind of guideposts, so that anybody coming into this, I mean, the other community, it was a joy showing up at that festival in Africa, but it was also terrifying because I was the 60-year-old guy in a sea of 1,000 people that he said 25. I'd be amazed if that was the average age. I mean, I thought they were all like 22. And like there was so much energy and so many people, so many hands doing things. And it's just trying to find the way to kind of say, here's some useful stepping stones along the way. So they don't have to learn it the hard way.
And I have noticed that it does reflect in tools too, because all the young people want to be in chat, all the older people want the email list.
As is right.
So I was wondering if any of the panel felt that maybe, I mean, obviously there are something, you talked about digital natives, and there are some stereotypes that we hear about digital natives. They don't care about their personal data, for instance, they'll give it away. But on the other hand, maybe there's a different view about sort of nationhood, and more people, we hear the younger generation, more care about issues than sort of states. And I wondered whether there's something about foundations and about their they're generally let's say more international, less nationhoodness that is attractive to maybe new generations. And maybe I'm making this up completely, but it's just it feels like more of an issue thing than belonging is about there rather than about where you come from. It's about the project or about the foundation. Or am I deluded?
So, being an occasional member of the BTS Army, do any of y'all know what that is? No. I just showed y'all the generational divide right there, didn't I? The BTS Army, they're a K-pop group, and huh? Wow. Yeah, exactly. There's a whole different ones, you know, that are going on, and they do a lot of activism that maybe people don't always know about or always hear about. Like they purposely really pranked Trump a lot and like took away a bunch of resources and did a bunch of different things along those lines. And so I think that kind of like exemplifies, you know, some of that is happening and going on, and that oftentimes, you know, when I was at Hyperledger, there was some people who thought that the Chinese group wasn't doing anything, and I'm like, yeah, but you're not on WeChat. I'm on WeChat, so I know what, you know, and I think so many times there's having to figure out what that interoperability is going to be so that you can have that intersectionality, and how to get that information to cross sometimes those technological barriers is crucial.
A lot of what I try and do, so I have too much experience in this space. I have too much gray hair. I always follow the money. And I don't follow the money in any kind of a hostile sense. It's a matter of once you understand how the money flows, you can understand how to enable work to happen and how to support that work in a richer environment. My job in certain corners where I'm a working group chair in other organizations, my job is about running boring budgets to be able to say yes to people that want to do work. But you have to understand how that money flows. And if you don't, and that's where things start to go from issues and people's interest in issues into actually allowing them to succeed. And I don't know how to do that yet for something like this recommended practice. That said, we have a very senior member of the IEEE in the audience right now. I will reiterate my job as an IEEE Standards Working Group Chair is merely facilitate a discussion amongst a rich group of individual experts in the industry to ensure that we arrive at the right standard.
You know, the Eclipse...
How about a decent implementable standard? You'll settle for that? We have a question over here?
Yeah, I have a question, but Flora, go ahead. You were going to come
No, go on.
So a lot of questions from this side because we've been talking about governance for like a year now, and we have lots of community who are grassroots we're working with who are also implementing governance in different countries, different continents altogether. And we talk about the fluidity or spectrum of governance and how it evolves and how you need to adapt with time. How do you decide? Like, that's a huge decision-making nightmare, right? Because we're thinking about solving decision-making problem, but at the same time, they evolve. They also face the cultural resistance of like, oh, but you said yesterday this is how we're going to make decision. You're changing it now. How do we do that kind of transition in governance?
I would welcome your participation in a particular working group right now.
The spectrum of governance.
But yes. And that's the thing that I think is, to me, really interesting, because so many new companies, new players are coming into this open source discussion, and they're all like, we need governance. And then they look around and they go, Kubernetes has governance. And then they lift it up and they realize, oh my God, that's a lot of governance, and they put it back down again. And people are looking for this idea of somehow there's this single list of of governance. And what you just said is the reality of it starts off with a small conversation amongst a small group of people, and as people join, assuming everything is flowing in a good direction, the governance evolves. And that's why you can't pick up the Kubernetes governance and drop it down over here, because that discussion evolved in a very different way than yours might. And so like that, if you've been having that discussion for a year now, I would love somebody to even give us pointers in a direction for things that we could read. So I know how to find you now.
That's also the experience we have at the Eclipse Foundation. You know, we have a strong governance, kind of conservative. So, but at the beginning, it was really easy for contributors. You know, we just said RTFM, the governance is there, the handbook, just follow it. But right now, that's why also I'm here. My work at the foundation is to help the newcomers, the new big industry, the new players, to understand and to point them and to take them by the hand through our governance and through the project, for the project to work, because they say, we want to do the governance. Oh yes, there is a governance, that's nice, but we don't want to use it. Yeah. And it's too complicated to use it, where to look. So that's why, that's part of my job, to guide the newcomers and these big companies wanting to play with open source, to go through our governance and to collaborate with each other in the smoothest way possible.
And that's something that I've really enjoyed over this last couple of years as I get reacquainted with the IEEE, I'm doing more with Eclipse, is those are two organizations with a certain amount of depth and rigor in their governance systems, but each of them, the first thing they do as part of the engagement is there's suddenly staffers that understand that governance wrapped around you as you lift one of these new efforts into place. And that's, I don't work with Florent directly, I work with other program managers in the Eclipse space, but it's been an amazing kind of journey into starting this working group. We've seen the same thing in certain projects. The IEEE, the first thing I was told is, you will need to take this course. And they suggest that it's a few hours. What they mean is 16. And then I had a very knowledgeable IEEE program manager wrapped around me to make sure that we started the study group appropriately. So there's ways in with a rich governance at a certain level, but I think the more interesting thing is exactly what you were talking about of the evolution.
And there's also a bit of an art in regards to merging the different cultures too, right? Because like we do have a very established culture in regards to that, having mini battle scars and things of that nature, and then merging it in with open source, where open standard and open source are not equivalent phrases, okay? They're really not. And overcoming some of those different cultural differences is interesting.
Absolutely.
You should see the talk from Simon Phipps about differences between open standard and open source. Really instructive.
WebMink.
Yeah, WebMink, yeah.
Yeah, Simon's great. So I have a small question for the distinguished panel. The word governance, when I worked in certain organizations previously, I started getting pushback against the word governance. Negative connotations, yada, yada, yada. Is it a word that we should use? Is it a word that is representative of all the myriad of activities a governance might encounter and encompass?
It's a useful word, but that's where there are certain things, Christian's being very leading in this discussion because he's in the IEEE working group, just so we're all clear.
No. False news.
But that's part of the fun of what we're going to build, is to tease out without getting caught too deep in the rat hole of what's the definition of governance, but to still provide enough of a definition there, and then using the structure of the rest of the document to provide helpful things there. So hopefully when somebody sees governance in our document, they won't confuse it with the governance in that document, and the documents will stand on their own.
And that's a
nicely
handbook.
answered.
That's as fast as I can tap
answered.
That's why we call this also a handbook. That's not a governance, by itself. You can use it to build a governance if you want, but that's.
Yeah. But we are at time, folks. In fact,
well
past time.
Yeah. Are you willing to take one more? There was one hand up. Yeah.
It was me, and it was more of a comment, but I made an offhand joke off mic about I'd be satisfied with a decent implementable standard. But I think this question about governance makes me want to make a related comment on mic, and that is I don't care what you call it, any standard, practice, guideline is de facto useless if it's not implementable. So actually implementability is a key to any standard and or practice or guideline or open source project, right? So what the result is has to be implementable. Now, is it going to be universally implementable? I'm not looking to build the one project to own them and quote token, but implementability is key, and I think as long as a group working on a project like this standards project, like the foundations project, like many open source projects in the room, is focused on making it implementable for their communities, you'll get good results. Thank you.
Any final words from the panel?
Thank you all for your time today, and thank you for staying late with us.
Thanks for being interested in staying late with us.
Yeah, part of the conversation.
Yeah, thanks again to all our speakers.